You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020.
Thank you.
Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You wrap
October
up.
2020.
You wrap up.
Tax work-off program. Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tax work-off program. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tax work-off program.
Please adjourn. Those in favor, vote so ordered. Okay. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020.
Thank you. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020.
Thank you.
Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You wrap
October
up.
2020.
You wrap up.
Tax work-off
Thank you.
program. Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You wrap
October
up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tax work-off program. Tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tax work-off program. Tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You wrap
October
up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tax work-off program. Tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tax work-off program. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tax work-off program.
Please adjourn. Those in favor, vote so ordered. Okay. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020.
Thank you.
Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You wrap
October
up.
2020.
You wrap up.
Tax work-off
Thank you.
program. Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up.
2020.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tax work-off Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program.
Those adjourn. Those in favor, vote so ordered. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you here on October 2020.
Thank you. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Evening.
Oh, Jesus.
What happened?
Your mic sounds interesting.
Oh, is that you or that's
Is
not
that
you?
right? What am I doing?
It sounds really like overloaded and particly.
Like, yeah, it's like crackling up.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to turn the gain down or.
We took
what
a week
have
off
you.
and all the equipment.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
we
is
took a
better.
week. No. Yeah, we're always on our game. We're always on our game, guys. We're always on our freaking game. Oh boy. I'd rather be doing anything but this right now.
Truly
I'm just
anything.
gonna say that off the bat. Oh, and now I can't hear Travis. Oh my god.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but very quiet. Very, very quiet.
How about now?
Pretty good.
Here we go. Go team. You sound glorious.
Yeah. How's everyone in the chat doing tonight? Good. I hope everyone's doing good. What do we got tonight? We got
Some
the
trash.
same dog and pony show that me and Brendan watched with the DOJ report. I think me and Brendan were the only people here for that meeting. Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
And we're gonna separate the P from the DPW. We're gonna get the P out of the DPW. No, that's Department of Public Works and Parks. The second P out of the DPW.
Less P, the better.
The less P, the better. That's right. That's what I always say.
Is that going to do anything? Pull it out of parks? Is that really going to help the parks?
I mean, in the memo that the manager shares, he talks about how directly reporting to the city manager is going to make the parks run smoother. I don't know. I think that you just need to fund more people in both departments. So if it accomplishes that, then yeah. But I don't. That wasn't stated overtly. So we'll see. We shall see.
Yeah.
I'm
curious.
Yeah. And then we're gonna roll out 30 public trash bins, public trash and recycling bins, 30 of them throughout the city. So that's good. That's really good.
30 reasons to stop buying yellow bags.
Do I still sound like garbage?
Yeah, dude. I don't
Yeah,
know.
just-
I
don't know what's going on.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Talk. I'll send you a recording of what you sound like.
I'd love to hear that. Make it into a song.
Yeah. All right. Talk again.
Well, now you're putting me on the spot, man. I can't. I'm getting out of here. I'll talk to you later.
That's enough. I got it.
We got it.
Yeah, we got it. All right, got to remix that now.
Dude, that song, you did glorious things with that intro song. Thank you for blessing us with that.
Dude, that was one of my favorite ever procrastination projects. I got really into it. I just got a new MIDI keyboard and like a sequencer. So
Okay.
I'm digging making some beats right now.
Hell yeah.
I gotta go get. Do I have it on my person? Yes, I do. I got one of these teenage engineering pocket operators.
Wow.
It,
What?
yeah.
You got a party in your pocket at all times?
Party in your pocket at all times. And has little guys doing stuff. 16 different patterns. It's pretty fun.
Glorious.
I'm waiting for the bass. You can string two of them together. I'm waiting for the bass to come in so I can link my drum and bass and just rock out.
You're going to be a one-man band just traveling the streets of Worcester.
Gonna be a one-man band. Yeah.
What do we think about Sean Rose not running again?
Sean Rose not running again. Cool.
Yeah, I'm indifferent.
That's good. Yeah. What the reason? The stated reason I have to think is not the real reason. I don't know the real. I haven't even heard any rumors about why.
Yeah, I don't know.
So if anybody,
Other than
has
he
any
didn't
rumors-
like it when he was last on the council.
yeah,
I don't know, moving from district to at large, it's only going to increase the amount of exposure or amount of things people are going to complain to you about. So I don't understand the logic behind the whole thing.
yeah. Well, maybe he's pulling a sneaky about maybe he's gonna try to run for District 1, try to get some papers in real quick.
Hated being a city councilor. Sure, Camber.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll just have to. We got Gary Rosen in though, and he's gonna walk right on.
You think so? You think it'll be an easy breeze for him?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think so. That's gonna be. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna be doomer about the election publicly.
Yeah, I see the group chat.
I'm
I don't
not
know. I
gonna
mean,
be
I don't know
publicly
enough
doomer about what this election is looking like, but it's gonna be a time. You know, it's gonna be a really good time. It's going to be Trump bonanza, the Trump bump, man.
There's a guy up here in Tatnick that has a lot of Trump signs on his lawn, and he has since upgraded his lawn to have a stand-up middle finger because enough people have flipped off as driving by all of his Trump flags. So now he's answering back.
That's awesome, man.
Hi, Brandon.
That's freaking awesome.
Do I want to know if I sound better now?
Oh, you sound perfect.
Yeah, you sound much
Welcome
better.
back.
Much better.
It was
You
terrible.
don't sound like a robot. Oh yeah, I didn't send you the clip.
We're just trying to remix it.
When I was leaving you, you were talking about the 30 fucking trash bins. You know, I was walking the dog the other day and I realized that like half my neighbors all just have wheeled trash barrels. Like everybody just puts them out. Like if you go down like any of the streets in Tatnick, West Tatnick, everybody just wheels out their garbage like a normal civilized fucking neighborhood, and the trash people seem to empty them just fine. So maybe maybe the move is instead of waiting for fucking Eric Batista to give us permission to enter this century, just fucking hop on Amazon and spend the $50, get a and then bill the city for not providing normal city services.
Yeah, just send him an invoice
to his house.
Yeah, right.
Everybody Venmo Eric at once.
Directly to his house. It's so windy out, and I'm on the third floor, and it feels like my house is going to blow over. Like it's I'm like swaying like I'm on a sea ship.
We have one of those old screen doors that if I don't shut it all the way on windy days like this, it sounds like a gunshot on the front porch because it smashes into the railing.
Oh, I hate that. It's so scary.
It's so scary. Who's breaking in? I'm a soft boy. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I bet the dogs go ballistic too.
They don't even care.
They don't care.
Don't even doesn't even faze them.
What the fuck? Man. Yeah. So Brendan, are you excited to watch the DOJ report, Dog and Pony Show yet again? You think they'll roll out?
No, I'm really kind of, it's just, I'm kind of over it.
Yeah. I'd just rather not see it at this point because there's just 6 votes that are going to back these ludicrous conspiracy theories. The most we can hope for is that they tell more insane lies.
Yeah.
I mean, the more the
Listen, I wanna
better.
You know, the move bill, I think, and I'm not putting this on you, but I am because you're really the only person I know who I think could pick it up. Maybe Brad is someone that might be worth a conversation over at the Telegram, but I think the next move has to be people looking to access depositions, right? I mean, like technically in Massachusetts, depositions are public record once they're entered in as evidence. So those should be available somewhere if someone
Oh
knows
shit! Is
how
he
to
holding
look for
stuff?
them. What's that?
Hold on. Let's put a pin in the depositions comment. Is he holding stuff right off the bat?
Oh shit! I'm sorry, didn't hear that.
No, it's. Oh.
Nothing yet. There was a little bit of audio, but they've cut it.
Oh. So we got to hear a glimpse of the pre-deliberation, the very legal pre-deliberation of what they're going to do in the meeting.
So we all agree we're gonna hold it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but anyway, yeah, depositions.
That's all. I mean,
Or-
that's one of those things that I don't think we have a history of seeing in Worcester or really in Massachusetts because they're hard to get a hold of, but they do exist.
Yeah.
And like if they're used as evidence, they're supposed to be public record. And it's
Right.
I mean, that's if there was a way to actually start going down a rabbit hole of actually hearing Ed Augustus talking about his police department, and just the subtle acknowledgments of because I mean, all these cats, managers, department heads, leadership of the police department, they've all been deposed at one point or another, and
Right.
those records exist, and it's all just like local, whisper campaigns, like for anyone that might be able to talk to someone that's ever been involved with a deposition. Otherwise, they're not real. People need to start seeing that shit.
Yeah. I wonder if that's. I mean, I've been to the clerk's office and I've like just pulled the big musty case box for stuff before and looked through everything, but they give you a really fucking hard time when you ask for it. They're
Right.
Like, no, I want the case files, right? Like, and they'll be like, what, you want a printout of the docket? No, it's like, no, I want the box of case files that are supposed to be public.
Welcome everybody to the Worcester City
You're
Council.
paying somebody for
Again, please,
transcriptions. I want
stand
the
for Pledge of Allegiance
transcription.
and start spanning
Right.
the banner.
Like, ooh, I'm Mr. They treat you like you're Mr. Big Shot. Yeah. Because every DA's office is just a weird little fiefdom,
Mhm.
in and of itself, with its own rules and customs.
Try to turn this down.
Joe Petty is like, I mean, not Joe Petty, Joe Early. He's like, it's like the way that the lordship works in Game of Thrones.
Mm.
What Walter? What's the one that does the Red Wedding? He's like that. Where
My
is
favorite-
Brian?
Yeah, but apparently his internet's out. Thanks,
Oh.
Spectrum.
Yeah.
My favorite Joe Early story, the first year, maybe it was the only year that they did Start in the Street down on North Main Street, like off season one year. And it was in the middle of the event. And Joe Early was in the courthouse for some reason, like that morning.
Yeah.
And like he just came out onto Main Street, like wearing like sweatpants and like a sweatshirt and sneakers. And he looked completely fucking hungover and just like walked out into the middle of like 20,000 people that aren't normally there at like whatever, 10 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday or whatever it was. I've never seen someone look so completely fucking bewildered in their life. It's like the season one of The Walking Dead. The cop comes out of the hospital, like trying to figure out why is this dead girl crawling across the lawn.
That's so
Except he was the dead girl in this story.
Right.
The walk of shame from his office.
The shit that he can probably get away with is like, I don't even want to know.
We have a moment of silence for Molly McGovern. Our thoughts and prayers are with Jim and Lisa and Patrick and the family and friends in the city of Worcester. She's a beautiful soul and a free spirit. Please keep her in your prayers. Thank you.
Yeah, that's real sad.
Awful.
The there's a calling hours are on Friday. I saw earlier
Roll call.
at 2 p.m.
Council
I can't remember what
Bergman?
church it is.
Council Calorio?
Here.
Council
I'll probably
Aguirre?
go down.
Council
I don't
King?
know,
Here.
Council
just to
Carlson?
see what
Council Nguyen?
how many people show up. and stuff.
Council Ojeda? Here. Council Basillo?
Here.
Council Russell?
Oh,
Yeah.
Gio, there was a theme
And
song.
Mayor Petty?
All right, here.
I'll have it prepped just in case
Okay,
there's
we
some
have a
dead space.
proclamation.
I thought about playing it over the Star Spangled Banner, but then I just didn't move in time.
I wonder if I have a SoundCloud account. I'll just throw it on right now.
Council High Guys asked us to do a Native Plant Month proclamation.
No, hold on. I need to hear this
It
shit.
says, the city of Worcester emphasizes and follows suit with the state of Massachusetts and nation declaring May as a native plant month and recognizes the profound
Okay, never mind. I guess I
positive
don't need to hear
impact
that
of the native
at all.
plants on the environment. Whereas the city of Worcester recognizes that native plants are indigenous species that have evolved alongside native wildlife and occur naturally in the geographic region, ecosystem, and habitat.
We're live mixing here.
Are essential
We're
to
live
diverse
mixing.
and sustainable ecosystems and are critical for clean air, filtering water, and stabilizing soils and restoring biodiversity. Native plants are well adopted to Massachusetts soils, temperatures, I can't see that, precipitation, and environmental conditions, making them the best option for concerning and protecting our environment.
It's like Joe's substituting for a middle school biology class.
Provide fawn,
I fucking love this.
nectar,
The blend with him actually talking is ruling.
I know.
He
I gotta
doesn't
make
know.
I gotta make a version that's just the loop over and over again with no speaking over it.
Participation and awareness.
You can just have it going the whole time.
Pollinate and other wildlife in the
Actually, that'll take me 2 seconds. I'll do it right now.
in the economy
Yes, Mr.
and the
Chairman.
benefits and sustainability of Massachusetts' fragile ecosystems. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Joseph M. Perry, do hereby declare May 2025 as Native Plant Month here in the city of Worcester. Is there anybody for this?
I couldn't tell if that was in the song or not.
You can
This
have
meeting
it.
just got 100% less fun.
We have a certificate too.
Yep. No,
This
now
is
it's
signed by
gone.
This one's
Damn
signed by the
those.
entire council. And maybe we'll have you all come.
Ooh,
why
I
don't
do
you all
have a
come in, I'll
SoundCloud
get a
account.
quick
I'll throw it
picture.
on right now.
Okay.
I had one stream.
It's the Worcester
February
Initiative in
of,
recognition of your extensive work in the city of
2025.
Worcester restoring habitat and biodiversity through the planting of native plants, trees, and shrubs. April 29, 2025, so I'm myself, Eric Batista, and the entire Worcester City Council.
I don't want to make it sound like I'm against plant. No, I want to do native plants. It's just fun to play over Joe Petty.
Yeah, we're not.
I'm totally against taking up this much time to fucking focus on native plants. If I were the kind of person that would be smuggling non-native plants, maybe endangered species, into the country, I would present myself as someone really concerned on a local level about native plants. I'd be going to South America on a weekly basis with suitcases full of non-native plants.
Look at all this. Look at this garbage. Everybody piling in. We all like plants.
What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Who cares?
You wrap. You wrap. You wrap. You wrap. Thank you. You wrap. You wrap. You wrap.
Oh, there we go. Upload.
You wrap.
Okay.
Oh, is your name, so your resident?
Okay. Good evening.
Travis,
My
you
name is
gotta
Elizabeth
send me
Fleming
some good
with the
art.
Worcester Native Plant
Maybe 2 million in the MAGA
and I
hat.
live in District 5.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for proclaiming May as Native Plant Month and
I need a
allowing me to
plan
speak for a few minutes.
to
First, I would like
upload?
to acknowledge the work of Phyllis Pollock
We'll YouTube that shit.
of the Worcester
Put it
Garden
on
Club
YouTube.
and other
Yeah,
garden
yeah.
clubs across the state for leading this movement and bringing a
I
similar
don't.
proclamation to the governor.
I just saw our stream
As
on
stated in
stream.
this proclamation, native plants are
John had his
essential for
phone flat.
healthy, diverse, and sustainable ecosystems and are critical for cleaning air, filtering water, stabilizing soils, and restoring biodiversity. Through the work of the Worcester Native Plant Initiative within the
John.
city for the last 3 years, we have noticed several things. Number one, the return of the insects is almost immediate after planting native plants. Number two, the ability for native plants to retain water and slow down the flow to the waterways is significant, especially in the various rain gardens that we have planted around the city. Number three,
I did not see
native
this on the agenda.
gardens
What are we
that restore
doing?
habitat and biodiversity are essential no less
campaigning
to
for the
humans
bugs.
than to other creatures.
This is the
We
pro
have a
bug
tree.
committee.
We have a
The
tree
cost
commission,
over
right? Like,
time
why are we
of native
talking about
gardens
fucking
and
bugs at the
plantings
city
is
council?
significantly less than traditional plantings. Worcester Native Plant Initiative
Saw that.
right here in Worcester.
That was awesome.
Right.
John totally just
Thank you.
smooched the camera.
That
was subtle. That was
awesome.
awesome.
Groups with whom we partner,
Shout out to Troubler for making him
who
do it.
also recognize that what we plant matters. Our aim is not to turn everything on its head, but to approach what we are doing and what we are planting from a different perspective. Let's start thinking about not what is good or pretty or convenient for us as humans, but what is essential and beneficial to the land and our
John,
future.
do the Dr. Watson.
We are so proud
What's the
and
Dr.
happy
Watson?
to be a part of this movement
some
to
people aren't up
restore
on
our
their righteous
landscape,
gemstones.
and very excited that the city of Worcester
I'm not going to
is
explain
joining
what the
us
Dr.
and
Watson
embracing
is.
its
You'll
importance.
have to watch the entire show. and
Again,
catch up
thank
to
you
the
for the
next episode,
proclamation
most
and
recent
helping
episode.
us to increase awareness about this simple and impactful way that we can bring back a healthy ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Mokro.
I see our
Hello.
police are
Move on
over
to
to
the
the.
city council
Hi, Mokro.
agenda.
I see our
Hi.
police are over to the
Approval of the minutes.
over in the
All those in
corner,
favor?
flipping through Manila
Opposed, so
uh,
ordered.
binders and folders.
Public
getting ready to
participation.
lambast
This is
the
announced on
federal
hold under
government.
privilege 11B. And public participation, a person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on the item appearing on the agenda.
What do you think,
Gives your
Gussie?
name and your residence in the item number that you're talking
She
on.
doesn't care.
Mr. Mayor, I think before we do that, would you like me to read Rule 30?
I think it's time for Joe's summer haircut.
At every meeting of the city council under public participation portion of the agenda, the chair shall recognize any person seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the council, any eligible items on the agenda,
See anything.
both in person and virtually. Any
Thank you.
person who wishes to speak on more than one agenda item shall combine their testimony at the microphone at one appearance. The time for speaking shall not exceed 2 minutes.
I gotta
for
get
any
a
one speaker
rig
or 30
like,
minutes for all speakers.
That guy does.
Okay, it's your name, your residence, and the item number
Mark
you're talking
Rebelet
on.
or whatever.
Love Mark
Maria
Riboulet.
Montano,
He samples
City
shit
of
in real
Worcester.
time.
I'd
If I could
like
figure out how to
to
do that
speak
with
on
the city
two
council
items.
feed, that'd be so
11C,
sick.
that was brought forth in regards to the trash research. I know that
Like if
once
Joe Petty
garbage goes
just
on
for
the
some reason
sidewalk,
said,
it's
like,
a free
bananas.
for all, but it does seem a
An
little
entire song right there.
questionable that it's being kind of gone through.
Now John's
after
flexing
we
for the
thrown it
camera.
out
We see
from the
that.
city. So if we could
Did you guys
just
see that
get a little
horrible
bit more
accident that
feedback
happened on
that.
Lincoln Street?
No.
I'm glad to see that.
I saw it on
11B
TikTok of all
was brought
places
to,
where one car went flying around the other and then
agenda.
just like lifted up
For
another
a
car. It
while
was going so fast it
now,
went
I've lived
underneath.
in the main South District,
fuck?
and I
Like last
couldn't
night.
understand for the life of me why Goddard School of Science is now a church on Sundays. And
Yo, Travis,
I
send me that Toomey
kind
picture so
of
I can put this up on
Let
YouTube.
it go for a little bit, but the more I think about it,
I didn't have it.
We can't even talk about
I
God
download it from
in
here?
school. We can't pray in school. So
I'm doing
I
it. I'm
find
trying.
it a little
Yeah, I can do it.
ironic
We're good.
That there's a church at a public school on Sundays, and it brings up a lot of questions as far as safety. The fact that one of these churches is listed with the same address as the school, so if I look it up, it shows our address for Worcester Public School. This is opening a door to different issues and possibly
I'm so
questions
tired.
and topics, especially with the attack on spiritual practices or any of us
Oh, Jack, I don't like
praising
that.
God.
I didn't know that.
So
I
if
didn't
we
look
can
anything else
get
into it.
feedback
That sucks.
on it, I know that there are fees
What's up? What's going
associated
on?
with this. I
Apparently
know
there were
that
kids in the
there
car.
are fees associated
Oh,
with
jeez.
the janitorial services. So definitely want to hear a little bit more on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I
see
forgot
what
about
phone
the
number?
George Russell
Hello,
trash thing.
everyone.
He-
Beautiful day today.
I need
But
to go
when
back
looking
and
at the agenda. There's a couple
look
of
at
troubling
how
things.
this started with George Russell and like trash shit.
I'm looking at
because
913A.
I think he got a ticket for
Now,
throwing out
we've been
watermelons.
talking about the
and
police
He's been
and
on
the
this
DOJ
shit ever
report
since.
Sounds it.
forever.
That's the kind of
There
story
are
I
even
love.
people that get up here and say, "Oh, it's
He
Biden's
one
fault."
time brought up putting too
There
many
may be any
watermelons in the
reports
city
that have a
trash
little
bag.
bit of,
After
I remember
problems
that.
on
nothing.
it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But all
And
the
now
people of the
he's
city want to know
he's been
is
beating the drum ever
you have
since.
proof, and there's something did go on, and we want people to be held accountable because we don't know what police officer or whatever
did expand,
could pull us over
the
and be the
buses for
same
another year.
people
That's
that
right.
are still
That's
working.
That's cool.
And did some
Our one
acts
cool
that should
thing.
be accountable. I do
We did
appreciate
it.
the
We did our one
chief
cool
and
thing.
All the changes that are made. I think this bringing it up every week for months is not doing any good. I think we just need a report that will tell us.
You got to be
this
wearing a
is-
spaghetti
we
monster hat
disciplined
down there in
8
the city
people,
council
or we
chambers.
disciplined
You
2
got to get
people.
that strainer
And
on
this
your
is what we
head.
did, and we've made the changes.
No, the
Apparently not.
I
watermelon
would like to talk
thing is real.
about item 10.
You would know
932A,
Worcester. You'll pick up Worcester litter very well.
Trash barrels.
As
we talked about before. I mean,
there was like
we have
a-
these little trash bins, but
Imagine if city
you
council
notice the
meetings were
last few weeks,
searchable
it's
by
been really
word.
windy.
Oh my god.
You know, and it's obstacle
That would be
course driving down
amazing.
June Street.
You know,
I could
there's
just
got to be a
type
way
in watermelon.
you got to be able to script that somehow with
I think that we need to
ChatGPT or
have
some other
these
like
barrels,
Anthropic,
big
a way to
barrels.
actually
Yes.
search that
Possibly
database.
Them blowing around. and
Well,
keep
it just
trash
starts by
being-
you have to
all over your
capture all the
streets.
words. The words escaping me, but you run it through a software and it'll spell out like everything.
On 10A.
Just
Yeah,
not
but you have to
cheap.
do that
talk
for like
about,
everyone.
Transcribe.
Quiet
Yes,
Yeah.
transcribe. Right, but yeah, I don't want to transcribe every single. City
There could be a
council
lot of things. I think
myself.
we need a lot of enforcement, but we need to
Oh, that fucking beaver.
look at on
Dumb
those,
idea.
on this, 1 second, please, I'm sorry. If you come in from the Webster Square, at least 2 weeks ago, there was still a sign that said, thickly settled, 30 miles an hour.
What was I doing?
So I
One
think
sec.
that has to be addressed so you can make sure
Thank you.
and put up
Appreciate it.
bigger signage for people that are out of town.
Thank you. You wrap up.
I'm Keith Linares, speaking on the DOJ report item.
Oh, Keith.
City's council's
He must
response
ask
to
you
the
for
DOJ
your
report
vote.
has been deeply and offensively inadequate. We've seen deflection, denial, and disinformation when we really need a genuine commitment to transparency. Tonight, Chief Saucier will likely spend significant time disputing a few cherry-picked cases he thinks he can poke holes in. He and this city council will once again ignore the numerous cases where millions of our tax dollars were used to shut victims up and protect bad apple police. This is leading to an erosion of public trust in the police when we really need healing through transparency and accountability. This administration will always choose the path of least resistance, especially in an election year. They want us to believe a simplistic narrative that the report is nonsense, and that our new chief, who is part of the culture of complicity, will make all the problems go away. From talking to residents in D1 over the past few weeks, I know people care about this, but residents don't show up here for a few reasons. First, people are afraid. On December 17th, Mayor Petty allowed residents to be intimidated by hundreds of police officers who packed the halls outside this chamber. In his mind, it was better for residents to be silenced than it was to have his simplistic view of the world challenged. Another reason people don't speak up is that the residents of Worcester know that you don't listen to us. You only listen to the police union because you need their votes and you need their money. No matter how much residents complain, Kate Toomey, the chairperson of the Public Safety Committee, is a shill for the police union.
Oh, hell
The city
yeah.
manager does whatever the hell he wants without being checked by this council. We know that you do not like to have honest conversations about the problems facing this city. We see it across
Nice time
so
to remind
many
y'all that
issues:
Keith is running
housing,
for city council for
homelessness,
D1.
pedestrian deaths,
D1 city
charter
council,
spectrum
that-
monopoly.
he's got my
It's
vote
a
and I'm in
governance
D1.
pattern that prioritizes keeping the status quo over tackling real problems head on. The DOJ report should have been a catalyst for growth and improvement. Instead, it's yet
Ugh,
another example
getting
of
beeped
your
out.
failures of leadership and your incompetence and evasiveness.
Thank you.
I believe in our potential to excel in
Wrap it up.
policing, but we need leaders willing to confront uncomfortable truths, not just run and hide from them.
You wrap up.
hell yeah, that was sick.
Tom Marino, City of Worcester, 9:30. We're still talking about what's wrong with the report, huh? Still.
Different kind of
5 months
energy.
later. Still. Does anybody
Tom
gonna
knows
mention anything
so
that's
much
true in the
about this
report,
shit.
ever?
It was really cool.
We're just
having
going to
him on
gloss
the
over
show.
that because there's a lot of stuff that's true in the report. Because we saw video. I'm not sure. who
Gio,
you think
it's
this
like a
is
new
gonna
toy.
affect.
I got to
Yes,
play with it a whole bunch,
and
but the novelty will wear off
We
eventually.
hate the federal government, that you're the only source of truth, everything else is fake news or a deep state conspiracy. Sounds like that guy in Washington that some of you don't like.
But some of you
What-
do.
Where's the we have a master plan
Maybe
for
most.
absolutely everything in this city. If we lay one brick, we have a master plan for it. And there's been articulated no strategy, no destination on this path that we're on that seems to be just lost. If we're serious about
I mean,
Oh.
now that I know that she's not running and we're so far away from it, I could probably start talking about how publicly, how I designed Jenny's logo after Trump's logo. I specifically used Trump's logo as inspiration for Jenny's logo.
admit that some
Nice.
stuff
If
happened.
you look at the old Jenny Pasillo, it's very reminiscent of Trump.
How is any of this acceptable? We just saw on the news 3 weeks ago, Worcester police officer couldn't control himself at a youth soccer game. And since we have, I haven't seen that person's name released, that would kind of lead you to believe that they weren't even arraigned. And if they weren't arraigned, they're absolutely back on the street. Ticking time bomb, and you gave them a gun and a badge. Congratulations. That's
Yeah, I agree with that,
solid
Moko.
commitment to public safety. I am really sick of hearing
Big accountant energy.
I'm really sick of hearing about weird statements about we arrested a guy once who was posing as a cop, so I guess that explains it all. Or not getting the words right in an email from somebody, a random email from somebody. It's getting really weird, this whatever you're trying to accomplish, and you're not helping anyone, and you're not winning anyone over. Maybe
Thank you.
change course.
Oh, my God. Thank you. Shut up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Charles Luster.
You wrap.
City of Worcester resident.
You wrap.
Sorry, Charles. I
Thank
can't control it.
Elm Park. As some of you saw, I posted a video.
Oh, God. Shut
I'd like
up,
to start
dude.
out saying to the family, I'm sorry if I hurt your family. But
No, you're not. Come on.
No, he's not.
you guys are part of the problem sometimes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's victim
Over
blame.
100 needles. I only had one city councilor call me about that.
Yeah, because you're a dickhead.
And it wasn't even a district city council. I know it's a campaign year, but to me, our kids come first. This wasn't a publicity stunt. This was me teaching at Webster Square.
That's exactly what this was.
It's a 4-year-old video, and you release it now when you're running for city council. So.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Go read the
But we
Village's
got a
post
problem,
about
man.
this.
We had so many needles.
They did a fantastic
My
job.
question is,
Yeah.
You wrap.
did the AIDS virus rates go up in our community?
Thank you.
Where is our public safety?
You wrap.
Where is our public safety?
I didn't see anything.
Please help me help the future. And I don't want to
Thank you.
throw blame because we're all
You
blamed
rep.
for this. We're all blamed
You
for
rep.
this because we vote on things and
You rep.
things we think that are good,
Thank you.
but it shows. Look, we got youth in
You
here
rep.
waiting to speak.
You wrap.
Let's do something for them.
You rep.
Let's do something. That's our future. Let's do something for our future. Let's stop arguing this side versus that side. When I look at it, it's crazy. At the end of the day, we're here for the citizens. We're not here for your perfect little agendas that you have or your special little groups.
Is that why you release videos of your citizens?
It's crazy sitting back watching this. I got 11 seconds. I'm getting ready to shoot a 3. Have your campaign team stop threatening me.
You wrap.
I didn't see anything.
Is your name, city residence, and item number you're talking on?
Becca Lewisant, City of Worcester, and I'm here with all of these youth to discuss about the summer jobs that are on the agenda tonight. And I am
I'm making
the
this video
founder
really
and
special.
Executive Director of 508 Cheers. I am also one of the largest employers of youth through YouthWorks and the WCAC. And over the summer and through the spring, I was able to employ 41 youth, which was exceptional. And
It's weird
was
when you say it
actually
like
very
that, though.
disheartening this spring to get the news.
I employed
that
41
I was only
youth.
able to employ
Like, that just sounds
5.
weird.
And it was very hard news to break to those kids and those families. I had to do some magic workaround.
There's a guy that employs some
dividing-
youth.
I was offered 5 jobs at 15 hours each, and I had to divide that to give 12 youth about 6 or 7 hours each. And then I had to tell about 30 youth who were like, Miss Echo, you know, where's my job? And, you know, I said, well, I can give you 5 hours. And they said, well, Miss Echo, over the summer, you know, with the job that you gave me, I bought a car. I can't take that job. I have to pay for insurance. What am I supposed to do? And it was really hard, and it was really sad. So I'm here, and I'm here with all these youth to talk about the importance and the absolute necessity to step up and fund and add more funding for summer jobs for all of these youth, and they're here to tell you about it.
Thank you.
Are they? We got a bunch of
What's
kids.
your name?
Hi, my name is Hennessy Polo, and I'm here to discuss the critical need to increase funding for the youth jobs and funding for more youth programs in Worcester. I go to Doherty High, and I'm here with 508 Cheers. Before I met Echo and found out about her mentorship program, 508 Cheers, I was going in the wrong direction. I wasn't really doing good in school. I got kicked out of my public school to go to an alternative school. I was getting in trouble a lot in school and out of school and even at home. But a friend of mine introduced me to Echo and her mentorship program for the youth, and she told me I could even get paid through YouthWorks, so I decided to join. When I tell you this program changed my perspective on how I want to be represented in this world, I started to act better, and I went into high school with a different mindset than the one I have.
Hey, fuck computers. Am I right?
Yay.
On my parents. I wish there were more programs
I
accessible to
am
kids like me in Worcester. Her program
never
has no
buying a
funding and no building
Macintosh
to call
computer.
home. Why? It is really
Ever
just
again. You don't
like
kids'
little
life
MacBooks?
mine. Not a lot of people cared about me
This
because
fucking
I
computer
wasn't a so-called good
sucks.
kid. But 508 Cheers cared. Echo
fucking
showed
thing
me I could change
sucks.
our
Sick
community
of
and
it.
showed me how.
Yeah, I'm
and
kind of
how.
done with mine, and it's so
changing our
goddamn
community,
expensive to
and you
replace
live
that
here,
I've
so
just
you
haven't
should
done
see
anything.
It's
survivors of our
fucking
youth
stupid. They
are
don't even
getting better
fucking
or
work
worse.
anymore.
We should put aside more funding for programs for youth
I'm
that
buying a
are really
PC.
making a difference, not just the big ones. I came back for a second season, and I even brought my cousin with me.
And I can finally play
Can't
video
wait for him
games.
now. I hope you see the deep necessity to increase funding for the summer jobs and youth programs.
everybody.
that
I
Youth
missed
Works
you all
and
too.
508
Hi,
Cheers
Brendan.
That
Hi.
have not only changed my life, but have empowered me and others
Haven't
to
seen
see
you
that
guys in
we can
forever.
change the city
I
and
know,
the
man.
world,
Weeks.
and I'm well on my way. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed a couple weeks ago, everybody. I had to see the accountant too.
You had an appointment with your accountant.
Yeah.
My name is Christopher Lorenzo
And
Morrison, and I'm a junior.
I just
at
want to
Bancroft
say
School,
about that
and
film,
I'm here to talk about
I'm
the
really
funding for
happy
the
that
Youth
he
Works
apparently
opportunity.
loves Hubie
Right
Halloween
now,
as much
too
as
many
me,
young people in our community face
because
barriers to
that's the voice Ben
opportunity,
Affleck is
whether
doing
it's
in that
access to
movie.
first job, mentorship, or basic
Doesn't
job
seem
training.
that
The
cool.
gap between potential and possibility is real, and that's where the Youth Works opportunity steps in. Turning summer months into stepping stones and first jobs into first chances. Youth Works isn't just about paychecks, it's about purpose and experience. It provides real-world work experience,
Troubler, that'd be great,
soft
but
skill development, and
give me a
confidence
month
in
or
young
two.
adults, many of whom are navigating
But it's coming.
generational poverty. Systemic inequality or underfunded schools is a major issue that comes with the Youth Works opportunity. Every hour a young person spends in a Youth Works program is an hour spent building the future, because we are the future. Not just their own, but ours too. Data shows that youth employment programs reduce crime, increase graduation rates, and improve long-term earning potentials. We've seen students come through the program and go on to become nurses, city employees, entrepreneurs, citizens who give back to the community. This isn't charity, it's a strategy, it's a plan. That's why we're here today asking for your continued and increased support. Funding YouthWorks isn't a cost, it's an investment in public safety, because we matter. Workforce readiness and community health is among the issues.
Yeah, I agree with
give
that,
our
Camber.
youth more than hopes and hashtags. Let's get them jobs, mentors, and a real shot at success in escaping this cycle. When we invest in YouthWorks, we invest in a safer, smarter, and stronger community. And that's what I'm here to build today, is a stronger community. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name and city residence?
Hello, my name is Jalen Givens, and I'm here to discuss the need to increase funding for spring and summer youth jobs through YouthWorks and funding more youth programs in Worcester. I go to Doherty Memorial High School, and I'm with 508.
Guys, I'm making a real
I feel like it's very
masterpiece here
important to
in
me,
cap cut.
to the community, especially with the rising death and injuries among
I can't wait to see it.
and my friends. This is an issue that's very personal to me. I had a friend who lost her life.
Hey,
in
how
a
about
car
that new
crash.
song, everybody,
If
huh?
She had a positive job and a youth program to go to. She wouldn't have been out doing what she was doing.
You mean
went
this one?
to places She probably shouldn't have been, and they ended up leaving her in the car while they were out in the field. This
I'll honestly
resulted
listen to it
in
like
split
10,000
strikes
times.
Where they crashed and
Same.
died.
Oh.
Having a safe
Oh,
and
that's
positive
dope.
activities for teens is crucial to prevent such tragedies. Programs like Youth Work and 508 Cheer provide a safe environment, mentorship, and opportunities to make good choices, which can help prevent these kinds of incidents. It was a true tragedy and an awful loss. If she had access to a spring-summer job through YouthWorks, where she can make money, and a mentorship program like 508 Cheer, she would have somewhere to go where she was happy to be. She would have had a place where she could be safe and have a mentor, like we do at 508 Cheer. Then she would have somebody she trusted and who helped her make better decisions, like we have in our lives. Maybe she might still be alive today. There's a necessity in Worcester, especially for us teens, to have safe things to do after school and during the summer with our time, so we didn't end up in places we were not supposed to be, and doing things that can ultimately harm us or even cause us death. YouthWorks and 508 Cheer have provided those things.
At times, these scripts sound like Orlando Jones in Office Space
We're also learning how to
when he's selling magazines.
and we are making good
Just a
choices.
little too scripted.
I hope you increase funding for summer and youth programs like 508 Cheer and YouthWorks that have a clear and direct positive impact in the city of Worcester. Thank you.
What's your name, city residence?
Hi, my name is Anaya Cyrus, and I'm here to discuss the need to increase funding for spring and summer youth jobs through YouthWorks and funding for more youth programs in Worcester. I go to Burnco High School, and I'm here with 508 Cheers. The reason funding for programs like this is important is because without 508 Cheers, I wouldn't have the courage to be up here for the second to share my story. The first time I was at the school community just 3 weeks ago, we needed more after school and childcare options available for youth in Worcester. Most parents do not have time or are unable to leave work to pick up their child from school, focusing them to have to make tough choices. I personally have a little sister that is 4 who attends pre-K at South High. My mother has to go out her way on a day-to-day basis to leave her job to travel back and forth midday through school traffic
Comic
to make it
Sans is the
what makes
best
it
sometimes.
very difficult for her.
It truly is.
There is
to
not
come
a
back to
funnier
work on
font.
time, but to stay focused on her actual job.
It's something that has stayed with me because during my graduation, I went to Central Connecticut State. They put us in the Hartford Civic Center for our graduation, and the signs used to separate all the areas were all in Comic Sans. And I was getting a graphic design degree, and I just could not have been prouder.
Should be more affordable, flexible after-school programs and support with transportation available for youth and families. We need funding for programs like 508 Cheers, which are invested in changing the lives
Much
of
like
youth
Comic Sans,
and
Papyrus
impacting
has its uses.
our
I have
community
definitely
and showing
used
us how to
Papyrus in
evolve
art design that I've
to
sold.
make these
When you want to
changes
be
in the
mysterious.
A little rustic.
Right.
YouthWorks, I wouldn't be able to be in 508 Cheers and be paid to learn how to advocate to change the community.
Thank you.
I didn't see any of these.
Hello, my name is Alexi Rosa, and I am here to discuss the critical need to increasing funds for youth jobs and funding for youth programs in Worcester. This issue hits home for me because I used to be one of those kids who felt lost and out of place until I found 508 Cheer through YouthWorks. I go to South High, and I am here with 508 Cheers. During my high school years, I often felt myself being alone and never really talking to anyone, and having nothing to do after school. But my life took a turn when I discovered an after-school
Senior
program
tax
called
work
508
off
Cheers.
program.
Echo took me in as if she knew me for years. She also told me my voice was important and my opinions mattered. I built close connections being in this program that I will cherish for a very long time. 508 Cheers focuses on topics about mental health and what we can personally do as youth for our
Much like
community
music,
to have
fonts
a
serve
better and more
purpose.
equitable
They have to fit
future.
the theme or
Program
vibe
has
of
made
whatever
me
they have.
want to go and tell my story about how I feel because
Times,
I do
I'm
have
just
a
saying, I agree with
valid
Times
voice
New
that
Roman.
others
Has its
want to
places.
hear. I just
Great in a
needed to take
newspaper
that
headline.
first step. So that's why I'm here now. Echo told us about school committee and city council and how we can speak in front of you guys and advise and share our stories about what matters to us. I was very excited. I wanted to tell my story and show up for myself and for others in my community and for
It's just hard to
people who are
read. I pick up
scared
litter.
to say something with their voice. I hope my story shows how a youth program can change a person's life for the better. So why would we not provide something like this as much support as humanly possible? If I'm here as life proof that it is good for our youth in our community. I hope you really do
adoring
take into
fans.
consideration that youth work
See those
jobs
Roman emotes.
have support many types of youth programs and very beneficial, and they need your support and help. Thank you.
You ready to eat dinner?
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Kehlani Rodriguez, and I'm here with
It's Roman dinner time, everybody.
Romy did it time. Romy munching on the munchins.
Everybody shout out to Jess for bringing Roman down for a visit.
programs are
Shout out,
Shout out
Jess.
to
to
Jess.
go after school. They are a safe,
It's cheese o'clock
they are
in
a
this
safe
house.
space for
I'll be right
kids
back.
to learn and grow not only academically but
That's when
They can
Rocket
help
feeds
kids
Travis
grow
cheese.
into better people and give them
Yeah.
the guidance they might
Sensually.
not have in their everyday life. It keeps kids out the streets and gives them better things to do that would build them up instead of down. Not being able to go to a good after-school program doesn't only affect the child not going, but it also affects the family. It makes it harder for the parents to be able to go out and make the money they need to support their families. When parents don't have a safe and trusted place to send their kids while working,
Bless
they seek
you.
other
Hold on.
options like their teens, and teens shouldn't have to deal with the responsibility of taking care of their siblings every day and missing out on other opportunities. Not only that, but they start to miss out on their youth. I relate to this so much because after 6 hours of school, I come home to my siblings and I put aside everything else I have to do or could do for about 5 hours every day. If you think about that, it takes up basically the rest of my days. I have to make my siblings a priority and help support my parents when at the end of the day, I'm still just a kid. My life is being affected because there's a lack of places for my siblings to go. Even when my parents think they find somewhere, there's not transportation or it costs too much after already working the amount that they do. Our youth is the future. There should be more funding when it comes to youth programs. After joining ECHO's program, my view started to change only for the better. I grew as a person and met the people I would soon call my community. I thank God every day for the opportunity I had joining this program, so I really feel like every kid should have the same opportunity too. But that can't happen without the funds to make it possible, which we are very much lacking. If you could make an impact on our youth for only the better, wouldn't you want to do it? Please increase funding for youth work jobs and youth programs like 508 Cheers as much as possible. We have work to do in this community. There is nothing for us out in the streets, and we'd rather be paid to be in the streets than cleaning them up and handing out food to the unsheltered if we're going to be in them. Thank you.
Thank you.
John's with 508 Cheers
John
too.
Riccio, City of Worcester. I want to talk about 6A,
Oh.
and I want to connect it to the youth making their argument just now. So as I've told you multiple weeks, now Charter has invested in several other municipalities around New England. And in their investment in to our southern border in Connecticut, they gave $500,000 a year to the youth programs there. So, is there a representative for Charter Spectrum in the House tonight for their hearing?
Can you direct your comments here, please?
Okay, I'm sorry. They're not here. Again, they completely disrespect us. These young people just ask for money, and they're apparently willing to give money for youth programs to other municipalities in New England. When are the city councilors going to move with speed like you do to rebuke each other? When are you going to move with speed like you do to make sure you accommodate some of the vested interests in the city? you can move with speed right now for a company that has disrespected us since 1985, Greater Media, Charter Spectrum. They have never fulfilled a promise that they've made to the city, but we're negotiating with them in good faith, but they have completely disrespected us, and these kids need jobs. So why not have a company like Charter, who has never fulfilled a promise, hold them accountable? Hold this hearing right now. Don't let them go forward with more construction in our city without investing in our youth, without investing in our city. They don't care about the city of Worcester. And until you hold them accountable, you don't care about the city of Worcester, and you don't care about these kids and the opportunities that they deserve. They should be funded. Hold corporations accountable who continue to slap you in the face with disrespect while they fund other municipalities who have bent over backwards with tax incentives for them. You don't have to do it that way. You can hold them accountable. Hold Charter accountable.
Oh, shit, I've been muted. My bad. I think I've been talking, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm just not funny. Whatever.
No, I didn't hear you. Yeah, you've been muted. Sorry, buddy.
No, I have a mute button on my own thing.
The police item.
But anyway, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go say
have been criticizing
hello
the
to
police
Katie,
probably going
and then
back
I'm gonna get my
200
video online.
years.
Nice. I'm gonna live mix Fred.
Bad cops.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's.
I know, Fred wasn't first, that's
inevitable. There
crazy.
Probably have been. I personally haven't known any of them. I know all the good cops.
He knows all the good
It's
cops,
sad
guys.
When we just keep on talking about this, we keep on kicking the can to the curb. Enough. Stop talking. Let the cops do their work. There was a line just a while ago that people have been paid off to to get rid of the claim of anything. I just want to remind people here, sometimes people get paid off because they want to just have it disappear. That doesn't necessarily mean guilt. I want to think of it as malpractice. Think of it as car accidents. People get paid off, so they'll stop all the harassment. As for the 508 cheers, got to go back probably 30-something years ago, maybe longer. The schools were facing massive cuts, and there was a group in Worcester, they called themselves Sports Alive. I forget how much money they raised, but they did raise a significant amount of money that helped fund the schools. Or maybe we can use part of Councilor Carlson's item and maybe approach the schools, the colleges, or the nonprofits and say, hey, do your civic duty and help these kids out. Because remember, the kids are the future. Without the future, society dies.
Whoa. It's so hard to map him.
Idella Hazard, City of Worcester. I want to speak on 11E.
Without the future, society dies.
Yep.
That's a Bane line.
I was gonna say, I just saw Poison the Well, and that sounds like something they would say.
I don't understand.
Without the future,
society dies.
Take back your future.
For 4 or 5 days. People don't know when the streets are going to be.
No camera. The lights have been here for a while. I
swept,
just
and nobody
never really had a
park anywhere.
soundtrack to try and simulate it.
Nearly done with this
They
masterpiece.
took away the two-sided parking on both sides of the street, so the neighbors can't park. So it makes sense that they put them up one day before or on the sign, say, on Wednesday, so that people know when the streets are going to be swept. And 11G, when the tenants move, they
Yeah, it was, Jess.
called yard sale, and then they leave whatever's left.
At 40 years old, I saw your face imprinted on angels just doesn't hit the same way.
As a courtesy,
I stopped and thought to myself,
Public
what the
Works
hell
will
does
come
that
by
even
with
mean?
a pickup truck and take the rest. And there's a suggestion here that landlords can take the rest of it for a fee to the bulk waste. Well, for some of us, that means renting a truck and then paying for it. if the Department of Public Works could go back to the courtesy and pick up the rest, if they could check and make sure that that's the case, that the tenant moved out and left the stuff out there, that would be nice. Otherwise, it makes sense that the landlord pay. And
Okay.
very quickly, the park should be a safe place without needles. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, say your residence and item number?
Hello, my name is Kiara Munns, and I live in District 2. I came in support of 8M, which is the Bike Month proclamation, but I actually came up to speak because I saw 10A had Mill Street on it, and I've been meaning to come to talk about Mill Street. Mill Street, for me, introduced me to community and kind of convinced me to stay in Worcester. There aren't many places that are super bike friendly in Worcester, and I started biking to bike from downtown to
Ruben, I saw you.
and
We saw each other, I should
the
say.
Main Street bike lane is fine, but there's other bike lanes and places that aren't as great. There was one time that I was driving down Green Island Boulevard to turn to Queenswigmund Avenue.
Very much so,
which does
Gio.
have a bike lane, but it's right in front of corner lunch, and it's a 5-way intersection. I was new to biking, and that intersection wasn't really friendly. So I tried to turn left, and a car honked at me and told me, get out of the lane. And
I saw you
fell
bouncing
in the
around at
guardrail.
one point, homie.
It was very scary, but luckily some of the cars stopped to tell me get up. Mill Street is a place that
Bill,
I
we
feel
can
safe
hear
and
Katie
comfortable biking
talking to the cat in the
and
background.
I really
Yeah.
would like other places
Okay.
to feel Mill
It's
Street.
adorable.
I'm just gonna let it rock.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna say anything about it.
Halloween ride and bike around with other people. And
No,
I
I'm
met
not gonna
some
get CapCut
very
Pro.
nice people,
I'm not a fucking
Susan,
pro.
And they introduced me to the biking.
All these
community,
fucking
and
AI
I
traps.
feel
I was
much
shopping
more
around
to
for
give
like a
back.
better podcast
If we could have more
platform
bike lanes, more
than
places like Mill Street,
Streamlabs because
I would
I got
feel
signed
really
out and didn't want to ask
Thank
to
you.
log in again. And there was one called Podcastle where they literally were like, we reserve the right to use your voice to create a vocal image of you.
Now,
and,
please say your name and city of
like,
residence.
As soon as you speak into that thing, you
Yes,
just
hello, are you able
have
to hear me?
forfeited the right
Yes.
to your own voice.
Jeez.
It's like-
Yes, hi,
yeah,
David Webb,
yeah.
City of Worcester.
So now I'm using
932A.
Video
30 trash
Ninja.
cans is too little, too late. These should
Cool.
be compacting and
Into
solar,
OBS.
like a resident asked
Open
for
source,
on Main
baby.
Street last year. 910A. Our parks
Doing it
and
the
public
hard
works
way.
departments have been great examples of what happens when there's one person in charge for too long without procedures, policies, or oversight, and how it is disadvantageous and harmful to entire communities. On the exact same note, regarding 913A, the WPD attempting to dismiss, deflect the findings of the Department of Justice, I think it's wild that the chief, rather than admit to a history of problematic behavior from
All right,
his
bye,
department,
Jessica.
which he wasn't even in charge of for most of the time that it was happening, points out that even students can tell our department has an issue by, pointing out students were involved in making the report, and claims that the Worcester Police Department is so well known for taking advantage of sex workers that impersonating them is a
Sex
tactic
workers.
used by other rapists. 7 hours after that so-called meeting, I was assaulted again, and again violently reminded that the Worcester Police Department doesn't keep anyone safe. Exactly as with constables in unlawful evictions,
All right.
the Worcester Police made it abundantly
I
clear
need
that they
somebody
do not protect people. They protect
to
themselves, their families, and bank
download
property.
and
The responding
install
officer contradicted
CapCut
himself,
from this
incorrectly
link
cited the law, and when I
so I can
exercised
get
my right to remain
one
silent,
day
told
of
me that
CapCut
he'd just
Pro
pressed charges against
because I
both me and
accidentally
the other
used
guy, and asked me
CapCut
if I
Pro
thought that was fair.
features in this
Later,
render and it
when
won't
I
let me
called back,
export it.
dispatch asked why I waited so long to file the report. An officer at the station
Go for
refused
it,
to take a
people.
report
Yeah.
because he did not want to go against
Does that make
another
sense?
officer.
That makes complete sense.
The way that WPD exercises their
Uh,
discretion speaks
Canberra, I
volumes
can't say
about
I
the
have.
values and integrity of the department. I know they think they're protecting people. They seem
Whoever
to
wants
genuinely
to see this
believe they're
video,
helping,
the
but that hasn't
bad-
actually been the experience of the people of Worcester.
That's
This
so
is
bullshit.
reflected
They
in
let you
addition
use
to
the
DOJ
feature
report
and then
net equity
get you to
audit
pay for
of
it
the
on
city's
the
investment of
export.
$600,000 a year in technology to compensate
hate
for the
these
fact that people don't even call them if they hear gunshots, because they know police do not, in fact,
Thank
provide
you.
safety. And for the reason
Thank you.
They hung up on him.
Nice.
They're cheering for the hang up.
Cheering for the hang up's so good.
Oh, I'm sorry, Canberra. That sucks, dude.
Dude, my YouTube page is so funny. It's like a bunch of videos for work that have like a dozen views, and then for some reason, a story I did on the Hands Off rally has 1,000 views and 52 comments in there, one and all calling me a dipshit and a liberal snowflake.
Next speaker is Ashley. Frankie Harris?
Yep. Pretty cool. All right. I'm waiting for my 1 day of free pro.
We'll try to go to the next speaker, Eric Stratton.
Eric.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please say your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling
Can
on.
you feel me?
Yeah, Eric Stratton, City of Worcester. I'm calling on a number of items today. First, 11C regarding the question about privacy of trash containers. There's no reasonable expectation of privacy once trash has been put out on the curb. Further, the city actually has an interest in being able to inspect and take a look at people's trash to make sure they aren't disposing of hazardous waste or things that require special disposal. So I would urge the council to vote no on this. Regarding parking on Mill Street, 13F, there's
How conflicted
this one
about
was
this?
a little bit confusing because they mentioned a handicap parking space on Mill Street.
I couldn't hear you.
But at the location that's cited, there is no parking at all on Mill Street unless you are removing the bike lanes. So I would again urge the city council oppose this. We finally have a good protected bike lane.
Say that again?
More bike infrastructure in the city.
I was curious how many
Frankly, this is an
watermelons do you
absolute
think
step
George
backwards
thinks
and a
belong
ridiculous
in a
thing to have,
city trash bag?
on the agenda.
Well, it's like
put
it's
it
the
on
weight
this.
limit
If
thing,
it's
so you
the
could kind of
goal to put
reverse
it on
engineer it,
the
like
road,
how
I think
heavy
that's
is a
perfectly
watermelon rind, and then
but
how
that
many
is
watermelon
actually,
rinds till you hit
I definitely
the weight limit in the bag.
You think they were just the rinds?
if
I think it was just the rinds. Yeah.
I think he was trying to stuff full watermelons in my head.
I bought all these watermelons. I love it. Watermelons.
Again, we've been coming to city council now for what seems like months.
Him and his
urging
wife
you
were
all
gonna try to pop him with rubber bands, but just forgot.
I don't know.
No, he does them between his
why it is
thighs.
so difficult for you all to do so. And I think it is absolutely you all
sausage and
choosing
peppers.
instead- And if that is the case, you have no business on this council. I would urge the city council to take this report seriously, act, and listen to your constituents. We want the police to be responsible. And frankly, this has absolutely eroded the public trust in our police. This is in no way to say all police are bad.
Thank you.
But
They just keep hanging up on the call-ins.
Yeah, I know.
So, we're going to try it one more time. Fred Taylor, and then that's the last speaker. Frankie Harris?
Can you hear me?
Please say your name.
I have tried.
Yes.
I
Fred
very much
Taylor,
have tried.
President of the Worcester branch of the NAACP.
They did. They hung up on you, right, Epic?
I want to take a moment to address the Worcester Police Department's response to the recent DOJ report. While I acknowledge that there have been some positive changes implemented, I find the overall reaction to the report to be disappointing. It's important to recognize that not everything in the report can be dismissed as incorrect. The findings represent a significant concern that we must take seriously. Ignoring these issues send a troubling message to our residents, suggesting that the concerns highlighted in the report are not valid or worthy of our attention. We must foster a culture of accountability and transparency within our police department, as these are essential for rebuilding trust in our community. It's crucial for Worcester Police Department to approach the findings with an open mind and a willingness to engage in meaningful dialogue. The report serves as a critical opportunity for growth and improvement, not just criticism. By fully acknowledging the challenges laid out in the report, we can work together towards a policing model that prioritizes the community safety, justice, and mutual respect. Let's commit to making the streets safer and building a strong relationship between the police and its residents they serve. Thank you.
Mayor, we have one more call-in user, Ashley. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please say your name and city of residence.
Great. Ashley Spring, Worcester, Mass. I first want to say that I'm concerned.
I need to talk to like a
that
gear
I've
guy
listened to two different
that would know how to
separate
pull
community members of mine get cut
samples
off on
straight from
the virtual call today while they were making
the city
comment,
council live
and I
feed
don't
and
think
just throw
their
it over
time
a
was
beat
up.
real fast and then
So,
do it
I
live
really hope that
on
we're
the
not
stream.
silencing constituent
Ooh,
voices
he's so
in
sick.
Worcester, and that everybody's giving the
You
opportunity
should
to
see what it would
talk.
cost to get Mark Rabelais
I
on
wanted to
the
make
street.
I wanted to
Have,
make comment on
him do
the
that for us.
report by
Yeah, it probably
I do
costs
wanna
like
hear
$1
this.
million.
Chief Saucier had his media person put out a post online maybe last week, and it was very long. It was inaccessible to any of us who have children and don't have time to spend hours reading. Fortunately, somebody broke it down for us, and we were able to understand what was being said. The entire post was a deflection. It was used to try to discredit the report. We talked about students. Chief Saucier talked about students working on the report as if this was abnormal. Most of the time, students are the ones that are working on these things. It upsets me to hear that this chief that everyone was so hopeful for coming in and making, you know, these same kinds of excuses and trying to like sideline the work that the DOJ report did for our community. I do believe the DOJ report. I do believe what was said in the DOJ report. I don't think anything that was said in it is not common. And you know, David Webb is right. The chief did admit that this happens so often that he knows that people try to impersonate police officers. So these things do happen, and we're not really holding our police accountable. We're making excuses. The citizens have come week after week.
Thank you.
To
They did it again.
Mr. Mayor, the last speaker is Natalie Gibson.
Hi,
Wow.
hello, Natalie Gibson, Worcester, Mass. First of
Got
all,
Oblivion
I want to
going.
say
I
that
decided
it
I'm going to
still
try and make
continues
Mo
to be
Bergman in
disrespectful and
Oblivion.
rude that remote
I'll
callers are
start
being
with an
cut
orc.
off before they're finished speaking, before their time is up. So either we're going to enforce the
Or
rules for everybody, or
Catman?
maybe
I
the
don't know.
mayor needs to step down, because I can see now I'm not the only one it's happening to. Now, going forward, the handicap parking, I believe it said, or parking at 576 Mill Street, just as someone else said, there is no parking there at all. You can't put handicap parking there. Going to, I'm not familiar with the number right now, but the flashing crossing light on Mill Street and Ball Street, we definitely do need that, because although the speed limit is 25 miles an hour, except for when it is documented, people still are flying down that street, and it goes right to the park where children and families are actually crossing. So yes, we do need one there. I would like to yield the balance of my time to the people who were not able to finish because their time was
Not how that
not
works,
up.
but
I like the sentiment.
Okay. We're on the agenda now. We are going to hearings and orders. Motion's to open the hearing for 6A and 6B. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a speaker. Okay.
It's fine, I just got up. Hey everybody, I'm Ian. I am from District 2 Worcester, just across the street. Moved here about a year ago, and I also thought it was pretty insensitive for the on-the-call people. They're being treated like virtual people, which is kind of weird how you can cut them off, but I do think it is a two-way street, and the citizens here should also be giving you guys all the same respect in that regard. But I think it might start a new conversation instead of maybe this time isn't an appropriate time for the speech if it's a problem that is occurring over and over and over again. But like I said, it would need to be a two-way street respected by both sides. But I do think that we should have some respect for the online people. And since her long time of silence was cut down,
Ian.
and funny enough, I was planning on doing the moment of silence to keep it going, but it seems like if the person isn't talking, you'll just automatically stop giving them that attention. So I guess I'll have to keep rambling on a little longer. So my in-person
Do you think this is a
expression
filibuster?
or my
He's
in-person
filibustering his
will
comment.
make me a little more respected than the people online, I guess. So, speaking a little on the matters that I heard today, I spent my
This is
morning
cringy.
listening to one of the City Hall things. It was on Mayor Petty's webpage. It's whatever the first video is underneath his image and description. And I can't remember her name. I just know she was from
Who's
Cuba.
filibustering?
Because I specifically remember
This
that
guy.
part of her speech. But she spoke a lot about discrimination and all these statistics that are being, I'm sorry, I see people on their phones. There's all these side conversations while the people of this town are here to speak to all of you. And it just feels very disrespectful. You know, I'm originally from Connecticut, so maybe things are different over there. I may have just broke the mic. I'm sorry.
Fucking
Last 2 seconds.
anyone from
Thank
Connecticut.
you.
Oh, I got I'm from Connecticut.
Okay.
What are we clapping for now?
I don't know.
Then
That
we'll
was
move on to the agenda. Let's be clear here. I'm doing my best after 2 minutes. We'll get a little bit better online. I can agree with that. But it's 2 minutes to everybody. When people goes off for 2 minutes, definitely cutting people off. They're doing both online and for people here.
Yeah.
So, and we're doing the best we can. Okay.
I don't know if we're doing the best we can.
I think we could do better.
Yeah.
Hearings and orders. Motion is to open the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Motion is to adopt for a condo location at 3 Eaton Plaza and also on Bridgeport Street and Granite Street. That's a condo location. Anybody oppose those items? See nobody opposing. The motion is to close the hearing and to adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. We have order of Councilor George Russell. As the chair of the City Council Standing Committee on Public Works in accordance with Rule 33E of the rules of City Council, request City Council suspends its rules at its April 29th, 2025 meeting to take up a report of the Committee on Public Works upon the petition of Donald O'Neill on behalf of Anthony Bianco. Request the public sanitary sewer main location located in Elton Street be extended easterly approximately 80 feet from its current terminus to provide public sanitary sewer service to the property situated at 9 and 13 Elton Street, as vetted by the petitioner, referred to the Standing Committee on Public Works on January 14th, 2025 City Council agenda, along with the way the items pending before the committee, so the motion is to suspend the rules. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Yes. Council Russell, or you want-
Mr. Chairman, this is, we had a meeting just before the council meeting tonight, and this is just an item that kind of fell through the cracks that the Public Works staff didn't alert the city clerk's office that it needed to be put on the agenda. So if we didn't do this, it would have cost the builder well over a month of build time. So we just try to.
All
get
right.
as many
I
units,
changed
and that's what this is.
all the effects
The
to free
clerk has
effects.
the verbiage
It's still a
that came out of
masterpiece.
committee. I would ask that it's voted, and I would also ask that it's, we do a reconsideration on it so that it doesn't tie it up anymore. Thank you.
Okay, so motion is to adopt. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes,
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
reconsideration.
Reconsideration?
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Calorio?
No.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Merrill Carlson?
No.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Okay. We have petitions. Petition may speak up to 3 minutes from the first time there are any appears on the agenda. 8A to 8C, we're going to refer to the Public Works Committee. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8D to 8J, refer to Traffic and Parking Committee. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8K to 8L, set a hearing for May 6, 2025. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8M,
What?
for
I'm using
possible
Pro
file mean law
still?
complaint forms, we're sending that to the Law Department. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Karen Valentine Goins, request City Council approve resolution declaring May 25th, May 2025 as Bike Month in the City of Worcester Day.
I'm Karen Valentine Goins, resident of Worcester. So I submitted the petition, but it missed a couple of words, which was supposed to say on behalf of the Worcester Bike Alliance. So actually, our speaker is Dale Wickenheiser.
Good evening, Dale Wickenheiser. I live over on Ball Street, District 5. Thank you to the City Council for this resolution declaring May to be Worcester Bike Month. 2025 feels like the year
I declare May Bike Month.
the claim that no one bikes in Worcester.
Bike
People
Month.
are riding, and it's still only April.
Bike Month.
The League of American Bicyclists and the Massachusetts Bicycle Coalition celebrate National Bike Month. This resolution is the first event in our local list of activities, and starting this coming weekend, 10 different organizations will be hosting over 20 different rides and events. In addition to rides for people of all levels, there will be a commuter breakfast downtown, and UMass Chan will hold its first ever Bike to Work Day.
Commuter breakfast.
The Worcester Public Library will have a display of bicycle-related books.
Hell, I'd come
The
here for
J-Man
breakfast.
Pop-Up will host an art show. The Village will have a book club night. There are workshops,
threaten me with a good time.
fundraiser, and even a walk for those who don't or want to celebrate but do not ride. There seems to be something for everyone. One special event I'd like to recognize: the UMass Memorial Injury Prevention Center are hosting a bike rodeo for kids at Burnt Coat High School.
Oh, you
Thank
can catch a bike?
for putting this on. I want to quickly touch on two themes for this year.
1877
One,
catch a
if you
bike.
build it, they will come. About 20 years ago, the bicycle
BAT.
coordinator of Portland, Oregon proposed that
BH.
people fall into one of 4 categories when it comes to bicycling: strong and fearless, 1%,
It's so sick that we just have like a
enthused and
little piece of
confident,
money
7%,
laundering ingrained in
interested
all of our
but
brains.
concerned, 60%, and no way, no how.
Ain't
Everybody
that
else.
America?
What we are finding is an increase in the number of interested but concerned people giving cycling a try. There are a few of these people here tonight. There's one. Oh. These are residents of the city who are looking for more recreation and transportation options, a way to live differently. I believe that through the efforts of the city and the groups in the Alliance, we are creating opportunities and an environment for them to do that. And this leads me to my second theme: cooperation on the roads. We have 2 excellent plans, Mobility Action and Vision Zero, that show the way for more safety and choice, but they will take time to implement. I'm 60. She's 30 years younger than I am.
I'm 60.
The kids at the bike rodeo are even younger. They see Worcester and the world
The
so
bike rodeo.
differently than I do. When people ask, I say that one reason I helped get the Bike Alliance organized was because I wanted to improve my quality of life. I like to think that the transportation work we're doing,
Very
the city,
noble.
the Bike Alliance, affiliated groups, is really about improving their future quality of life, even if it takes longer than we may get a chance to experience. While this work moves forward, everyone needs
It's a rad
patience,
design.
attention, good manners, and even grace as we work to keep everyone safe while sharing our roads.
Grace.
In closing, thank you again for this resolution and the work you're doing. We, the member organizations of the Worcester Bicycle Alliance, invite everyone to take part in an event on or off the bike, and we hope
I
to
don't
see
know
you
them.
out there.
I
Thank
should.
you very much.
Who?
Alex Carlson.
Oh,
You know Alex?
Karen.
nope.
Karen, I do have a resolution I could read if you like. I took your resolution and put it into
Joe.
format.
Oh,
The
Joe.
City Council approved a resolution declaring May 2025.
You took the
as Bike
resolution, you
Month
put it in
the
a
City
new
of Worcester
format,
with the
Joe.
following language. Whereas throughout the month of May,
Wow.
we celebrate biking and freedom, joy, and well-being it brings, as well as the power that more people riding bikes has to make life better for everyone. And whereas May 12th to 18th, 2025 is Bike to Work Week, May 16th, 2025 is Bike to Work Day. And whereas throughout the month of May, Worcester residents and visitors will experience the joys of bicycling through group rides,
This
community
is a
events,
hard to pay
educational
attention to
programs, or simply going
Yeah.
somewhere by bike. Whereas Worcester was
I am
adopted
barely trying.
hometown of an 1899 world champion cyclist, Marshall Major Taylor, and honors his memory with a statue at the Worcester Public
Okay.
Library,
I think I
the
got rid
Major
of all
Taylor
the pro
Museum, and
effects.
the annual George Street Bike Challenge.
Yes.
Whereas bicycling has been shown to improve the health, the well-being, and quality of life, attract tourism dollars and local business spending, and reduce pollution, congestion, and parking costs. And whereas transportation is the leading source of total emissions, and biking is an easy way for people to reduce their carbon footprint and advance the city's climate and action plan. Whereas the group promotes the use of bicycle as both a means of transportation, recreation, year-round, and greater public awareness of the bicycle operations and safety education during Bike Month and year-round, in the effort to reduce crashes, injuries, and fatalities, and improve safety for everyone on the road. Now therefore, I, Mayor, do hereby proclaim May 25th as Bike Month in the city of Worcester, and urge always residents to join
Who'd
in
have thought
this
proclaim is the hardest word for him to say?
Yeah,
He proclaims May 25th as Bike Month.
I don't know.
That's what he said. He proclaims a single day as Bike Month.
Okay, we are going to go on the agenda. We're at the communication of the city manager. Transmitting information communication of the appointment of Anthony Del Herrera to the planning board. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Anthony, thank you for your service. Next is transmitting information communication of the appointment of Kristen Levity to the Historic Museum. All the motions placed on file. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Thank you, Kristen, for your service also. Transmitting information communication of the City of Worcester's employment initiatives for the summer of 2025. So, nice. Let's say a few words.
Joe, you're gonna say a few words?
Senior tax work-off program.
I didn't see anything.
You'll see this cool flyer.
You know, I thought we heard tonight some young people here in the city of Worcester articulate why
Ooh.
the job is so important. I just want to thank the manager. It appears that we got about the same as last year. The jobs were pretty a little bit more than last year, so I do appreciate that. It's going to go a long ways. We know how the other organizations.
Hey, does everybody follow I Pick Up Worcester Litter very well on Instagram? Make sure you follow. Follow Paul on Instagram.
Yes,
Go to a fun event. We had a great time
The city is
a couple
doing
weeks
a well
ago.
job in terms of trying to create more opportunities.
He's doing rad
for
stuff
young
for the city.
people in municipal work, within the municipal departments. I was taken by surprise kind of today what's happening in terms of youth works. Was actually texting some partners and community partners to understand what was being discussed tonight, and that's something that I look forward to really understanding and working with them to see if there's any shortfalls. My understanding is that the youth works has been level funded, and so the level funding sometimes, again, presents challenges if there's growth that's happening in these organizations. But it's something that I need to spend some time with our community partner, who's the contracted youth work partner, to know if there's a need this upcoming summer or not.
Thank you for doing that. I think it's a good idea. If you can reach out to some of these organizations, see if you can participate and help them out. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
No, I don't want free storage for a month.
Julio Hader, District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just, Raj, just to speak on, I noticed here it mentions bit about going up to age 25. Do we know the age range on this? Is it 16 to 25, 14 to 25?
Through the chair to the council, the youth serving organizations and a lot of the youth funding programs consider young people until the age of 25. And so when we talk about youth, we create the entire spectrum to the age of 25. So that's probably why it's alluding to the age of 25.
So what would be the starting age?
What is the start of
It depends on
youth?
the program. Park Stewards program, we bring folks at the age of 16, 17, 18 years old.
We're bringing
as long as
3
they
months
have a
old out.
Permit, depending on their age.
Handing them a stick with a nail in it,
Especially,
telling them to pick up as much
in
litter
our
as they
Parks
can.
Department, where there's aquatics, lifeguards, we have folks from all ages.
Okay, great.
Are you making?
I'm hoping that we could take it the next step further when we do
What?
have these jobs.
Are you making one of our city councilors?
Yeah, I said make a Mo Bergman.
That's
He's
awesome.
making-
I missed
Pretty
that.
good, pretty good.
Yeah, we're getting there. They don't have an option for having little Homer Simpson hairs on top, or to make your head pointed like a fucking pencil. So it's not gonna be perfect, but we're gonna do our best. We're gonna do our best.
Observations of the staff and making sure that the kids understand, what's ask them what's required of them. But I want to make sure, like I said, we take it a step further to help build their resumes and better understand our youth, so we can help them in the future, especially when they have opportunities when they get to that
Into
age,
the mic,
they
Louis.
can apply for jobs. So,
Yeah. You've had the job for 18 months.
WCAC or whoever else are doing these the hiring. So.
Speak into the mic, Louis.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first express my appreciation to the young folks that came before us tonight, 508 chair, and their emphasis on the importance of youth works. I also want to point out that last year we were facing a significant cut, I think, on the state side. To the chair, to the administration, if you could just speak to that.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, yes. Last year, Youth Force is a state-funded program. It's administered. The contracted agency is Worcester Community Action Council, and they're the partner who.
Interesting. I remember Ed Augustus taking quite a lot of credit for the Youth Works program.
And businesses who are seeking
Despite that being a state-funded program?
Part of the state funding formula decreased significant their actual allocation.
That's really weird.
Which decreased the number of jobs. And so that's where we, the city, kind of stepped in to try to offset some of that and provided some ARPA dollars.
Would a city manager really take credit for something that the state did for Worcester?
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, we
sound
are
like
in
somebody.
the budgeting phase just about here in Worcester. If you could speak to, just for the public's purposes, any thing that you're anticipating will be helpful towards this group, towards youth.
Yeah, right now, one of the things that we're focused is supporting our young people here in terms of the municipal departments, the need that many departments have, not across the board in terms of.
Jess, I have thoughts about this.
What's happening again?
Just because other
like I said
people have to
earlier,
do
I
those
was
fluted
speaking to my
signs doesn't mean that's the
supervisor, some of
only option.
challenges that Youth Works
I think
have.
a candidate
We've
could
been
really
looking at
stand
that.
out
They
by
can
doing
verify the same
hand-printed
as last
signs
year. We
or
didn't think
any
it was gonna
type
be
of
such a
like,
big of an impact.
I don't know,
But again,
a
that's
little
something
more
that we'll discuss with our
grassroots
partner
funded.
agencies. But in relation to what we're proposing in this upcoming budget, any impacts to youth jobs is youth jobs within the municipal workforce for our Parks Department, our youth, our Recreation Worcester, et cetera, and those are going to remain stable in those departments.
And through the chair, if you could just speak again to the level funding aspect and where the funding comes from for Youth Works.
Through the chair to the council, the level funding and the funding in totality for Youth Works comes from the state.
That's what I'm saying.
It's, state funding.
Spray
Thank
paint
you.
is a lot
And,
cheaper.
It's level
Lot
funded
cheaper
from
anyway.
last year, is that right? So does that mean we're still at a significant amount less than what we received perhaps 5 years ago, 4 years ago?
To the chair, that is correct.
And what's that differential?
I don't know the exact amount.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like an order outlining what that differential is, and and attach that order is that further that we do what we can to fill the gap, Mr. Chairman. I know last year when we stood here, we were actually in budget having this discussion. So, I think we might be having those discussions again.
God,
but anything we could do, I
thumbnail
think we
I
should.
made for this video.
Also, through the chair to the
incredible, Brian.
administration.
Pretty good, yeah.
Middle school years.
Wait, let me see.
That
I've
particular
been
age
on
group is
YouTube. I've been on the
often
YouTubes.
called,
Oh my
the
God.
lost age group.
That's pretty. That's getting pretty good.
The lost
Getting
kids,
there,
the
we're
kids
getting
that are
there.
left out. There's really the in between. There's there. What are we doing for those folks? Is there anything in terms of internships? I know we have Rec Worcester and the like, but is there anything we're doing specifically for that age range? Through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
To the chair to the council, we do something targeted specifically to that age range as part of Recreation Worcester. That's the only targeted kind of program that
teach
we
them how to
have
sell
for that age
cannabis.
range. I believe it's like 13, 14, maybe some 15-year-olds, but usually it's 13 or 14-year-olds. And what we call it is a mentorship program. They may not be quite at the age to be site administrator or site coordinator for Rec Worcester.
Oh,
but
God, we
there's an
still haven't
opportunity
even
where they
done
can
the
be able to
fucking
learn,
DOJ
be coached, and also receive a pay as part of that mentorship program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to point out
Sorry,
what we're
everybody.
doing in that regard.
Our
Those
spirits
are
are about
all
to
the
be
lost
boosted in
years,
a
as I
major way
mentioned.
when I drop this thing in the chat.
And, there's only so much money in the pot. I think that there are opportunities to increase funding. And I think we'll get into that during the budget
love it.
hearing.
Oh yeah,
perhaps.
phalanges.
But
Katie
you know, I
uses the
think there's more
blender
work to be
a
done. I
lot
mean, what we
on
heard from the
stream
youth
night.
here
It's great.
today is
Making
that
a
we're
salsa.
doing some things. There's some good news, right?
Salsa.
In terms of where we are
Salsa.
versus last year. We're not looking at the same deficit, but we are deficient
fuck
with
is it?
respect to the years prior to that. And we heard tonight that, you know, it's changing people's perspectives. It's changing their self-image, being involved in programs like 508 Share and Youth Works and more. So
It's really
anything we can
generous of you,
do
Camber.
to move things forward and fill that gap would be much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will send that item to MOO. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Transmit information communication relative to the fiscal year 2024 annual report of the Worcester Jobs Fund. Successful year, so we can send that to ED. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item is 9.10A, transmit information communication relative to the history and reasons of the merger between the Parks Department and the Department of Public Works. We send that to Public Works. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Since grocery store shelves are starting to be empty, like,
Transmit information
what else are you
communication
gonna spend your money on other
of
than
the
local
U.S. Department of
politics?
Justice's report on the Worcester Police Department differs from the account of the
Yeah,
municipality.
you guys following all the empty shipping containers and stuff?
Dude, there was a meeting. It was the middle of last week. It was the CEOs of Walmart, Costco, and Target met with the president to explain to him that you get about 3 weeks before shelves are empty, and that's not our problem.
Let's buy some squirrel traps.
I have a hearts in all three common sizes, so yeah, I can start leasing them out. People.
It's amusing that you're going to use a have a heart to trap an animal that you're going to eat.
For our constituents, I've sent
Well, the little ones, you don't want to like smash them or anything. For
about their hard work and consistent
Rex,
dedication.
I get it.
Some of them who I meet in the community, I introduce them to my mom.
I can't wait till we go from they're
and
eating the
I
cats
am,
and the dogs to
consistent
they're
in
eating all the
knowing that
cornflakes.
The vast majority of Worcester police officers get into this work to serve and protect and to be civil servants.
They're eating all the cats and dogs, and we want to. Before we can.
They're eating all the cats and dogs and they're not sharing.
As a community member who has been engaging in this work for a long time alongside communities that have had issues that seemingly are not yet resolved. It feels like I always have to make a disclaimer. Anytime that I'm pushing us to do better in terms of transparency and accountability in protecting the civil and constitutional rights of our residents, my constituents, and others.
Hell yeah,
So
Bill.
my disclaimer that it's frustrating for me, I have to make every single time is, no, I am not brushing all police officers with one broad stroke.
Oh, we're talking
and no,
about
I
the
do not
DOJ?
hate
Alright.
any of you.
Yeah.
It's my expectation, however, as an elected official of the city manager, my expectation of the chief of police, that we commit to police reform, transparency, accountability, and
This is City Council fit.
constitutionality. And further, it's my expectation that all of these things are consistently reflected in policy and in practice, as well as evaluation. Chief and I had an opportunity to speak very briefly before the previous report that came to the City Council. And while I expected some pushback related to the DOJ report, I did not expect to see an analysis that feels incomplete and insufficient, an analysis that left me a little bit frustrated. And what's I think missing from that analysis is that there's no admission or addressing of acceptance of harm committed by a few officers. So now we're seemingly are locked in a constant battle, a public battle that doesn't feel very productive. Whether that's coming from the city's attorney, the chief of police, the city's attorney in court, versus victims that have still reach out to me.
System,
Residents of our
yeah,
city who have
because
experienced
the next
harm,
round of them that come in are going to be
and a
tariffed.
team of attorneys
Should get
from
one right
the
now.
from the
If you need
Department of Justice and investigators who continue to be cast as
Right, unless
they
did they get
are
rid
a team
of
high school
the cell phone
amateurs
tariffs?
specifically
Hard to keep
targeting
track.
the Worcester Police Department. I think that needs to stop. It does not make us look good. So Chief, while I understand that might be some areas that you have clearly outlined where you feel you needed to respond and provide more context, and I'm happy that you did, I'm still left wondering about a few specific things that I'd like to address.
Ooh.
It seems to me that the only oversight right now is coming from the Worcester Human Rights Commission, an executive committee that has done a ton of work based on previous work that other members have done in that committee. I got to watch their meeting last night and was left really disheartened by the gaps that they have identified in policies that either are lacking, are insufficient, or haven't been responded to. And City Manager, I am happy always to have conversations with you, and I will uplift again my request to make sure that the leadership of the Human Rights Commission is kept intact, because they have done a lot of work. They do have a lot of institutional knowledge, and I do know that they have a good relationship with the chief. Chief Saucier, I'm unsure what to make in the totality of this report. I appreciate, as always, your commitment to transparency by providing additional context and information, some of which you shared with me when we met one-on-one. But there are a lot more cases that are mentioned in the DOJ report, some of which are extremely public, and some of which, to be honest with you, when I rewatch the videos or watch or listen to the details, leave me very frustrated, and I'm sure what has happened to those
incredible, Bill.
officers.
You're,
So the
Travis,
question,
you're a man
the
possessed
elephant
right
in
now.
the
I
room
love
is,
it.
how do we know if any of these police officers or their
The text
supervisors
animation, I love
have
it.
faced any discipline?
It's so good.
Unfortunately,
The
this
last
is the
time
one
that I
part of
asked
the
this
meeting I need
publicly,
to
I
actually
think you
pay attention to.
Get it.
mentioned
I get
that
it.
only one person has been let go.
Stay tuned
There are
for the world
public
premiere at
records
the end.
that need to be released
Yeah.
in
The
terms
show.
of the public settlements that reflect some of these cases reflected in the DOJ report. I also made a motion the last time that if we need to hire a third-party investigator to look at, analyze some of these settlements and analysis of these cases that were not mentioned in your rebuttal, then maybe we should do that in the interest of public transparency.
You're in your second 5, too.
I'm going to ask for a suspension of the rules once I go to my second 5. So my first motion would be for the city manager to release to the city council all the settled cases, including investigative reports, depositions, and statements made under oath by city employees. And I make this request in the spirit of full transparency. I believe it's important for the public to have a full understanding of what has been involved in these settled cases, what has been said, and what has been outlined in them. Chief
what were
Saucer,
we
through the
saying?
chair, I had
There
a
you go,
chance
Brendan.
to listen very carefully to the Human Rights Commission last night.
Mm-hmm.
There were several areas that I'd like to ask you some questions about, whether or not you intend to include these gaps that they have identified in policy, or whether you think there's a timeline to produce it to them. And the first one has to do with related to the DOJ recommended improved documentation of police activity, including traffic and pedestrian stops. I believe the way that I understood your answer to the Human Rights Commission, and I think I might have asked that too at the last council meeting, is that you had committed to creating a dashboard for traffic stops and citations, specifically related to disaggregating the data by race and ethnicity. Chief, is that correct? Through the chair.
Chief?
Hexagon.
Through the chair to councilor, I said we would explore that. Again, that would have to be done manually, and I was open to doing that as far as, once our new system comes online, again, it'll be a lot easier to do it. Right now, all our citations are created, and they're all electronic, so they go to the state. So even if I wanted to go look at a citation, we have to get that information from the Department of Transportation. So it's not in-house as far as on our computer system.
Thank you, Chief. If I understand your answer correctly, it sounds as though you intend to collect the data, not just on citations, but also stops, as far as pedestrians and traffic interactions. I guess my specific question is, do you intend to embed this practice into a written policy? I believe that has been the ask of the Human Rights Commission as well.
Chief? Through the chair of the council, I said I will explore it. I didn't commit to doing pedestrian stops, as that's a, pedestrian stops and all stops is something that went through the state legislature, and for some reason it did not pass. So as far as a blanket, every time you stop somebody in writing some type of report, that's not gonna happen.
So if I understood that correctly, we are not, you intend to explore the idea, but there's no commitment at this point to actually put it in practice.
Chief? Through the chair of the council, that's correct.
Okay. The second question that I had is related to the DOJ recommended improved use of force reporting systems. Now, I appreciate that you have done a lot of work in this area. I do want to mention that none of this is meant as a direct criticism of you. I'm looking at policy and systemically, and while I applaud all the initiatives that you've taken for these policies, there are certain things that, at least in my opinion, feel insufficient. So the improved use of force reporting system, it's my understanding that there has been some conversations with the HRC, with the Human Rights Commission, that Worcester Police Department will now be collecting and reporting disaggregated data for all use of force incidents. Is it my understanding when I went online to look at your use of force policy, either I didn't understand it correctly or maybe I'm wrong, but has there been any commitment on your end to change the existing policy to require data collection and reporting regarding use of force?
Chief? Through the chair of the council, actually, this week I was notified through the budget office that a piece of software that we put in for, Power DMS, and it goes along with disaggregating information, was accepted by the city manager. It's going to be going to the council for vote. That was a $55,000 item that we put in so we can specifically do that type of work.
So if I understood that correctly, and that's really good news, it sounds as though the piece of software that you have received and will come to us for approval will collect data, use of force data, or at least analyze it and aggregate it. So we will have that use of force data disaggregated by race and ethnicity.
Yeah,
and
but is it
gender
coming out of their
and
budget?
other, categories.
Chief? Through the chair of the council, that's correct.
I'm not
And
sure.
Chief, that's great news, and do we know a timeline as to when that's coming to council?
Yeah, seriously.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair
12
of
to
the council,
18
that's
months.
part of the departmental request on the overall budget, and so when we present the budget to the city council, it will be part of that budget.
And on that note, Chief, I've heard you ask or say before that part of your vision is to put a dashboard on the city's website, or at least on the police department's website, I'm not sure which one, where the public will be able to see this data.
That was
That's what I
our
would explore
pre-Trump
it.
response.
There is already something on there where the public can go and look at that. I believe it's updated every month, all of our use of force, and it's readily available.
It's called the police blotter.
I've looked at that report. I don't believe it disaggregates things by race or ethnicity or any of the categories. Is that going to change?
Through the chair of the council, as soon as we get that software, it will. As far as what's going on right now, that tells about every single use of force incident that we're involved in.
Great, thank you, Chief. And if this is a question I didn't have the chance to ask you the last time, who in your department is responsible for analyzing any patterns that emerge from the analysis of this data?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, right now we have our crime analysis unit that would produce reports when we request them. As far as what we can glean out of the software we currently have. So going forward, it's going to be us. We also share information with Dr. Lori Ross with her work through Clark University. I can't remember what the grant is right now, but it's through one of those grants that she runs.
SSY.
SSY.
And Chief, does it fall under your purview through the chair? Does it fall under your purview to
Lori
go back
Ross.
to the crime analysis unit? If there are patterns that seem out of order, patterns that you're trying to fix within the police department, is it your purview to go ahead and try to figure out if those are existing, or does somebody in the crime analysis unit say, Chief, we've noticed a certain amount of use of force that it is concerning? Like, who is looking at this data on a regular basis?
Okay, Chief?
Through the chair of the council, we also have a triggering system. So if somebody, say 3 injured prisoners in 6 months, that's an automatic trigger through the Bureau of Professional Standards. When we fill out our reports, there's a drop-down menu. You have to say whether or not you use force. And once you do, it calculates all that, how many times for that particular act. So there's different triggering effects that are already in place.
Can you wrap up your comments too?
I'm going to ask for suspension of rules.
For a couple more minutes?
Motion to suspend the rules, Mr. Chairman.
How many minutes, Mr. Chairman?
So just for clarity, this is likely
You're
the
gonna vote
last
against this,
public
huh?
meeting that we're going to have about these things. I'm trying really hard to ask some questions in public to give the chief the opportunity to respond.
And
And
there's
so
others too.
I think it benefits us all to allow me to speak.
What's that, George?
I'm
Councilor?
just asking what the motion was.
The motion to suspend the rules with no time specified was my motion.
I promise you, I won't keep you all night.
Okay,
I'd ask that it be 10 minutes.
okay, 10 more minutes? Okay, okay.
I'm happy to
What
bring
the
this back
fuck,
another day on council then. The DOJ recommended improved use
Oh,
of
wait a minute,
force.
roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
No.
Councilor Florio.
No.
Councilor G.A.,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson. Yes. Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, and this is going to a subcommittee too, so.
Mo
I
and
appreciate the
Donna
thoughts
are
that
just
I'll
so fucking.
Chief, the
Like,
DOJ recommended
obvious.
under the use of force policies and training. This is also a question that I don't think I had a chance to ask you.
God, that looks
regarding
so
improved
bad.
responses
That is
to
such a bad
behavioral
rule.
health calls for services.
It looks so bad
is
to
it
vote on whether
my
a woman
understanding,
can keep
I
speaking
think I
in
asked this of the
public.
city manager as
right?
well.
Yeah.
that Voluntary
Jesus.
crisis intervention training.
How are they so oblivious
Is
to that? That's-
mandatory or is it voluntary for the entire police force?
Chief?
Through the chair to the council, each officer in their academy had a 16-hour block of CIT training that has also been extended. The academy class that came in January are doing an additional 40 hours, and that's how it will go going forward. We also expanded the co-response model to allow coverage on the first half shift with an additional 24 hours of coverage. This expansion results in 64 hours of coverage per week for a co-response model.
I just want to highlight that that was done under your leadership, and so that is one particular thing that I want to commend you on for extending the training. That said, I would like to make a recommendation to you and the city manager that it becomes our policy to mandate the annual mandatory crisis intervention and de-escalation training. And I appreciate that you're starting your cadets with that kind of training and expanding the hours. I think making this a mandatory annual training, specifically with a focus on environmental factors, medical condition, disability, minor status, psychological trauma, under the use of force training would feel to me like it would be a benefit to all of your police officers. You don't have to answer that right now, but that would be my strong recommendation. And that aligns with, I think, what the Human Rights Commission has recommended as well. Unless you would like to provide a response, I'm fine to move on.
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, I'd love to do that. I have 480-something officers. So in order to do that along with in-service training, schedule-wise, is very difficult. We do what we can as far as in-service training, but in all honesty, to have another 40 hours on top of what they do now is going to be very difficult.
I understand that, Chief. Would you at least consider thinking about how such a thing could be logistically be implemented?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, I will. I'll probably have to expand my budget because that's all overtime to bring people in. When we just had.
We pay them
matter of fact, we
overtime to
just
do
had
training?
Ron Reed came in, former FBI agent.
God, the
worked
police
for
unions
DOJ.
just fucking
He
rinsed
just
the
trained
city.
In excess of 400 officers, and that took 4 days.
You
And it
fucks.
cost, I think $30,000 just to get them in here and do that. So again, it's, you know, we would love as much training as possible. And matter of fact, we, you know, prior to 23, all our training monies came from forfeitures during drug raids. And we eliminated
They've never paid for their own trainings.
that money from the mounted unit, I put into a training budget so we can do these kind of things.
Great.
But it's limited.
Whoa, we were paying for the mounted
It's
unit out of
helpful
drug
to
forfeiture money?
put a dollar amount.
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
What's
Is that
being
is that a known
I
thing?
did not know that either.
Horses and Zambonis.
to continue
We
to
paid
train
for the
officers.
mounted patrol out of
One other
fucking
thing
drug
that I wanted to ask you about,
officers.
this can be
I knew about the
a question.
Zamboni thing.
Do we still
I'm pretty sure that would pass through the
require
DA's
mandatory
office as
criminal
well.
background checks on all complainants that file a complaint with the Worcester Police Department?
Yeah, and that's literally
Chair of
anybody that got
council, as I
arrested with
said
money in their
last
pocket.
meeting, whenever you're doing a BOPS investigation, all of our training indicates that you need to do a background on whoever's making the complaint.
I mentioned that because it is one of the recommended policy changes from the DOJ report to prohibit criminal background checks on complainants absent added any justification. Again, I'm happy that we're moving forward with some of the recommendations of the DOJ, but there are gaps that I think both HRC and some of us who have done an analysis require. Again, I'm going to recommend to the city manager and you that you follow that specific recommendation. This one, I think, is just a yes or no question, probably from the Chief Equity Officer. Do we have any idea whether the Vice Squad conduct and supervision concerns that were raised by the DOJ, you had reported that you had instituted a change in policy that governs the selection of officers, and you actually went into depth about that in the last time that I asked you this. You had said that you're basically have the last word, that there are selection criteria. However, has that policy been sent to the Human Rights Commission for review?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, yes, it has. There's probably 5 policies waiting that's in human rights right now, waiting for their okay. And once it comes back, goes to our policy review committee, and then it will get implemented.
Is there a breakdown in communication? Because that's not how I understand it from the Human Rights Commission. If it's a breakdown in communication, then I would, through the manager, if we can have the Chief Equity Officer then confirm to them that they have, that they're waiting for that policy. My understanding is that they have not received it. I'm nearing the end. I want to ask you a question that was in my list of questions that I submitted to you, but I didn't ask it publicly, and that relates to the sexual misconduct policy. In your report, in the DOJ report, there's mention that we follow, that the Worcester Police Department follows the sexual misconduct policy of the city. However, one of the recommendations from the DOJ, specifically related to numerous findings about office misconduct to the Vice Squad, does suggest that the Worcester Police Department adopt a sexual misconduct policy. I don't think I have time to go over all of the areas, but my question to you, and I'm happy to enter this into the record or just email it to you tomorrow, is there any recommendation on your end to adopt a specific sexual misconduct policy specific to the police department?
Chief?
Through the chair to the councilor, no, just as every other city employee, we all go by the same policies. This is a city you're employed by the city. The city has a sexual harassment policy. They have an anti-retaliation policy.
Yeah, but
Vice
no
Squad
other
has
city
another
employee can do
policy
training on
that
overtime.
we are doing.
Yeah, no other city
based
employee
on
carries a
other
fucking
things.
gun around.
And I'm not going to spell
Has the right
out
to put you in
Vice
jail.
Squad just because there were allegations in that report.
Just because those allegations were true.
I'm going to end this by reiterating my call and a motion to have all the public cases that have been settled, the investigative reports, the statements made by police officers and city employees released to the public. That's public records. And those are, I think, some of the questions that we need to ask ourselves is whether there are patterns in those cases where you could assure us that there's been discipline taken, that will be discipline taken, and if not, then it's not. Again, if we cannot do that in-house, then I would request that we get a third-party investigator to help us with that. Lastly, Chief, I want to tell you that today I had a conversation with Safe Exit Initiatives. I was heartened to hear that you had gone and met with them, supported one of their legislation at the State House. I appreciate you listening to them. I hope that you do not take any of what I said today as an affront to you. I still have faith in what you're trying to accomplish. However, it is my job as an elected official to make sure that I push all of us to both take our policies on paper and make sure that they are followed in practice. And if there were patterns of abuse and misconduct, not under your leadership, I think that it is in the best interest of the public to understand those, and I hope that the city manager, the law department, will do everything in their power to release those documents. They do belong to the public, and the public has a right to see them. Thank you.
Can I just answer that, please? Chief? Through the chair of the council, just so you know, WPD is committed to following these policies. Any new policy that we write, with no exceptions. Okay, we're going to ensure strict compliance. We're going to do that through training, through oversight, and through transparency. So when I write a policy and it goes into effect, it's not going to be going on deaf ears.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think, well, obviously, we had this discussion at our last committee meeting, and it's something that we wanted to address. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get through it, which is, it is what it is. I do have some questions, and I was hoping to ask you.
You weren't able to get through it.
Regarding,
You booked a meeting for 5 p.m. before a 6:30 meeting.
Theirs, and you came back with some more factual information.
You called
I
it at
read here,
6:25. You
is
can't
a
blame David
problematic
Webb for
location
fucking
with
everything.
moderate to high crime, including regular arrests for loitering, alcohol, and drug violations, assault and battery, larcenies, and other crimes. So this incident, which is example number 1, train station incident. So through the chair to the chief, I just want to know what have we learned from this? There is a station there that it says there's a I don't want to say a police station, but there's a station there for officers to be there to prepare for that. But do we have mental health and wellness counselors on site to be able to deal with these issues, knowing that they happen more often than usual? Through the chair to the chief.
Chief.
Through the chair of the council, there's nobody per se on site, but we can call. As I said, we're increasing that co-response by 64 hours. There's over 100 officers that have taken the 40-hour course that certified them in CIT, and then you have the additional hours that all officers receive through the academy. So everybody has some knowledge of CIT. Obviously, it's not the same as a clinician. So the more that we can get within that partnership and expand their hours, the better we'll be. And it just takes to get on the radio and call.
Okay, and through the chair to the chief, my first question is, what have we learned from an incident like that where, it started in the station and then it found its way outside? I'm hoping, we take these opportunities. Unfortunately, they're negative ones, but, how were you able to, meet with the officers or just, have conversations with your staff on being able to handle these type of incidents?
Yeah, looking good, looking svelte.
Than not.
It's rat dog.
Again, it started inside and it found its way outside.
Through the chair to the council, that incident involved a violent person who assaulted a police officer. And at that point, that person needs to be placed under arrest. So they don't assault a pedestrian or somebody else that's in the train station trying to utilize it. We have a division that's assigned to downtown unit, and those are the guys that usually hear themselves doing the city hall meeting. They are around the library, they are within Union Station, and they are within City Hall. So that's specific for those officers, and they know many of the people because they're continuously dealing with them. And that's a good thing, that you can develop rapport and you can speak with some of these people to help them, and that's what we try to do.
Okay, to the chair, to the chief, have you been able to reach out to maybe some mental health providers or counselors to help in these situations? I know I attend neighborhood meetings, and some of them attend the meetings and say that they would prefer, phone calls to be made to them prior to the police being called to be able to address some of these issues before it becomes escalated. So I'm not sure if you've been able to work with these agencies in not just this situation, but throughout the city as well.
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, it depends, right? If we have an emergency situation where somebody could possibly be injured, we don't have time to call in a clinician. We've gone to calls that, again, the officers may know the people involved, and we can do that because we know they're not going to be violent. So every single situation is different when it comes to that.
Okay. But do you, to the chair, I guess what I'm asking is, have you reached out to other agencies to help provide some common themes that are going on in the neighborhood that we see, if it's, consistent drug use or, dealing with some of the unsheltered individuals that, most likely phone calls to the police department are called versus phone calls to, say, wellness providers and stuff like that? Is there a relationship with the police and other agencies that provide that help, if I'm making that question?
Through the chair of the council, so that co-response model also involves follow-up. So if today an incident happened, it would be coded in our computer system, CIT, and if there was not a clinician on duty at the time, they would follow up with a police officer the following day. So that person, again, knows all the clients out there, and they follow up. So I would say yes, because we do have that relationship with the clinicians in order to do that.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that's important to make sure, our residents know that it's not just what's the police focus. It's also a united front of other agencies supporting the police and also, most importantly, supporting the residents. So I'll move on to example 2, the Walmart shopping incident. This was an off-duty officer working, so I want to make sure we understand what that means. That person was working, and that. So my question to the chair, to the chief, is: it doesn't say it here, and maybe it was somewhere. My question is: did the officer make a call for backup? And if that's the protocol, if he witnessed someone walking out, getting ready to steal these items, did he call for backup? Because I think it was a bit much for an officer to stand in front of a car. Because obviously safety comes first, right, for the officer and everyone around. So, to read that the officer did that, and then as the car was moving, obviously had to save himself, but at the same time, grabbed onto to that individual. So, and again, it's in an area where it's well known, this is known to be happening. Or is there a phone call or a call for backup first? Through the chair, through the chief.
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, that officer is working that detail, and they usually have the same officers because they're familiar, again, with the
layout of Walmart
of the place. And when a call like that happens, it happens very quickly. And I'm sure the officer was then calling for backup. But as you know, again, we don't know what time this happened because they didn't tell us. But that section of the city is very busy. You have one route car for that whole area. So if that other officer's tied up on a call, then you may be getting a cop from the next side of the city, the other side of the city. So that's something that every shoplifting, do they call for backup? No, because that's not their job. Their job is, the detail officer is there to handle that, so they do not have to call the root officer.
100%, Jess. As a former Walmart employee, they told us just to let him go.
Okay. And again, I just want to make sure, again, it's a learning opportunity. I want to make sure officers are safe.
It's not worth the insurance claim that the shoplifter can levy against the company.
Training to stand in front of the car. Maybe it was just a reaction, hoping to get them to stop. But again,
The shoplifting was for like a sound bar, I think.
That is the real approach.
So it's like, okay, $150 worth of shit, and now we're talking about it.
When the officer ran outside, the guy jumped in the car as the officer attempted to apprehend the fleeing suspect. That's when the car took off. They didn't go out there and just stand in front of the car.
Be back, right? 1 second.
Bang, 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 going out and trying to make an arrest. And he ends up within distance of that vehicle. Enough
Brandishing a weapon?
Grab the person out of the car and the car speed away.
Okay, thank you. And then
He like punched him through the car window.
The individual that was apprehended.
Pulled him out of the car as the car sped away?
Chief, it says here, one of the officers delivered.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the
close fist strikes
specifics
to the side of the
of
subject's
the
face
motion
in
of it.
response to the subject's behavior.
It's wild.
Many
Yeah,
things go
it's
through my
pretty
mind
crazy.
when I hear that, and it's again, I wasn't there, we weren't there, so we understand. The officers may have to do what it takes to subdue or keep this person in place or in line, if I'm using the correct words. But when there are injuries, when it comes to apprehending these individuals, who takes on the medical bill? Is that a city? Maybe this is through the chair to the city manager. But who takes that on? And what is the repercussions in return?
Through the chair of the council, if I could just say something. So within that incident there, you had an assaultive bodily harm subject that was punched. Within that same scenario, from what that person did,
Was punched.
that suspect could have been hit with a baton, right? You have that's a level 4 use of force based on what the subject does. Okay, we don't go out there and start at a level 4 unless the guy's throwing punches at us. When somebody is
Or you're protesting
if there's
in
a
June of
apparent
2020.
injury at the scene, right there an ambulance is called. The ambulance will check them out. If they think they can go to the cell room, they go to the cell room. Otherwise, they go right up to the hospital, and we provide a guard for that person. As far as who pays for that, I don't
Not for them.
So when someone is injured, and obviously the injury is due to apprehending an individual, such as this person who had got punched 3 times in the face. I don't know if there was any particular injuries, but just in these cases alone, just wanted to understand who's held on dealing with that.
You're talking about the injury of the individual, not the
individual,
officer.
not the officer, the individual.
That would be up to the individuals. They have health insurance, it would be up to them. And then if they then have the ability or they have the right to want to sue the city because of whatever they feel the situation was, then the city would engage in terms of some type of loss of engagement with them. Whether it could be go to trial or it could be a settlement based on whatever the situation is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, like I said, there was a lot of questions that I had. Obviously we couldn't get through them. So for me, it's these are learning opportunities for us, for our city, to make sure our residents understand we're going to do everything we can to keep everyone safe, even the ones that we have to apprehend. But at the same time, I wanted just to make sure that as Councilor Haji said, there's policies in place and there's things that we need to follow. And I know the chief is really adamant and very transparent on making sure we lead by example in our city. I just think it's important to understand that we learn from these mistakes, or we learn, as these incidents happen, and what can be put in place and what other resources we have to make sure that, one, our officers are safe and the ones that are involved as well. So, thank you.
Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state that this is actually still in subcommittee. We had a discussion. Unfortunately, we had to suspend the meeting due to interruption with 5 minutes left. And so it's still up for discussion in our subcommittee meeting. And we'll have a meeting in a couple of weeks, I think, to continue the discussion. This is going to be a living document, right? So our continued improvements will always be up for discussion. But I think that the chief certainly has discussed this at length, and I appreciate the questions that colleagues have asked, but it was in subcommittee. We're going to have it again. So I just wanted to make sure that
What's this cart behind
clear.
Kate?
The chief has been very upfront, and I have to take a step back and say that one of the first things the chief did when he got on was to create a policy review committee that included input from the citizens as well as the department. And I think he should be
Create a policy review committee because I wasn't doing it.
I think that's a real focus of transparency and the type of commitment to make sure that we are learning, we are moving forward, and we're continuing to improve as we should. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else?
Oh, it's like a cart with a gavel on it. Must be left over from the last meeting.
Thank you, Mr.
Mobile
Chairman.
judge.
Appreciate this response to my order, and I just want to kind of speak on the spirit of the order that I filed. That particular order was a request in search of fairness. We had a city council meeting. Chief Saucier had indicated there were some discrepancies, and they weren't outlined or identified. And I think, as I mentioned, I think every stakeholder in this wants fairness and accountability. Well, fairness. I'm not sure about accountability, but we shall see. But everybody wants fairness from their perspective. And I think this is part of that. My concern is that this particular document does not include the rest of the order. The order was asking for a report detailing any instances where the account within the DOJ report concerning WPD differs from the account of the city. Further requests that that report include instances when the accounts of the DOJ had been confirmed by the city. And I'm not sure where we're at in that process, Mr. Chairman, but it's certainly not in this document.
I do, Gio.
I do want to say that I support the police. I do want to say that. I do want to say that we have a number of good.
Oh, he just lost my vote.
That'll be part of every time I speak, I guess. Because part of this is really about the changes in the policy, the changes in operations, and the training amendments. That's what we want. I want to amend Councilor Hajiai's original order asking for the release of settled cases. And I'd like to amend it to include any related policy changes, operational amendments, and trainings that came out of that. Because that's how we get better. That's how we get better.
Bro, now we're never getting
it. Everybody thinks about the DOJ report. There are responses to this that we've heard. One of the concerns regarding supervision, regardless if it's acknowledged or not, there is a change. And with respect to use of force review, supervisors aren't doing it, it's going to be BOP. So, you know, again, that's just one example. But this really is not a complete report, Mr. Chairman. I had the mindset to send it back to the administration for a fulfillment of the actual order that I requested. However, it's somehow this may be in committee, and I'm not sure if it is or it isn't. So my question to the chair, to whomever, is this item in subcommittee?
I think the DOJ report is.
Okay, but this is not.
No, I don't believe so.
Because I know it was discussed there. The document, I think it was handed out. I'm just trying to understand how it got to committee through the chair. How did it get to committee? the document.
Through the chair to the council, so basically, you had the DOJ report that came back, I think it was January, was referred to committee. The administration had a response to that. That was referred to committee, and I think this is the chief's response.
This is the way to get it to committee, right?
The way that people
Comes to council,
say
we send it to
I support the
committee,
police
decide
is a lot
in
like
response to
how
my
a serf
order.
might have to start every sentence with my liege.
That's already been discussed in
My
committee.
liege,
I'm
yes,
trying to
my
understand what happened.
liege. Because you tried to beat me last,
The
my
answer is
liege.
basically, I think.
With no notice to the public that this was going to be discussed.
To the chair, to the council. What
I
the
read
chief
it as
did,
like,
he-
I'm
in
not
some of the
racist,
questions that
but-
were asked during committee, the chief
I like the
referenced
police,
some
but-
of the discrepancies and the mischaracterizations, which.
Listen, I'm not
highlighted this
racist
so
against
clear.
junior
And
varsity
so,
left
because
tackles.
of the fact that
But
those questions that were asked, and he also, not only in subcommittee, but also in the council floor, he talked about the Walmart case. Those are mischaracterizations that we had in our defense in terms of, as the city. He referenced them in the subcommittee, so we felt as though it was important to release them to the public, so we released them to the public on the website, and then also I felt it was important to bring it back to the council, and that's what you have here before you.
Mr. Chairman, just as an aside, that clock's been running while everyone else has been speaking, and that's fine. You know, it's all good. I appreciate that. You know, again, it's a bit unusual for me in my decade on this council. I've never seen a department release a press release that long. It was the entire thing, and it was in response. This is in response, as it says, to an order that I put out, and this council supported. And through the chair to the administration, who approves if a department releases a press statement? Is that something that the department head only does? Is, you know, they have a communication team, your communication team. Who decides that it's okay to release something that hasn't come before the council?
Mr. Mayor.
Through the chair to the council, any publication or any communication that goes out to the public, it's my responsibility to approve.
Okay. I have some concerns about kind of how this was rolled out. And, you know, again, I'm not sure if I'm going to hold this or what, but I would like the rest of the report, what I requested, to make sure that gets in committee and it's not a one-sided document. Well, I guess I'll decide at the end of this what we'll do. Through the chair to the administration, the Department of Justice folks, is it your understanding they had law enforcement expertise and background? Through the chair? And if you don't know, I'd ask the solicitor.
Through the chair to the councilor, I mean, I think it's, I don't want to make it as an assumption, but they're attorneys who've had experience in managing different cases related to these matters. I don't know specifically if they are specific, have experiences in law enforcement.
Specifically, they're specific.
Chairman, I'd like a report back on the expertise of this group from the Department of Justice. I believe it was a part of the report, but would like that highlighted as well. I want to speak a little bit about the policy review committee that's currently ongoing. And I want to first reference the equity audit that happened quite some time ago. I'm not sure, I think January of 2024, it looks like it was completed. I don't know if it was 2022 or 2023 that we brought this forward. That had 36 findings and 44 recommendations, Mr. Chairman, one of which, though those recommendations, was a policy review committee, from my recollection. So, you know, I thought I had made this request before, but I'll make a motion now. I'd like a report back on the changes that have occurred post-equity audit and post-DOJ, and I'd like that time-stamped and cross-referenced with the recommendations from both documents. Why is that important? It's important because the public needs to understand, the department needs to understand, we as elected officials need to understand from when some of this comes. There was a lot in the equity audit reports directly from officers who were saying they wanted a different type of training, more interactive trainings and things like that, concerns about wellness. And I just think we need to be clear about that. The background checks for folks that are filing complaints and concerns. Through the chair to the administration, can someone explain to me the relevance of that and what weight is that given with respect to any determinations of veracity of the individuals who are bringing that forward? What is the purpose of that through the chair?
Chief?
Through the chair to the council, when we do a background check on anybody that's filing any type of complaint, that's how we're instructed to do it as far as the training we have when they go to the internal affairs school. That's the training you get, and every single person you talk to, you want to have their background in any investigation. So that's just a starting point when you're going to open up a file.
So some of the community members have reached out to me as indicate that's a deterrent. Question to the chair, to the city, the administration. Again, how is that used in assessing the validity of a complaint or the merits of said complaint through the chair?
Chief?
Through the chair to the council, if you were the complainant and you've taken out 6 complaints on me, yeah, I would go towards your veracity, because we need to find the underlying causes of why there are so many complaints. So we would look at that in addition to what your complaint is, and that would go towards your veracity. There are a lot of people out there that are very biased against the police, and they make a lot of complaints. And we have to take each one individually and assess what the complaint is. Sometimes there's people with disabilities that they may not be able to get their point across due to whatever reason, and we try to put that with everything else into consideration and when we interview people. So you never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. That's a basic investigatory 101. So if you made a complaint on Joe Smith, and Joe Smith works midnight to 8, well, we need to find out what time the activity occurred, whether or not that truth is going to be consistent with the background.
Why?
The courses that are taught in the investigation school come from attorneys themselves. They're the ones giving us this information. Matter of fact, I can call up Deputy Davenport right now, who's been through that school.
Sure. I mean, you know, sure, I'd love to hear from the Deputy Davenport. You know, one of the concerns in this report is what it indicates is that there's been a lack of accountability on behalf of officers as it relates to going through the BOPS process. That's in that report. And so I'm just trying to understand, not that specifically, but I am trying to understand the relevance of a background check, which the public is saying is a deterrent through the chair.
Deputy Chief?
Through the chair to the councilor. We've been to a few schools that are put on by attorneys, like the chief said. And in these schools, they ask you to do a background check to see if there are any issues, whether it's any mental issues, any CIT issues. Are they just constantly calling in to make complaints? Do they need to be talked to by our CIT officers? We also we have to make sure that there are no other issues when it comes to, like the chief said, regarding the veracity of what the individual is trying to say. Are they looking to cause problems with the police officer? Are there issues regarding, you know, them trying to have a lawsuit entailed? Other issues like that we try to look at.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have some concerns here. I certainly don't want to, you know, the chief has made some efforts, it sounds like, to expand ways and with the anonymous reporting of complaints and what have you. I just don't want to chill any sorts of folks that want to come forward. And that's what this line of questioning is focused on, Mr. Chairman. I would like a report back on if there's any places where they don't do background checks with respect to complaints that are brought forward, because it's still not clear to me how it's weighed. So that will be my order. And Mr. Chairman, in addition to that, again, I'd like a comprehensive response to the order that I filed, a fair and balanced response. I think we deserve a fair and balanced response to the DOJ report in search of fairness. This particular report here is incomplete. I have a question to the chair with regards to the sexual assault investigative process. I did watch the meeting twice, so I understand what your position was on that, what's in this document. My question is, has there been any policy or is there anything you're planning to do with respect to folks off-roading investigations pertaining to sexual assault allegations or concerns when there's an opportunity to follow up and get more information?
And Chief?
Through the chair of the council, we did create a policy that, again, is with the Human Rights Commission. Part of that policy is addressing whether or not a case should be closed or not. We have in that policy that all cases that are going to be closed, number one, the district attorney prosecutes the cases. They're the ones who tell us whether or not the case is going to go forward. We now want to have affirmation from them that we put in our reports that that's the reason the case is going to be suspended until further time as new information comes about.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to direct these comments to City Manager. Again, I'd like a balanced response to this order from which this is touching upon. I think it's important. I don't know if we can't do that. Maybe we do need a third party to do that for us. But we definitely need that. And again, intersections between recommendations and timestamps is also important. Again, 36 findings, 44 recommendations in the equity audit. I'd like an update where we are on those as well. I think that's important. And I want to speak very shortly on the alternative deployment of the police department, something I pushed for, alternative deployment that was able to secure some money for with the co-responsive social workers. I know in that subcommittee hearing, they talked about co-responding with clinicians in high acute crisis-related matters on the scene and in action, Mr. Chairman. I'd like a report back on the pilot program. I know that pilot program, to one degree or another, was also sunsetted in a way, and we don't have not one report on how that pilot program went. I think that we need that, we deserve that, and that'd be my motion. Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
I thought the video froze.
And I think, I don't know, through the chair to the clerk, is there another public safety committee meeting scheduled yet?
Mr. Cork?
Through chair to the council, I think there was, but we have to check with the chair because it's probably during finance meeting, so.
Okay.
But we can check. There was definitely something on schedule.
Yeah, I'm of the mindset to hold this, Mr. Chairman. However, I may not need to if there's going to be, so we're not going to have city council items for the next X amount of, how many weeks? How many meetings?
Mr. Cork?
Through chair to the council, I can take a look, but I believe the next calendar is a council calendar, then the manager, and then we are dealing with finance,
So,
the budget.
through the chair, just procedural question. How can we get the rest of the report into committee? So the report was also requesting where accounts of the DOJ have been confirmed. So I want that other side of it. So how can we get that into committee together? without waiting a month or 6 weeks or?
Through the chair to the council, again, we were working on a report that we were going to come to council with the fullness of it. But because of the anticipated conversation that happened in subcommittee, we wanted to get this to council as soon as possible because of the release. The chief does have that. He can communicate that now. We can put that into the conversation now. And even if he has a document, we can provide it to the clerk. But if there are questions specifically about what to try to create a balanced approach to this report, the chief can allude to that. There is a timeline that we're working on to get to you. I do want to know something that's extremely important. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of recommendations in that equity audit report.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of those recommendations was stuff that we, as a city, as a department, contributed to those recommendations being there. So it wasn't because the consultant just put them there based on their observation and audit. It was also in conversation with us as what we wanted to do, what we were working on, that they then put that as part of recommendations. Sure. So I think there was a combined effort that happened between the municipality, the department, and the audit report that's before you. But the chief does have some accounts of those things, so if we want to hear them, we can hear some of them now, or we'll be able to have to bring that to reports as possible.
What things?
The fair and balanced approach that you want to this report.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, if there's a couple you want to give, I mean, in the interest of time, when's the next meeting we're having? Huh?
I just asked the next manager's calendar is. Is it the week after next? Is there a holiday? Oh, we get the budget, that's why. Okay.
So through the chair to the council, so basically, we have a May 6th, which is the city council agenda. City manager's May 13th, and then we have the 20th, the 27th, and the June 3rd, all canceled.
Canceled?
Well, there's finance meetings.
Do we add a finance committee meeting?
I'm sorry?
Do we add an additional one this year? Huh?
The schedule, through the chair to the
Holiday?
council, the schedule comes out on Friday.
Okay. So there's no way to get my report in, the full report in until almost summertime?
So through the chair to the council, so I can provide some clarification. By open meeting law, the report's already in committee. The chair and the committee members.
How the report, it's right here.
The DOJ report itself is entirely,
Right,
there
I get
can be
that.
discussions on all items regarding the DOJ in committee based on those two communications already in committee.
So it's there's a city manager's meeting calendar in 2 weeks, correct? When's the public safety meeting? I'm sorry.
The public safety was scheduled for May 13th, but that has to be moved because of finance.
Okay, so you can make it work. So we'll get the report back for 2 weeks, then we can have the public safety meeting after that.
All right, so I'll hold this for 2 weeks so they can go in together, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Let's say a few words.
Very savvy move by King there. I like that.
I didn't see anything.
You're up.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Chief, and thanks for answering the questions and everybody's questions that were given, the reports that were requested. I just want to make it very clear, though. I know we had the DOJ report, and you had your report that came out the last month, 2 ago. You're still committed to the 19 recommendations by the DOJ, is that correct?
To the
Chief
chair.
Saucia.
Sorry. To the chair, that's correct. I have 3 pages of items that we've already done.
That's my favorite type of shit.
Within the last
Double
2 weeks,
spaced.
as I said. So we're ongoing here. We've basically completed all 19
We're ongoing here.
recommendations.
Enough said.
It's a living
brought in
document, guys.
Ron Reed.
It's a living document.
We
We're
trained
ongoing here.
400 officers. We also have that new software coming. In addition to that, last week I
12
applied
to
to the
18 months.
Massachusetts Police Accreditation Program.
Palantir
for
Light,
certification,
provided
ultimately
by a Swedish
accreditation.
company. Hexagon.
The
Bring it
program
on,
establishes
baby.
standards on best practices for police agencies. And what that does is it creates it requires agencies to commit their policies and procedures in writing to a comprehensive and uniform set of directives. It provides professional-related norm for an agency to
Did you
judge
guys
its
see today that
performance. It promotes accountability among agency personnel.
DJT
It provides a means of
47
independent
is
evaluation
upping
of agency operations for
military
quality
surplus
assurance.
programs
It
for
enhances
municipal
the
police.
agency's reputation and promotes
Per
staff
executive
and public
order,
confidence
it's
in the
certainly going to
agency-
get challenged in the
agency.
courts.
In addition
I don't
to
know.
law
I mean,
enforcement certification
we'll
and
see.
accreditation are
One step
practical
closer to
risk
martial
management
law.
tools for preventing and reducing loss and liability claims. So
No
this
bars
is
in the
something
cage
the
'cause there's
police
no way
department's
out.
doing without any type of DOJ
Travis,
recommendations.
totally serious
We are
question, and I
moving
promise I'm not being a
forward,
dick
and
here.
that's where I think we
This
should
is
be
like,
going.
I'm really curious.
I'm sorry, Chief.
When you say
Massachusetts
or you
Police
think like
Accreditation,
the courts are going to get involved or there's going to be a lawsuit, who do you think enforces court orders?
131
Understood,
departments in
but there's a 90-day order, so they know for a fact they're going to fight
Chair,
for it. So
correct.
they're going to have to.
I know. I keep seeing like we'll see in
Chair,
court
this is
T-shirts
a
and like
process
the
where
ACLU's
they'll
doing
come
massive
in, they'll actually
fundraising. Like
do
I think it's
assessment,
the cutest
they'll go
fucking
through
shit
all
I've
our
ever seen in my life.
policies,
Like
and
it
to
might
make
be
sure
the
that
Look,
they
thing.
they're
meet
already
the standards of the state.
they're
And then
they're ignoring the
within
Supreme
the
Court
first year,
already.
you get
Like what?
certification.
The
If you
Constitution's
wanna go
fucking
further,
cooked.
then you can
So that's
go
all I
further.
mean.
gives
Is
a
like
shit?
You
we
must
might
do
as well
that
just
within
be
3
using like
years.
pink pussy
It's a
hats as
long
body armor at
process,
this point in
but
time.
it's the
Like it's
highest microscope you can actually
the whole
have on a
idea
police
of
department,
courts as an
is they come
institution
in
has
and
become
ensure
laughable.
all of your policies and procedures, your accountability, everything is done according to those
Yeah, the
standards.
marshals ain't arresting any,
I
federal,
submitted the
White House
application,
officials.
Yeah,
last
no, I
week.
mean it
You
is a
have to
wild
be
thing to think
accepted
about, right? I
into
mean
the
that's like
program, and from
philosophically,
there,
courts are like
it
probably the best
starts with
example of
a,
an institution that
a
requires
Zoom
like,
and
a
a
degree of trust and
self-assessment.
agreement
I
that
had
forgets
to
to be
create
gentle here.
a accreditation manager within the police department, and
There's no
once all
bailiff.
that's set,
Bull doesn't come
as
in
far as
at night
them
court
giving us the
and
okay
take
to
the
go
federal
forward,
government
then we start.
back to
Good.
the
Looking forward to
dungeons.
that accreditation. We accredited the health department. You're going to see which worked out pretty well. I'm not sure if we have any other accreditation programs, but I think those are the two.
Yeah, but even with this here,
Through the chair
like
to the councilor, to
that
the
presupposes
mayor,
that everyone would
because,
buck against martial law.
fire
More than
department is also
50% of the
seeking
company
to
would
pursue
help
an
enforce it.
accreditation Process. So we have the health department, the fire department, now the
Also,
police
define
department.
martial
Look
law.
forward to that report. Maybe
And sorry to cut you off, Mr. Mayor. I do want to state that going through
What?
this accreditation
Right,
process.
they'll just shoot you in the head.
and difficult.
Define martial
And so
law
for this
versus
department to be
the-
taking that
I don't know.
approach and willingness to do that
Right.
speaks volumes to
We
the.
kind of have it already.
I think that
That's what I
Chief for putting that forward. And maybe
Stephen
the time's
Levitsky's like
right
work
to
on
take
competitive
that
authoritarianism has
process
been
along.
fascinating because that's
Really
like his
acting
whole point
recommendations.
ultimately is you don't really need like old school
Time is appropriate when you
World War II through Cold War era authoritarianism anymore. You just need to scare people enough to like one, like kind of get them to freeze in place, but then also have enough of an illusion of democracy left to get people to feel like, well, okay, this is fine.
policies.
Like as long as you have elections, it doesn't matter if you know the outcome in advance. But just the idea of election is enough to keep most people in like the middle class like comfortable with the idea that democracy is still intact.
To the chair.
Even if there's
again,
no
we
functional
create
difference
the
between the
policy,
two parties on
it
offer
gets
and
sent to the
no
Human
code
Rights
of inserting
Commission.
a third?
We send it directly
Yeah, that's
to
interesting.
Kevin. He then works with his team on it. Then it comes back to us, and our policy review committee looks at it. Then it has to go within our computer system, Power DMS, where all the commanders can make comments on it, change things. The final draft comes around, and then I sign it. Policies like this do not happen overnight. This is a process that must be done to make sure they're accurate. And again, going with the certification accreditation program, they're going to ensure also that all of those are in tune with the state of Massachusetts as far as any other policies that they recommend.
Okay, good. I look forward to that accreditation process, and this goes right into what we're doing with the DOJ report and your report back to the council, and your 19 recommendations that you're, on the policies that you're putting into place. I had this down as a question, I know it was asked, but
Rick Cipro on Facebook says, I read the report. Our oath
To the
stands
chair,
up,
yes.
especially
And I know
mine.
the media has put out there that we're just going out, saying the whole report's garbage. I've never said that publicly, ever. I
said
talked
it
about
privately.
I did
Dude,
not put it
yes,
in the paper.
you
I
have.
don't know why.
Yes.
Because this seems better to have the Worcester Police come out here and say, oh, we're just against this. We're not
Did you
totally
listen
against
to
it.
any of
We
the police
understand
union
that,
officials who spoke? That's
we are
crazy.
human beings. We're not robots. We make mistakes, and we go out there and do the best job we can with what we have. I have 2 pages of things that I agreed with in that report. Not once has anybody ever asked me, what were those things? They just want to hop on everything that, as a leader of an organization, and somebody brings up things that are wrong to the public, to inflame the public, it's my responsibility to go back on that, look into it, and come out with the correct conclusion to whatever they say.
You think it was to inflame the
And
public?
Just one more part of that is, we do not know most of these incidents in this report. That's the way it was manufactured. We don't know. Some of these incidents are 7 years old. We're talking about things that happened 7 years ago. Let's move forward. We're gonna do this.
I would imagine, yeah. Thank you,
Let us
Travis.
do
Yeah.
it, and we'll come out.
Typically,
on the
things
better
that you
end.
investigate
And that's
happen
what
in the
we're trying to do.
past. I would think that a police officer would know
Sure.
that.
To the chair.
I mean, we could
Agrees the
investigate future
department
things, and then we're
agreed
getting
that
into a
strikes
whole
could potentially
fucking.
cause serious
Oh, yeah, I love that movie.
Should only be used
Yeah,
as a
we
level
got a
four
tank
use
full of
force
precogs.
with an assault of bodily harm subject. That's the way we're trained. Under MPTC guidelines in Graham versus Connor, this is the same standard.
Hey, remember when the
use a
state police
strike
said
to
they were
the head,
investigating the death
you
of
could- it's the
Enrique
same as
Delgado
if-
Garcia?
If I'm in that situation, I could tase somebody, I could hit him with a baton, or
been
I could do a
7,
strike to
8
the
months
head.
now?
Strike to the head, I believe, is less than those. So I agree that that can cause harm, and that's why we train a certain way. I also agree that several of those video incidents were accurate, and discipline was meted out
weird.
to those people. I can't
Was it?
speak specifically to what discipline. Those officers that were disciplined have a right to actually be.
They had their gold
here
star
in the
removed.
public when anybody's talking about their personal information. So that's something I can't comment on. I agreed about expanding the co-response model, and we've done that. I agree that the police dogs who are not well-trained can be dangerous. We also agree that the K-9 policy lacked guidance for use of K-9 in crowds, and that has been changed.
They're probably
We
going
What
to.
about
also
acceptable
agree
bite
the old
levels?
RMS system's antiquated and makes data collection
Well,
more
I mean,
difficult than it
The
should
city
be.
of,
We're
city
also
of Palm
in the
Beach
process of changing that.
decided that 30%.
Also agree
you can,
that
you can buy,
supervisors
the
need to
dogs
do
can bite you
more with
30%
use
of
of
the time.
force incidents, and I issued a directive in January which added accountability.
And we're at
to
13%. I mean,
supervisors
it's
when
like
making
13%.
decisions on use of
That's
force.
like
We have
almost-
also
almost
increased
1
the
in 10.
number of random audits of body-worn cameras. I also agree that cop checking
guys like
where brief
Mo
or
Bergman?
close contact being made between undercover officers and women
Wow.
suspected prostitution should not be allowed.
Look at him.
At
Wow.
the time this was happening, it
That's
was
a-
not
that's
a
some
state
art right
policy,
there.
and officers articulated that in their reports. This was a common practice
pretty
throughout
good.
the country.
Thanks.
Tactic
Pretty
is
proud of
now
it.
banned. It will never happen again in Worcester, and that's in the policy as well.
Mo Bergman would
And
definitely min-max
again,
Speechcraft.
Commercial sex workers will not be getting into any Worcester police vehicles. Again, that's in policy. I also agree that sexual assault investigation policy, we did not have one, we created one. I also agree that when a case is closed, and we spoke about this briefly, the disposition of no crime is not how it should be noted or closed out. I also agree that BOPS investigators, not supervisors, should investigate excessive force complaints, and we have changed that. I also agree we should supplement MPTC training curriculum with Worcester-specific training as outlined in the DOJ report. We just did that 2 weeks ago. Over 400 officers
Pretty
went
good,
through
Gio.
training that addressed use of force, color of law, and other things. I also went through the training, and it was excellent. I also agree that performance evaluation should be done. But again, the city is working with unions on this. This is something I can't implement myself. There's actually a process working with the unions. And I also agree that we should ensure that supervisors have the tools and data they need to manage and support their units and shift to provide close and effective supervision of their officers. Leadership should also exercise appropriate oversight over supervisors and hold them accountable for finding and addressing problems within the WPD ranks. We have always agreed with that. It's just that wasn't the thing that people wanted to hear. They wanted to hear that we discounted everything. That's not true. We take this very seriously.
I think I'm gonna make them only eat
This is the
rat
most
meat.
serious thing that we could be going through right now, and that's the way we take it.
I appreciate your response, appreciate your attitude on this, and it is, the public, I think the council, this is a serious report, you're taking it seriously, I appreciate that. And we're going forward to the other reports as you, and with the update with the 19 recommendations, and also the accreditation. And it's a working document, and we have to work together as a community, and really meet the community up front, and making sure we're all on the same page here, be as transparent and accountable as possible. And I know you're very, I know you hold your men and women accountable. And that's what you've always done. That's what you're going to do in the future. So I do appreciate
Oh, we got Jose
that.
Rivera.
So I want to thank the
in
chief for the
chat.
report, and we're going to probably eventually send some of these to public
Wonderful.
safety, have some more public meetings on this. So it's important that we continue to communicate with the public as we move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll go to Councilor at Large Mo Bergman, followed by Louis Ojeda, District 4.
Oh, thank you,
great.
Mr. Vice Chairman. Through the Vice Chair.
What happened to your armor,
to
Mo?
the, Chief, just trying to see if it's through the chair or through the Vice Chair. You guys are switching seats on me. In any event, to the Chief, could you just briefly describe what the Post Commission is? I feel like we dance around that a lot in this conversation. I feel it's important.
Are you kidding
for the
me?
public to know what the Post Commission is.
Chief.
Through the chair of the council, it's a 9-member group that was put together in 2020 with the
Very helpful,
Police
Bob.
Reform Act, and they have.
Does he
the
really not know what the
ability-
Post Commission is?
They have to. You
How does he
now have
not
to
know
be
what the Post
certified
Commission
police officer through Post. They have the ability to revoke your certification, and you can no longer be a police officer.
Dude,
They take
anyone
written
who is paying
complaints, they
attention to
take
this
anonymous
shit at all
complaints,
knows what the Post Commission is.
And they have their own investigators who actually will go out and do that. But it's a big deal.
Thank you. And through the chair, how does something get referred to the Post Commission?
Through the chair to the counselor, whenever we get a complaint, we need to submit it to Post within 48 hours. That complaint then has to be investigated and finalized within 90 days. If it's not finalized within 90 days, you then have to go for an extension, and I believe the extension's 30 days. Ultimately, it has to be finished, and Post will sign off on it.
And can you indicate through the chair what level of supervision or oversight do you believe the Post Commission has with regards to the Worcester Police Department?
Through the chair to the council, I believe they have the ultimate oversight because they can decertify you and you'll never be a police officer again.
Thank you. And through the chair to the chief, you mentioned
Spot
use of
on.
force and reasonableness before, and I believe you cited Graham v. Connor, which is a U.S. Supreme Court case. Do you still, through the chair, believe that to be what's controlling and analyzing police conduct with respect to abuse of force?
Hi, Chief.
Through the chair to the council, that's correct. Our standard's based on Graham versus Connor and a reasonable officer standard.
And if I recall, and I've read it myself, your summary of some of the points in that case, reasonableness was looked at what was happening at the scene rather than 20/20 hindsight. Is that correct?
Through the chair to council, that's
You
correct.
just reading the report that he wrote?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Chief. Mr. Chairman, this has been
God,
a
it
subcommittee.
is
We had
so
robust
annoying when a dumb
conversation.
guy
Unfortunately, we're unable to conclude
has
it,
the
due to
affectation,
some disruption,
or
but
adopts the
it's still in
affectation of
committee,
being smart.
And I'm sure we'll continue to have a robust
Like Richard Sipper over here in chat?
on it. I do believe
Well,
the
he's just-
comments made earlier
You
by
are
my
delusional.
colleagues was
Cost
that
no one
oversight
nothing.
is
That's a double negative, dummy.
part of this
He's just Hills
conversation,
Have Eyes,
an important
100%.
Part of it, I'm going to listen to the comments and conversation at our
He's not
subcommittee
trying to
level,
be
but
smart.
I believe the Post Commission
Deal in facts,
provides
please, not hurt feelings.
ultimate oversight, as was said by the chief, with regards
Well, he's
to
just-
the
I'm always saying that to
that
people.
might be proposed in this council. I personally can't comprehend how any body that could be chosen, could put themselves at a scene, rather than looking at hindsight 2020. Therefore, I don't believe, and it would be fair in judging any police department by any oversight committee at the local level, because they're not at the scene and they don't have the ability to look back with 2020 hindsight.
Wow.
I do
Huh.
believe the post-commission.
Mo Bergman
satisfies the
says that there
concerns,
should be no accountability for the
ultimately
police.
of the oversight. I look forward to more of the conversation at our subcommittee. But I do have one last question through the chair, either to the chair or to our city manager. There was a request at some point, I believe by you, Mr. Chairman, for there to be a report done by the Research Bureau on the issue of oversight. Do we have any?
Using that logic,
expectation of
police
when
shouldn't be able to investigate murders because they weren't there. It happens.
Through the chair to the councilor,
That's
I was
fucking
told
booze.
that hopefully at the end of
No
spring, if
offense
not
to
early
booze.
summer, we will
Breasts
see
in
that.
general. That's,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Manager. And thank you, Chief. Council O'Hagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we think Gary Rosen got his signatures at his,
On this
his
accreditation.
front yard cookout?
Once
I sure hope
you're
so.
awarded accreditation, how long is that accreditation period?
Chief?
Through the chair to the council, you first have to get certified, and then within that certification.
Yeah, it's pretty
you have
good.
3 years to get
Pretty
accredited,
good.
And I believe it's 3 years. Our crime scene unit.
Mo Bergman is on the
latent
public
unit
safety
is actually
subcommittee.
accredited as well.
Like that's.
Never heard of post.
So then that means.
And he just said that
every-
there should be no
Every 3 years.
Accountability.
once you've been
local
awarded
accountability or
accreditation,
oversight
You have to
of the
go through the
police.
accreditation period as well? Through the chair?
Through the chair to
That's
council.
crazy.
Okay, so it's very similar to the schools. It's, I think it's every 10 years.
Somebody clip
for the
that
schools. So,
so we
I
can
do
bring that
recommend
back
you on
later
this.
for damaging.
You know, accreditation is it's a serious
video.
thing. They focus on best practices. They focus on clearer procedures, strong internal accountability. It commits to transparency and continuous improvement, which is the things that we're focused on. It focuses on legal rights as well, and it improves on morale, leadership, communication, and training. Obviously, these are all the issues that we've been talking about. So I'm happy to see this. Hopefully this does go through. It's another step forward on transparency. It's another step forward on understanding there are some policies in place that we've mentioned several times today and in committee that we really need to take a look at. It's good too because it's non-biased, so it's an outside agency coming in and providing the support that we need, and it's an opportunity to go back and forth. So they'll give you a grade on where we're at, and they'll give you suggestions on where we need to be based on how we want to move forward. So I'm really happy about this, and I definitely would like to see where this goes. So thank you.
Thank you. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first just kind of want to state for the record again, reiterate, my order was a fair and balanced order, asking for the discrepancies that the department had with the report, and also asked for what was just provided verbally. Through the chair to the administration, if you could share, has that document been shared with the administration yet? Has it been discussed? Through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, we have discussed a lot of the things that we've agreed upon. That's why in the last report that we submitted to council on the status updates of all the recommendation includes the areas of the that we have chosen to improve, implement, and take consideration on. Publicly, I think the chief, whether it's in private sessions with the media or in different conversations, has confirmed his agreement on some of these areas that we need to improve, and hence the report that we submitted to council on those areas that we're going to improve, and we've been able to do some work. Unfortunately, again, that picture has not been painted out through the media, and I think that's what he's trying to communicate tonight. But that's something that we've engaged in conversation.
Thank you, and I appreciate the balance. That's what we're looking for here. And I want to say to the chair, to the administration, to the chief, the fact that we are saying that there are valid concerns, we're working on it, we're addressing it, policy, operations, collective bargaining, et cetera, I think is the other angle. And you indicated that you have been saying that. Tonight was a big moment and a big step forward, so I thank you for that. With respect to cop testing, when did that stop? Chair. When did it officially stop formally from the office of the chief or the interim chief, through the chair.
Through the chair of the council, I don't have an exact date, but I know it was 2-3 years ago. I was not assigned to investigation, so I'm not totally sure. I can get an answer though.
Okay. That's appreciated. I think it's helpful. I did watch the meeting where you said to police that no one will be getting in the vehicle into the cruisers with the police officer. I think that's a step forward. And I think the nexus as to why that's happening is important. And I think it's two-sided. I think from the police side, they're saying that it's a protection for us. And I think from the public, folks who have that concern, it's a protection as well. And I think to negate either side is not the answer, and I appreciate that balance as well. Mr. Chairman, there was a number of things that were stated, and again, I look forward to that report so we can couple it and get that into committee for a comprehensive hearing. I'll save my further comments for the next meeting in a couple of weeks. But this is important. I know people are saying, hey, we keep, bringing this up. We keep having these discussions, but it's necessary. Not every counselor can get to subcommittee, and subcommittee, we want to make sure it's balanced and it's fair in all of our subcommittees, Mr. Chairman. But again, going back to the background checks, I really, again, want to reiterate, I'm trying to have an understanding as to how you avoid bias versus, kind of looking at things on a case-by-case basis on its individual merits. And I look forward to the report that I had asked for as it relates to all of that. Thank you.
Council Pasillo, followed by Council Russell. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for their insightful questions, and thank you to the chief and the department for answering all of them. I just have one quick
let's go. I
question.
just found a free
I think a big part of
virtual
this
software
report
instrument
and something we
that
can all
allows you
agree on
to
is the
pull
need to rebuild
and create
trust
loops
within
out
the
of system
community.
audio. So
And a question I have through
We're
the
get- we're
chair
getting there.
to Chief Saucier is, how has the department, aside from policies and procedures, how has the department started to rebuild trust, whether it's going into the community and your different programs? I'm just curious. Thank you.
Mr. Chief?
Through the chair of the council, I believe a year ago, we started that community engagement program where officers are required to get out of their vehicles 30 minutes a day, walk a footbeat, just talk to people, not on an emergency call, just as a regular person. And when you create those bonds and relationships, I think that provides that trust where, just coming here and talking to people in the hallway. Then you tend to gain that trust from them. So it's
only ever made me feel scared.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. Council Russell, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to rise very briefly, make a comment. When this DOJ report first came out, I was kind of set back and quite frankly, really almost shocked at some of the allegations and the comments that were in there, and as were many members of the community. But, Mr. Chairman, this chief and this manager have done what I think is an excellent job of not only addressing these issues, but issues in the community over the last year and a half, 2 years, even before the report came out. And this is not anything that came about tonight. I appreciate the chief's comments tonight and his going through the responses to your questions, Mr. Chairman. But this has been an ongoing display of leadership from the chief and from the manager on this topic. And I just want to say I, for one, am very happy. Doesn't mean that every issue is addressed, of course. As Councilor Toomey said, it's going to be a living document. It's going to be something that we're all going to be looking forward to and working on as we go along. But But I gotta say, this is something that this chief and this manager have stepped up to the plate on and have made an impact, I believe, and going forward, I think we'll be in good shape. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor King, you have an order? Yeah.
Yes, 10 seconds. I have, just would like an update on the order that I filed in December of 2024, asking the city manager, who was supported by the majority of the council, to provide city council with a copy of all memos, notes, and recommendations the city has received from the Human Rights Commission. Would like to get that as soon as we can to get that committee as well. I think transparency is important, and I'll reiterate again, I said this previously, that had we done proper oversight, I don't believe the DOJ necessarily would have been here. And I'm looking forward to continuing the work with Chief Saucier in the effort to do exactly that. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Manager.
Okay. Yeah, through the chair to the council, I just want to say a few words. I just also want to say that all the notes, minutes related to the Human Rights Commissions are online, so it's publicly available. We are transparent. I don't want to say, I don't want anything to people to make sure that we're not being transparent. All of that's available in the public. You can go online right now to the city's website, and you get all the minutes and all the notes from related to the Human Rights Commission. I just want to allude to the chief and his leadership and his department, because this is not an easy task. When you get a report like this dumped in front of your lap, anybody can have a shocking factor. Not only the individuals and the victims, or those people that have been impacted by it, but also the officers and the families and everybody in the networks. It's extremely important to understand that two things can be right in this case. One, we're continuously improving, we're making adjustments, we're making things better for the department, and also there's things that we disagree on in this report. Both things can happen, and both things have been presented numerous times, not only in this council body, but also to the public and to the media. Unfortunately, the message continues to be that the city of Worcester is completely against this report. And I want to right now, say that that is not true. We've been very open and very engaging with the public and this council body in communicating the areas that this department, this chief, and that leadership of deputies over there have taken to ensure that we move forward and get things done in this department and do things that are different and do things to improve that department. So again, I want to acknowledge the chief and his team for taking that leadership, because like Councilor Russell said, it takes true leadership to say, yes, we agree, and we're going to move forward, and that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Chief, for taking us out tonight. Much appreciated. And so we have the orders that were filed, and all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're going to hold this under privilege. Well, we'll need a vote for that. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax workout program.
Okay, I got some written down. One of the, I think Council Hyjai asked for settlements and the impact of settlements, and I think Council King asked for policy changes, and that was a result of the settlements that came from that, out of that. Then, what, Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, before we vote on that, I think the manager should address just in general the ramifications of making all those settlements public, and whether he can even do it, because many of those might have had, items in the settlements that prohibit them from becoming public. So I'd like to have the manager comment.
Please don't make it public.
The manager or city solicitor?
Through the chair to the councilor, the settlement agreements themselves are public records. The law requires that unless there's an exemption. The documents are not. Some investigative reports may be redacted if there's sensitive or any exemptions that apply to those records. That's going to be more of the task and what has sensitive information, but the settlement agreements are public records.
The public records, you said? I'm sorry, I missed that. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. We all set the orders then, or? We need a roll call?
We're going to roll call?
We want to do them all separately?
Roll call.
Okay, so the first one is to get a report on the settlements. Is that correct? I got that right? Yeah. Okay, roll call. We wrap up.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji? Yes. Council King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Yes. Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Policy changes and the training that result of those settlements. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Changes that have occurred since the equity audit and the OJ report have been issued. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Mr. Kirk, I can help on the next one. Complaints and the background checks. Did I get that? Okay, roll call.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can
I
we
think
read
the and Councilor King can elaborate, but he's looking for any complaints that were made and what the result of those background checks were against the person making the complaint. Is that fairness in that?
Also, again, I think it was asking for a report on anywhere that doesn't do background checks. I can't remember where else it was, but maybe we can go to the tape, but
Yep.
that was essentially that and the reasons for it,
Okay,
I believe.
okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda? Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, report on the pilot program. Roll call.
Which pilot program?
I thought it was the camera pilot.
The co-response.
The what? I'm sorry, Councilor King.
The co-response.
Okay, response.
Pilot
Co-response
program.
of what, please?
Elaborate a little bit, Councilor King.
Yeah, I know what it is. So, I mean, we had a co-response model that was piloted, and I'd like a report on it.
Co-response
I don't know what
model
else to say.
Co-response
police
model
and
for
social
social workers
do
and
open sky.
police officers. Fucking
How do you not know what that is?
There was a
You're
co-respond model that we had.
Head of the Public Safety Committee.
Why is the Public Safety Committee even here?
To do a response model in response to some of the
Why have one?
efforts related to mental health issues, and so we funded that process, and I think that's what the council is asking here for, an update on that.
Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
That weird guy stayed for the whole meeting.
Yes,
Kind of
I
cool.
just asked for an update when appropriate for the accreditation program and also the update where we are with the 19 recommendations. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. We are. You wrap up. We are on Administration Finance, Transmitting Information Communication over the fiscal year 25 financial update.
What
and
a
also
bummer.
Take those together. It's January 31st, 2025 and February 28th, 2025. Send that to MO. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have Transmitting Information Communication over the update about the deployment of 30 public due stream waste bins. We go if they can file that, or Council Ojeda?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Did you guys see that like half of the attorneys in the Civil Rights Division walked out over the last couple weeks?
I don't think I saw that specifically, but I don't doubt it. You know.
It was just, I think that was yesterday I was reading that. See if I can find an article.
Thank you, Mr. Odell. So, quick question, well, probably a couple questions to the chair, to John. Thank you. I see that, in District 4, there will be 18 bins on the Green Island area, away from the ballpark, which is good. Obviously, this is needed. It's mentioned here that 183 proposed locations were provided by the public via crowdsource mapping tool. This had came out early in the year. Is there a way to get, through the chair, is there a way to get, I guess, the final, or a picture or an idea of what locations were proposed? I know we have the ones that are coming out, but where the pins were selected throughout the city? To the chair.
Trudell.
Through the chair, I'm sure we could get that. It's actually, just FYI, it's now over 900 responses with the final, and that can be a public document, made public as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Through part of the work that I've been doing, as you know, to the city, keeping, trying to pick up the trash and in hopes to, help our city.
Shut up.
And also hopes to have our residents more, responsible and helping out as well, not just the city, but our residents as well. Some of these locations throughout the city are going to be near some network centers. I know there's Pernay, not that far from where the locations will be, the bins. So I just want to know, through the chair, if you've been able to speak with some of the network centers that they will be close by, so they can help monitor and be a part of it. The reason why I ask is because hopefully we get them on on Pleasant Street. The Pleasant Street Network Center there. I've been able to start my community liaison position, working with them through my salary as a city councilor. Will go to help fund the position there. That's going to help focus on keeping the neighborhood clean and obviously community engagement. So I'm hoping that we can connect with the network centers to understand that this is something as a counselor I support, but what is it that from your department are you expecting, so they understand some of this information, so hopefully it gets out to them. So I just want to say, have you been able to speak with them, or is that pretty much next steps? Through the chair.
Trudell.
Through the chair to the councilor, that is not happened to date, but we can certainly make sure that is included as well. As was referenced, there's a wide variety of tools and data sources that we've been that have used in terms of determining that list, which is ongoing, of the final 150. Obviously, as you can see just from the crowdsourced map itself, response that there are more requested locations than we actually have bins for, so the demand is high, so we won't be able to put them everywhere where everyone would like them. But what we are trying to do is using the crowdsourced data, but also data from DPW staff, from folks who are the quality of life team. We're looking at making sure we're complying with ADA requirements on the sidewalks. We're working with bus route data, locations for bus stops where they're most frequently used. We're also getting information from neighborhood network groups, not particularly the network centers that you referenced, but we will add that to the list. So it's a pretty wide net that we've cast to gather as much information as we can. The hardest part, of course, is whittling that down because we have an awful lot of good possible locations. I will reiterate that we won't be able to put in bins that will satisfy everybody, but we're hopeful that what we can do is make a significant impact with 150 that we do plan to put in, the balance of which will be done in July.
Also, through the chair, you and I have been in discussions with Clark University, being able to, be a part of this as well. They have an ambassador program, so they're interested in potentially purchasing some of these bins and helping out within their community as well. Have any other universities or any other agencies reached out regarding this initiative to help support? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilor, Currently, no other entities have reached out to date. Obviously, as you pointed out, this is what Clark has offered is to cover the cost of the bins themselves. It does not include the cost for collection and maintaining the bins, and so we'll have to weigh what those, based on the pilot, what those costs are to see if we can actually afford to add more to the original 150, or if that may need to be deferred down the road until additional funding can be obtained. So, but to your point, to your specific question, no one other than Clark has reached out to date.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think this is something that's well needed. I like the fact that, you know, some local artists will be able to have their art on there as well throughout the city. There's I believe the boxes that are outside now in the city, they have art on them, utility boxes, if I'm right. And it's good to see that, right? It's good to see more art in our city, and be able to drive by and know that, you know, whose art that is, and they have a potential down the road to continue their art throughout the city. So again, as a city councilor, that's been one of my main focuses. And you know, again, with a community liaison position, trying to continue those through 2 more locations throughout the city, and to show that, you know, it's a united effort, and I appreciate the work that's been done. There's obviously a lot of research and stuff that's been done, but also the most important thing, a lot of commitment, involvement from people from the city. You know, residents really jumped on it. You said you have over 900, which is great. So I think we'll be able to identify those locations and start getting in that direction of keeping our city clean. So thank you, and I look forward to being a part of this.
Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Rodell. Mr. Rodell, 900 responses, were people limited to 1 per person, where they asked for an email or a name or an address of where they lived, or even if they were a Worcester resident, or were they able to just kind of like drop pins?
What is with George
to
and
the
conspiracy?
counselor, we had over 900 unique
I know
responses.
someone's onto the watermelons.
We were not able to differentiate whether they were
So fucking
Worcester residents specifically or not. But the fact that you would have to understand where Worcester demographics, not demographics, but the locations of the street, the topology of the streets, sort of a prerequisite to make it any kind of sense in terms of what you were responding to. Sort of indicates that the folks that did respond were actively either live in Worcester or work in Worcester.
But my question, though, is, was it email required, or were they limited to 1 per visit? Or was someone able to click 2? Or were they able to click 3, or so on?
Voter fraud.
Through the chair, you were not limited to, as I mentioned, there were over 900 unique responses.
What a fucking unserious
Some folks did
city, dude. This is
provide
this is
more
the
than
body
one
that was going to do
response.
police
So
reform.
when I say
Kidding me?
900 proposed locations, that's based on the 900 response. Some responses, though, were double clicked or triple clicked, so those were actually one response, one location, but actually had multiple requests.
You know what I'm
for that
surprised
location.
K2 didn't bring up the students
Mr.
thing.
Chairman, I just would like to see, before this is finalized, and I understand these are just some temporary ones that we're going to see what it costs to pick up, the Casella is going to try and service and give you some pricing on, and I'm okay with that. But going forward, before they are released, I think that we should distribute those to members of the council, and they should be an all-out effort by the administration to spread these out across the city, especially in areas that have a litter problem, an urban litter problem, and areas that are not in the bid, areas where they don't have a special tax bill for things like cleanliness in downtown. Other areas that might have other things where why do it twice, or when there might be other mechanisms to get these kinds of things. And Mr. Chairman, you know, Mr. O'Dell and I always have a little tongue-in-cheek conversation about how progressive I am on some of the things that he comes on, and how
Tongue-in-cheek.
sometimes have not. But you know, this would be a great place, Mr. Chairman, through you to the city manager. This would be a great place for one of the colleges to pick up the tab and put their logo on it.
Oh, now the college is going to pick up the tab.
University. So I think that might
After
be
you
something
decided to go to
that
war
we
with
should
them
think
last
about
week.
going
Yeah,
forward.
great.
You know,
Give them
besides
an
having
opportunity to
just the
advertise.
Worcester logo or
They're going to
even
pick
our
up the tab.
to try and offer this as a,
We're
as a- an
we're whipping up
incentive to
our crank
some of
voters
our
to take out all their
nonprofits,
fucking frustration on the
and,
colleges.
our educational
Maybe they'll
institutions, not
stop
only
paying.
colleges, but
Yeah, let's give the colleges credit for having less litter on the
other
streets.
facilities that might find this being part of it.
my
But
God.
our problem is
Fucking
in our
jokers.
urban neighborhoods. Our urban neighborhoods.
He keeps saying
Not necessarily on our main arteries, because the merchants sometimes take care of in front of their stores. But our
Merchants never
problem
take care in front of their
is in
stores.
The urban neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Who
So we can-
is the person being
Councilor
conjured
King?
in your mind when you're saying this stuff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this is also part of the response to the order I had filed regarding Big Belly and those sorts of things. So my question through the chair was Big Belly trash bins or whatever that company is. Through the chair to the administration, part of that was, again, to be able to produce revenue with advertising and things of that nature. There was also a solar component to that. It was compacted trash, and then the pickup piece. Can you explain the difference between that and what we have? And again, we had Graffin Street and Green Island, I think, are the areas piloting in. All right, and those are along business corridors as well. Okay, that was my request previously. So through the chair, if you could just kind of speak a little bit to the revenue piece, and also, and if you don't recall, it's fine, but you know, the order that we had discussed previously involved those sorts of things where, like Big Belly, where there was solar component and trash compacting component and a trash removal service as well. Through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I'll share some thoughts, but then I'll let John Odell, the Chief Sustainability Officer, share a little bit more. We basically did an RFP process where we wanted to get folks who submitted. We had a number of companies. I don't know, I think Big Belly was one of them, right? No, I don't think. So we received a number of quotes and a number of proposals from many of them. We chose what we felt was right and what was best for the city. And so then I'll let John Odell explain kind of that process and why we chose this company over someone like a Big Belly.
Mr. Odell?
Through the chair to the councilor, so the company that we did end up choosing there were a number of advantages to the bins that were selected compared to some of their competitors. Don't recall the entire list, but key among them were the fact that they were very quality made, high quality, durable, a little more expensive than some of their competitors, but much
This is
much
brutal to
less
listen
than
to
others,
after
like Big
pretty
Belly.
much learning
Big Belly
that,
upfront
like, police
costs
reform
were
is
about
never gonna
5
happen in the
times
city.
more expensive than the ones that we ended up
That's
choosing.
we're gonna have 30
We also
trash
like
bins.
the current
so-
bins that we chose because they insert the slots that allow you to put the trash or the recycling in are designed such that it minimizes the amount of contamination, particularly into the recycling bin, and also limits the amount of potential household trash that could be put into the trash bin, so that we don't have people using the yellow bags like we encourage folks to use. So all those reasons based on durability, the volume that would be allowed in the bins, the cost, and the design, which also allows, as you referred to, in addition to the artwork, the remaining 2/3 of the bins will be used for advertising to help offset those costs for operations. So with all those
Who wants to advertise on a trash can?
Pros to this, they were the selected vendor.
Ooh, nanny.
Thank you. And
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I just want to add something else that I believe John hasn't mentioned too. We are exploring the possibility. We think that these bins have also the possibility to add sensors where it can notify when it has been filled, so someone can be deployed to be able to.
We're also adding ShotSpotter, 'cause fuck it.
the trash to them. So it's something that, again, helps our ability to operate these on the city. So we want to pilot them, we want to test them out, see how they work, and then be able to then expand them across the entire city.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very, very excited about this. I do want to give kudos to Nora
I
Rose,
love this
who's a
place.
constituent,
I love this
that
place.
brought this to me some time ago, and I brought this to the council. And the piece that the city manager talked about, we spoke about on this floor with regards to Big Belly. So I'm glad with the cost saving. I spoke to representatives from that company some time ago. But the piece that's important for me is the technology that will notify when it's full, because that's a big aspect of what we talked about previously. We talked about on this floor as part of the Big Belly thing. To get that at a lower cost is huge. And my understanding is that also will help with pests and rodents and things like that for folks who have concerns. So again, appreciate Noah Rose for bringing this to the City Council through my order, Mr. Chairman. And I again glad that we're using the advertising. How are we getting people who want to access that? What's the process? If someone's watching that's interested, they want to put their something on there, well, what's the process, or do we not have one yet?
To the Chair of the Council, we have not established one yet. We want to test the products. We want to test the operational aspects of when they need to be cleared, how quickly some of these locations get filled up. We want to test those operational things first before we start to implement a advertisement program.
So there'll be no advertisement during the pilot?
During the pilot, correct.
Okay. Yeah, if we get to report back what that process will be, Mr. Chairman, by way of an order, perhaps I can go to the Public Works Commission. I think this is a great opportunity to generate some enthusiasm for businesses and interests that can use those spaces effectively. And also, it's my understanding that we don't have the technology identified yet for the notice for removal. Is that right, through the chair? Is that not part of this yet?
We're hiring a monkey. The monkey's going to go
Dr.
around.
Watson.
That will notify us when it's full.
Oh, through the chair. So that will be in place as part of the full expansion. We don't need them for the pilot. We'll actually be having folks going out pretty regularly for only the 30 bins. We don't actually need the technology.
What exactly are they piloting? Like, they're not people in Worcester actually will throw things in a receptacle versus on the sidewalk?
Is the expectation that we will then be able to move around
Who knows,
to
man?
different areas to
Who
make sure that
fucking
the locations that we've chosen actually are getting the volume that we would expect.
This is them sneaking a gun buyback program in, and they're hoping that they recover a bunch of firearms in these 30 receptacles.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, you want that in committee or file it? Committee? Send that to committee. Public Works, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item is transmitting information and communication of the update of the Green Worcester Worcestery City Municipal Irrigation Program. Send that to Urban Ties. Those in favor?
Urban?
opposed, so ordered.
Can I go to MLO?
Is that where it was?
I don't know. I'll take it. Was it there before?
You're usually going to
mercy.
go send to your committee.
I'd love to have it.
I can't get it right either way. Okay. Send that to
shut
committee.
up, Joe.
All those in
Little
favor, opposed, so
crybaby.
ordered. Finance items 9.35A through D, 9.36A and B, 9.37A. Adopting the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mara Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Chairman's orders 10A and 10B. Motion was adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Orders 11A, request city manager, request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks and Assistant Commissioner of Public Works and Parks place a sign on Blythewood Playground that lists other nearby playgrounds residents can use in advance of any closing of the playground. Said sign should also state when the playground will be closed for the surface reconstruction and be installed well in advance of any closing. Fair request that such surface reconstruction be expedited to the fullest extent possible. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, can you take 11H, Councilor Priscilla's item too, which is very similar?
H?
Yes.
Okay.
Hierarchy.
Request Manager, Assistant Commissioner of Public Works and Parks, provide council report detailing plan renovations around the playground at Elm Park. Said report should include information relative to the anticipated timeline for said renovations, and said renovations could not have been completed at an earlier date to allow for the resident use of during the summer months, and plans for notifications around future playground renovations. Council Pasillo.
Mr. Chairman, over the years, we've had
That's not Councilor
many
Pasillo.
issues about construction going on at various locations, whether it be parks or whether it be sidewalks or street work, where it started and then the contractors kind of like go away. And then they come back and finish it at a later date. I'm afraid that this thing in Blythewood is like that, because when the commissioner or the assistant commissioner contacted me with the good news that this playground, which is utilized
New dog
by
alert.
hundreds and hundreds
Who's
and
this?
hundreds
This is
of
Rocky.
families every week, where they depend on it for
This
their,
is the Chihuahua.
for their
Rocky.
fun, for their weekend activities.
It's like Rocket and
for their
Rocky,
after-school
which confuses no one.
activities, for their play dates, for their birthday parties, for everything under the sun. And for the commissioner to tell me it's going to take 2 or 3 months of that playground to be closed, just to do a new pad, the new flooring, or if you will, inside that playground. I have to imagine, I mean, I'm not a contractor that knows the operation, but how could it take 2 or 3 months unless the contractor starts it, takes off, starts another project, and then comes back and does a bunch of them.
Jennings
all at
eye
the same
rolling.
time, like they do with the sidewalks, or like they do with the streets, or like they do with some of the other parks work. So,
Oh, fucking
Mr. Chairman,
piss
I'm asking
baby.
for 2 items on my item, on 11A. I'm asking for one for the manager to please meet with the folks at DPW and Parks and to try to expedite and consolidate the timeline on this project. And also way before the actual playground is closed, to put up a sign, a substantial size sign that simply says, starting on whatever date, this playground will be closed, and here's a list of the other nearby playgrounds, put out maybe 3 or 4 in different directions that families could utilize. Because it's going to be very disappointed if a 4 or 5-year-old kid has got a birthday party planned and they show up and the place is closed. So really important that they put up a sign. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the administration.
To the administration.
Council
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I would like to echo Councilor Russell's concerns. These playgrounds are some of the only green space and play space a lot of residents have, and not just because I'm a parent, like I'm able to go to other playgrounds, we're very fortunate, but not everyone can do that. And so I do have a couple questions through the chair to the city manager. Why can't the work be done in stages? Is it you or should I?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the councilor, I think
He
my
doesn't fucking
understanding
know.
is
He doesn't know.
because of the material, it requires a certain time frame to be able to stick and then be able to then put the new layer on.
He doesn't know.
So you need to have the full layer to be in compliance. You can't just do a portion of it, leave, and then open it up, the kids play. You have to have the full compliance of that material laid on the ground. And so what we're doing here, just so people know, is we're replacing the floor of these playgrounds. And so we can't just replace a component.
Don't we typically could just call that the earth?
There's different layers to this that has to happen, and it all has to happen at once. The challenge always in the parks is that we have between roughly now, and maybe September to do any work in any of our parks. And usually those are the months that everybody wants to use the parks. So I think it's a challenge to try to do both. Oftentimes when we say 2 to 3 months, especially in this scenario, we're trying to be conservative in that, in the sense that our hope is to make it as closer as possible and quicker as possible. But again, we want to give some contingency there if things could extend.
As closer as possible or as quicker as
But the
possible.
hope
That's
is to
great.
try to do it as quickly as possible. But we can't do it just by stages, because we got to do the whole floor, and there's a certain element of that process that needs to take care for the standards to be in compliance.
Thank you so much. May I also ask through the chair, are these playgrounds being redone by two separate contractors, or is it the same contractor for both?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair, to the council, I don't have that answer, but I can definitely be able to provide it to you either on phone call or text or something.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. And I do just want to echo Councilor Russell. I mean, last year with Burncoat Street,
That's
and
awesome.
Grove Street, it just really became a situation of I did not know who was inspecting the contractors and holding them accountable, and it seemed as though it took a really long time. And so with the playgrounds, I think it's incredibly important that we make sure these jobs are done promptly, and it isn't, we're doing one thing at this playground, then we're going to the other one in the afternoon. And I understand the time constraints, and it's wonderful that we're getting these new playgrounds. I think that's great. But it is just, I mean, it's a challenge for parents and caregivers in the summer to not have access to the Elm Park playground. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree. I support both the councilors. You know, it being in
I'm with you,
District 4 as
fellas.
well, just parks in general. You know, Councilor Russell had mentioned the fact that, you know, the Blythewood Park over there is used tremendously, and there's a lot of people. I think Elm Park is probably used the most, not just by the people in the neighborhood, but people all around, but there's also a lot of events that take place, which brings kids to the park. So my question through the chair to the city manager is, do both parks have to happen at the same time?
Imagine this body actually having as a job designing fun for children.
Through the chair to the council,
Oh my God.
I know it's difficult to close certain parks. There's two completely different sides of the city. We try to do that on purpose so that we're not closing 3 parks in District 3 all at the same time to replace the flooring. This flooring is important. It's an ADA accessible flooring, and that's the standard right now for when we do the playgrounds. The challenge is that both of these floorings have, I mean, Blythewood Park, I remember doing the ribbon cutting when I think at Augustus, or not Michael Bryan at the time. It was like the transition that was happening. So that was, God, like 12 years ago. So these floorings get beat up quite a bit, especially Blythewood Park and even Elm Park. Both of those parks, you see hundreds of kids. I mean, my kid is one of them. I live right near there, so my kid is, every time I drive by, he wants to go to that park. So I know the impact that it has, but we have to do these 2 parks because the flooring requires us to upgrade, and there's rips in certain areas. Kids can get hurt, they can fall, and it's very an inconvenience to the neighborhood and the residents, but we have to do the maintenance to these floors. Again, our hope is to work with the contractor to do it.
I really hate it. It's driving me nuts hearing somebody call something outside a
This is
floor.
happening in this fiscal year, so we're trying to get it done hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, so that at least we have July, August, September, et cetera, those months to be able to be utilized.
Where's Candy Kate
But I
Dunn or
understand
Mo
the challenge
saying we should
and the
pull out
concerns
the
with
soft
residents.
padding? It helps
These are
build
2
stronger
very distinct
children.
parks, and we do that on purpose.
We need
because
strong
wanna do all
boys.
the parks in one
We need strong boys.
together.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that as
We
well.
need strong
boys-
boys. Grow up
The
some
boys,
meat.
the boys of the
You know,
city are not
same
strong
way,
enough.
and Councilor Pacilio, when it comes to getting the word out of other parks. So my,
You know, I saw this racing
my only
event, and we
question
should bring the sperm racing here to
is
Worcester.
We also need to let the other parks know, or the people in those neighborhoods, to
We must.
be ready for probably an overflow in
Make
certain
strong
parks, and then just
boys.
to
We must make
have
strong
it.
boys.
Do we make sure it's suitable? If certain spaces of those parks are kept well, kept safe. I'm pretty sure they are. You know, our parks generally are kept pretty well. But the fact that, you know, the playgrounds are what's going to be missing, and some parks just don't have playgrounds. So I just want to make sure we understand and keep an eye on that. There may be, you know, other parks that trash may be building up as well. So keep an eye on as well, and be prepared to maybe have some trash dumpsters or whatever it may be to prepare for that. You know, we live in New England, so obviously the weather can change.
What the?
Didn't we just waste an hour of our lives talking about fucking new trash receptacles?
Obviously, there's a timeline, and things
Couldn't have merged these ideas.
Sure, fucking did.
If there's any interruption during that, you know, hopefully it doesn't snow anytime soon. But interruption with that, is that something that it could potentially hold us back? And then what happens if it gets to that point where they still can't do it because of the weather or something like that?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, the goal is to make sure that we achieve getting both floors done. There's a certain temperature that's required to do these, under certain conditions.
What are
If
we
it's
fucking
raining,
doing
downpouring
here?
for an entire week, is gonna impact our ability to get contractor to work on this. And so, you know, we do the best that we can based on the circumstances, you know, related to the weather. But we have to have a certain temperature, a certain time frame to be able to get this flooring to stick.
Gussie!
In these areas.
So I guess I
Come
would
say
ask
what's up.
lastly, it would be,
Or not.
you know, we tend
Fine,
to
I
have
don't wanna hang out
downpours,
with you either.
right, in certain times of the year in those months. These contractors come in, they have scheduled out the time to do the work.
What the fuck are we
happens
talking about, Louis?
is
Shut up.
It interferes with their time to do the work, and they're supposed to be starting another job. Are they committed to making sure that work is done regardless if there is an interruption?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, I think this is something that the commissioner is fully aware of, and so we're gonna work to make
Yes,
sure that
because they don't
are
get
consistent
paid.
and
They
get this
all
done
operate
on
on a
time.
PO, so they're going to be committed to
Thank you.
the
I just wanted
work
make
because they have
sure,
to
because I
finish the
know
work to get
we all know
paid.
when projects come up.
That's why city council
simple as
contracts are like
King Street,
back like this.
the post we wanted, I remember they were gonna do it, but then we had rainfall, and the contractors that were gonna do it had to push that off because they had another job to do. So I just wanna make sure that anything that comes in between it, that they stay focused on making sure we stick to that timeline. Thank you.
Okay. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to sign on to these. Park safety is extremely important. I think all of our children.
Yes, we get it. You're
folks who
all
have
running
them,
for
or their
council.
friends or family or whatever the case might be, have used our parks to a great degree. I appreciate the response and the explanation about how we spread things out. I did want to speak very quickly to park safety. You know, I filed an order.
I don't know.
close
I
to
don't know
2
how
years
much longer
ago
I can do this
about
tonight.
I'm with you guys. I'm fucking done.
There's,
This is annoying. This is a
work
very,
that needs
this
to be
is
done
a
there.
soul
It's a
deflating
significant
meeting
safety
right
issue.
here.
In a couple of weeks, we'll have started
the
assembly for high school kids, about 18 teams, talking about over 200 kids using those two courts on a weekly basis for a couple of months. And the repairs haven't happened. Through the chair to the administration, if you could speak to that. I know there was some litigation, I understand, I believe, that's what I was informed, as relates to the company that was supposed to be repairing this. So I don't know if the administration is not prepared for a report on that, I just asked for it. But just want an update on that. If you don't have one, it's fine. Do you have one? Don't have one, all right. So it's like a report on that, on the Crompton Park. There's some safety issues on the floor, and also any sorts of legal efforts that, it's my understanding, have been made to hold the company accountable that did the work. Mr. Chairman. Additionally, we had some folks come in talking about needles, Mr. Chairman. I know I've had communication with Mr. Antonelli, asking for sweeps of neighborhoods as spring comes. And I just want to know through the chair to administration, these sorts of issues are a result of systemic shortcomings as relates to how to deal with substance use treatment, lack of housing, confluence of factors, right, for these folks. And often as snow goes away and people access the park more, it's more visibility. I was informed by parks that on a daily basis they're removing needles, Mr. Chairman, and that as of April 1st, they have folks picking up 7 days a week. And for the public, the recommendations from them are to call customer service, put a work order in, call park security immediately in order to dispose of these things safely. So if you could speak to the importance of folks going out there and how to dispose them, where to dispose them, who to call. I would hate for someone to be out there and have a health issue because of.
Oh, perfect. I get to ban somebody.
Best recommendation from the city.
Oh, yeah? Who?
If there is.
Interperson, I don't know. Best
Interpersonal.
Oh, cool.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, you alluded to some.
They have the best
Wanna reach out to
viewers.
the Park security staff, they work
That's so sick. I love it
number
when
of
the viewers
hours,
are the
a
best.
quality of life team.
We have the best viewers.
Well, most specifically, going to
But
311.
you can tell we mean it because we're not out there talking to everyone, telling them to go over, come over to us.
They get
Listen
communicated
to our
to
people.
Suckers.
dispatches, the quality of life team.
We hog
So
our
we
viewers.
have quality of life teams.
Yeah, nobody, none of our viewers are allowed to view anyone
Able
else.
to be deployed quickly to those parks. I do want to say that it's extremely important as residents.
You're
if
our
you see
viewers.
a needle, do not touch it. Do not pick it up.
We've got the strongest boys in the city.
Service to our residents in our community and the
We got the
Longest
biggest
and
boys.
strongest.
but we also don't want to create any other harmful situations. We have containers. We have professionals that are able to go and pick those up and put these containers away. But we want to encourage folks not to be able to do that. There's tons of mechanisms, whether it's the park security staff or even a police officer or even.
I'm gonna call 911 every time I find a
311.
needle in the park.
There's many different ways. Some parks, like
It's
Elm
gonna
Park,
get me.
Beaver Brook, even here the Worcester Common, etc. There's staff personnel mostly at all times. They're designated to those parks. Reach out to them, try to engage them, so that they can then do the work by collecting these needles. But we have tons of teams of folks on a daily basis, 7 days a week, out there in these parks, not only cleaning up trash, but also collecting a lot of these needles because we want to make sure that our residents are safe as they are navigating these playgrounds and these fields.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. This wasn't brought up to point any fingers. It was simply, last year at this time, I think I'd had conversations with, parks that they responded to pretty well at that time, in that time frame. And it's a recurrent issue. I just want to kind of bring attention to the National Recreation and Park Association is a group that has ideas for Parks and Rec to create comprehensive responses to the substance use crisis. I think it's time that we establish something like that here in the city of Worcester. I would like to
let's
file
give
an
them a safe
order,
shooting site.
that the city look to
And they
the
won't have to go to
National
the park.
Recreation and Park Association for referential purposes. To
Maybe let's turn it
consider
into a
devising,
police training
such a response. That response would be very helpful. It'll educate folks on how to dispose. Through the chair of the administration, does the parks staff know how to dispose of these things correctly? Do they call the
No, they
police?
keep licking
Or
them.
do
It's
they
the
take
hardest
them when
thing.
they go Through the chair.
All park staff have.
You should pilot trash bins that have a sharps receptacle inside.
To be able to dispose of them, so they all train.
In advertising on the sharps.
So if you see a
Right,
person,
on the needles themselves.
attendant or an employee,
Follow Woonanny Comedy.
to be able to handle these needles.
And with respect to harm reduction, I know we have some community groups.
Shoot up some laughs with
that
Woonanny
Jesus
Comedy.
Christ.
engage in that.
Comedy is the best drug.
When you're talking about Narcan and
They don't call it the opiate of the masses.
syringe exchange,
Oh wait, no, that's not even comedy.
trainings, et cetera. Are we
Fuck,
doing
I'm-
any harm
ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm
reduction sort of
stupid.
work as it relates to parks in the city?
All
Through the
right,
chair.
it's time for some funky beats.
Manager?
Yes.
To the chair, to the council, my understanding, there's a number of agencies in the city that do harm reduction. They spend their amount of time in outreach, doing outreach, doing engagement, either providing tools or resources to individuals not only in the parks, but across the city. But many of these agencies, there's a number of them that are doing this great work in the city in terms of their outreach and case management.
Yes, maybe just a report back on, that sort of comprehensive response. We're probably already
Is
doing
magnet fishing allowed in Worcester?
to one degree or another. Might be we probably
Depends where you
that,
do it.
but also just kind of getting that sort of a thing. And I was.
Why wouldn't they want you to catch magnets?
Besides, I would prefer public health committee versus the parks committee, but wherever it's appropriate.
I used to try in the
if
pond
there's a
that's
time
across
to
the
do
street
that,
from me
I think
for a
that
while,
would
but
be
I kept
something
losing the
we can
magnets.
Reference,
Is that real?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, no,
I think it
there's
could,
just so many like old sticks and like logs and stuff
go a
in the
long
bottom
way.
of the pond. They would just
Thank you,
I'd
Mr.
cruise along in the
Thank you.
canoe.
So send those items to the manager.
That thing's gotta be full of
Preferably-
guns.
Oh, Council Bergman?
Just from what you first said, I was envisioning that there's a large metal object with like 6 of your magnets stuck at the
Yeah.
bottom.
Never got hooked on anything that was metal. It was always
causes of the
wood,
accumulation
snags.
weeds,
of the needles, or is there
rocks.
specific group of people, specific location? Is it attributable to drugs.
Is there a
is
specific
the
group of
homelessness,
people
a combination
causing
of
the
all
needle
Is it
problem?
is it attributable to drugs?
Through the chair to the council, it's a combination of all the above.
No.
Did he just ask that?
They're
There are some
administering
parks
they're
that are
administering
more-
medicine to each other.
I guess
They're all
I would
diabetic.
say that you could find more than others in terms of the needle activity. And so those are the parks
Well,
where
MCPHS
our
kids
quarterly life
practicing.
team is aware of people that are engaging in those areas, and they try to do their best to spend
Make
their
them
time
go
there,
somewhere else?
offer services.
They do
engage
field
folks that are
testing.
there, connect,
Oh, can you guys hear that?
homeless outreach
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
through agencies or through our recovery coaches here in the city to go and provide some services. So there's a number of stuff that's happening, but it's a combination
awesome.
of everything
This
that you
pod
alluded
track
to,
thing rules.
from unhoused individuals, substance abuse issues. I mean, you name it, it's all involved.
I asked that, thank you. I asked that question because sometimes I think we, all too often, not all of us, but some of us, wave the white flag and say, all right, we know we can't do anything about it, so we just have to find a way to be careful on how we pick up the needle, so on and so forth. And what I don't want to do is wave that white flag, because I think, as we all know,
A white flag's not going to be able to pick up needles,
the
Mo.
public as well as everybody that's there.
I
including
will
those
go
that
down
unfortunately
with this ship.
have their reasons for using drugs. So
And I
hopefully
won't
we can also
put my
look at
hands up.
measures that are more preventative, as opposed to just assuming there's nothing we can do. But I
What do you
would
think
just
is the
also
hardest
add
drug
that
Mo's
there
ever
was a
done?
time not that long ago where there was a conversation
Nice cup
on
of
this
coffee.
floor about how to regulating parks and
Horse.
or at least making it easier for those encampments to exist in public parks. And I think we can see now.
Ayahuasca, and he overpowered it.
Forward on that, given the situation that we're now dealing with, which is our public parks have become dumping grounds for dangerous needles. Thank you.
Holy shit.
Okay, just gonna throw a quick order on. Just ask for the ordinance and policies other cities have around their public parks.
Statins
and,
could count.
Maybe provide a report on it.
Did he just fucking say that?
Okay, we're off the
Oh my
reports.
God.
The two
Wait,
orders.
what did he say?
The manager. those in
How do
favor,
other
opposed,
cities
so
take care of
reported.
this, basically?
No, Mo Bergman just said.
Oh.
Of course, the manager provide council with a report concerning the process
said,
used when randomly going through residential trash for research.
Because
The
there's
report
needles
should
in the
include
parks
information
now, we
concerning
were
how the
right
residents' privacy
to
is
not do
protected or
a
violated.
sanctuary.
Councilor
Mr. Chairman, I
a
thank the
moratorium
administration
on
for
homeless
their
encampment
Facebook
sweeps.
post,
Right.
because
Because now our parks are full of
informed,
needles. So imagine if we
a lot of
had a
things,
moratorium on
and this
encampment
was
sweeps.
how I learned about
There'd be
this.
even more
I had it in
needles.
my
That's
phone ringing
crazy. That's crazy.
because, being a
For the-
council
this is the
constable,
watermelons.
chairman of Public Works,
Yes.
people
Oh, I
say,
got to record
"You're
this so
going
I
through
can
my
sample
trash."
it.
And I think that this, I understand what they're doing, but the city had a post, a Facebook post, of some folks, I'm exaggerating, of course, when I'm saying spacesuits, but they had the, the whole garb on and the masks and stuff going with a
Be a
table,
biohazard
going,
suit.
tipping over bags of trash and trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study, part of the zero waste program to see what's in the trash. I just know I wouldn't want my bag of trash to be one of those bags. of
Why?
trash on the table.
Why, George?
And I would just ask for a report from the administration.
Because
about
he's
this,
throwing away too many
about
watermelons,
the
and he
whole,
knows it.
thing, 'cause
My trash
I
is
don't know what to
mostly
tell people
animal
about that.
excrement. So have at it, boys.
Maybe the mayor knows more than I do. I see he's coming down. Maybe he doesn't
How are they going to know it's yours, George? Do you
to the
label
chair, to
each
the
bag of
councilor,
trash
this
you
is part
throw
of the
out?
zero waste master plan that we're trying to understand certain behaviors of residents in our city and when it comes to the use of trash. Trash companies, whether it's Casella, et cetera, they are all sorting the trash. So people are going through your trash. There are companies going through your trash. They're sorting the trashes. There's people sorting trashes. It happens. This is what they do. We're working with these companies to try to sort out, try to understand what kinds of behaviors we're seeing so that we can be best with implementing new programs and offering new programs to residents. So for example, if we see
Oh my
that
God. Could you
more and
imagine
more
how freaked
residents
out he'd be
are
if his
putting
bag just
textiles in the
disappeared
regular
before everybody
trash,
else on the
and what
street
kind of
every
new
week?
programs we can
What we
offer
should
so
do
that
is we
people
go,
dispose
when he probably puts
textiles
his trash out the
properly
night
in certain
before, we
areas.
go and take the
That's
bag,
what we're working, so we
and then
work
we
with a lot
save
of
them
these
for like 3 or
companies
4
to do that.
months, and then we bring them all back
So
on the
there's
same
some
day.
process
When he
right now
comes
through the
out,
Zero Waste
comes out to
Master
go to the
Plan
office, there's like
in terms of
400
trying to
bags of
get
trash,
data and
and
information
clearly all
that
full of
will then
watermelons.
inform us
It'll be
on
very
what
rank
programs and
watermelons at that
resources
point.
that we can use to better support our residents.
Councilor Russell.
But I do want to be clear that they're not going to your doorstep and opening trashes and whatnot.
That's what happened in front of my house.
Part of a process of a collection happens, it's being dumped somewhere.
This little old man went through my
That's to be
bag,
reviewed,
just pulled out all my cans.
Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman,
That was the city guy?
as chairman of Public Works.
He was wearing a
we had
yellow
meeting
vest. That
at
makes him
Casella.
city, right?
Believe me,
Yeah,
we
all the
know
time,
what
every time.
Casella looks like. And we know what thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds and truckloads after truckloads.
Yeah, everybody
of
take their
recycling
turn
looks like
stealing
when
his
it comes out
trash.
in an open bin. I think people understand that. They put it in an open bin.
If you get caught with it, you're it. You have to dress as George Russell for a full
Things
week.
in a yellow bin.
No, I'm
I
here,
always
I'm
thought
here
it
with
was going to the
Casella.
incinerator. So if it's not
Incinerator.
going to the incinerator, it's important that we be honest with the public and tell them that there's a possibility that their bag of trash could be opened up and be inspected. And as far as the textile collection goes, Gary Rosen was on the city council talking about textile pickup. And
We'll
that
be
was
talking
part
about
of-
it soon enough, pal.
Yeah, I was
we
gonna
was
say.
planned under the previous city manager.
Give
that
him
we were
6
supposed
months.
to have a textile program.
Well, it's
Yeah.
against it's against the current trash rules to throw
we have it,
any
right.
piece
So
of clothing.
it's- So I mean, it's.
Garrett
the
Rosa
bottom
was
line
talking
is
about the
if some-
textiles,
if
and
there's a
he hasn't been
possibility
city
of
councilor for
somebody's
another
trash
6
bag being
months.
opened up to look at, we need to tell the public that that's a possibility. That's all I'm saying. And
My
I'd like to
perception
get a
of time is
report,
all
because,
up.
To be honest with you, I never heard of this.
Man, oh
Motion to
man.
report to get more information on the trash.
All I learned tonight is that
Examination
George thought that every week
process.
somebody picks up his
Security
trash
around
and
it,
brings it directly
you know,
to a
that
giant
kind of
fire
Thank
pit.
you. Mayor Petty.
Immediately.
Thank you. I'd like to get the report that Council Russell requested. I know we opened up the trash anyways, I believe, at the incinerator to separate out certain types of stuff that can't go in the incinerator. Contamination is the word. So that contamination rates have been pretty, I thought, pretty
Nailed
low
it,
over
brother.
time. But we're rising and back down again, I believe, the contamination rates. But they are open for that purpose, which we have to do. I
Wow.
didn't know we were inspecting trash. I got a call 3 weeks ago from a gentleman.
No,
who
wait,
said
no,
to
this,
me,
this isn't a real.
I have a dumpster in the back of my building where he owns
He
the
came
building.
to me with tears in his
A
eyes.
commercial building. He said, someone's going through my trash. That's what I want to know. Like, I asked his administration, I called, and then he said, no, that's not happening. But he went out there and he said, you have to leave. And he called me and said, are you inspecting people's trash? I just want to make sure you can double check on that, so we let people know that's not true. If it's not true, we're not going to the
Oh,
dumpsters,
well,
we're only doing it at the.
it's true.
At the, Casella's
Mr.
only doing
Manager?
it. Mr. Manager?
To the council, my understanding is they are not going to individual properties to inspect
Okay. Just
their
confirm that.
trash.
Yeah, I believe her in that, but just make sure. And, but is it both the trash in the yellow bag and Casella? So both recyclings and the trash are being inspected for the purpose of how we want to proceed in the future on how to collect trash and better receptacles for people who want to throw things out. Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager.
We have Councilor Kate Toomey, Councilor at Large, followed by Jenny Pasillo, District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One thing I do want to say is there also, there are people that go out through the neighborhoods on trash day, going through trash, getting cans. So there are.
This
those
is
people that are
really,
doing
this
that as
is,
well.
this
So,
conversation is something else.
He looks like she's been hitting the fireball hard
this is, I
tonight.
guess.
I'm sure she has.
Who's after Council, Council Pasillo?
This is such a stupid
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. May I ask the city manager a question through the chair of the city manager? If you're going through someone's trash and you find something that's not supposed to be in there, is that person going to be penalized?
Mr. Manager?
To the
Arrested,
council,
straight
no,
to jail.
That is not happening.
Okay.
No.
So it doesn't matter if
No,
there's
they
a
will
bill
be
in there with your
summarily
mailing address
murdered.
on it and you have a textile in there. It's fine. This is simply for the zero waste master plan, which is going to be so great. And I do
Thank
want to
you
say
so
one
much for
thing.
this, Jenny.
You know, we're talking a lot about trash, and there's a book called Gone Tomorrow, The Hidden Life of Garbage, and I would recommend maybe we all read it because it's really interesting how trash is collected and how it's just a great book. So I just want to make it clear, no one's going to knock on your door and say you shouldn't have put this in your trash.
We're the trash police.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say anecdotally, maybe it was, it's not happening elsewhere, but not that long ago, saw somebody in my neighborhood going through somebody's trash. So I know it does happen outside of the, outside of Casella's business address. I'd also
why
say,
are
and
they
I'll certainly
talking
wait
about
for the
this?
city solicitor to give a report, but my recollection from constitutional law is once you leave it outside, you give up your right to the expectation of privacy. So I would just caution anybody, if you got something you don't want somebody to find, maybe you should be shredding it and not putting it in front of your house.
There
But
you go.
I don't really see a major issue with the program once it's explained to people what the purpose is for.
Now Mo's
Nobody's
telling us
gonna
to
be
shred dead
individually
kittens.
fined. I mean, I think
Great.
there's a lot of.
Well, but he's absolutely right. By putting it out in front of your house, you're relinquishing any resemblance of privacy.
So you're saying I should have a house full of dead kittens, and Mo's saying I should shred them. Kind of a pickle you guys are creating here.
Wrap them up in watermelon rinds. No one will find them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise for a second time just to state that if you dump.
Yes, you do rise for a second time.
Illegally, it will be gone through, and yes, you will be penalized for that. So there is that element.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is she saying now?
Thank you, Senator.
That you will be penalized
Excuse
if
me,
you
Mr.
illegal
Chair.
dump.
I have a final question because it's super interesting. Could you verify again that our trash is super safe in the city?
What do you
We're
mean
spending a lot
super
of time on
safe?
this. I just want to make sure that the trash is safe from unwanted individuals going through them.
Through the chair, that's a tough answer. I don't. From the city's perspective, municipality perspective, in terms of what we're doing, yes. Whether there are people in this community who are going through people's trash, my trash goes through. There's a guy that comes every morning and goes through everybody's recycle bin.
Every morning?
The public may not be safe from the Worcester Police Department. Trash is fucking secure.
That happens, but the city itself, it's not doing that. We're doing it as part of a program on the collection end to understand behaviors of folks in our community to better serve our residents. Your trash is safe.
Okay, Senator.
I don't wanna-
Not from me. Not from me.
List of rental agreements for.
I'm going through everyone's
all city
trash.
properties,
I'm
including
rooting around in there.
Churches renting school properties.
How heavy were your
Such
bags?
include
Because I've definitely
all,
put out heavy bags, but I've
revenue
never
generated
gotten
from
dinged.
such, instances.
Oh my God.
That
What
weirdo
does it mean to get
sitting
dinged?
there. Guy from
Mr.
Connecticut.
Chairman, you're gonna miss me when I'm not here. Someone sent me this a few days before Easter. It was a flyer, and I don't want to, I mean, I'm probably pointing out without saying the name, but file this under, gee, I never knew that. Someone sent me that in a text message, a flyer that was dropped off by a religious organization that was inviting people to come to church on Easter. Sounds reasonable. Only one problem. It was in the Worcester Technical High School, where the church actually was.
Oh, no.
I thought that
It's been
was
going on for like a
different.
decade.
So I Googled it, and sure enough, it showed the actual address for this religious institution to be the Worcester Technical High School. I didn't know we had agreements with religious or other organizations. I know like at the senior center.
Used to be
we
Life Song. Is it
rent,
still?
You know, some space to some different organizations and companies that provide
What the
services
fuck
for
are we
seniors.
doing?
Which
What are we
makes
doing?
sense. But then I've come to find out from conversations with other folks when I put
What are
this
you,
on,
a
that there were
goddamn
other,
detective now? Jesus.
school facilities.
Looks
that
like
are
Life Song
doing
Church.
Religious
Well,
activities on the day off on Sunday. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm very simply asking for a report. I know this is from the school side and not from the city manager. The city manager's team is, from what he tells me, is not involved with any of this, this activity. But, you know, we're asked all the time to improve our school buildings, to do what we can to do to improve those school buildings, to build new school buildings, to heat them, for money each year. I'd like a report to say how much is received for revenue, number one, versus how much the cost is
Yeah.
to have these
The
facilities.
church that's up there now,
open for
their
all
URL
these
is Worcester on
religious
Fire.
organizations and anybody else that's
Whoa.
renting.
A really
That's what the
badass
focus
domain
on,
name for a
because it's been to
church.
my attention, was religious
Crazy.
organizations. How much is received versus how much does it cost to heat, have the air conditioning on?
I typed in Worcester on
have
Fire,
the
got the fire
facility
department.
plowed, shoveled.
Did you really?
Whatever.
I just typed in Worcester
that
on
kind of
Fire.
thing.
Oh, yeah, this is
I'm
WorcesterOnFire.com.
also asking
Should have specified.
for some information from the law department. that if the mailing address and when you Google the address, if it could be implied as an endorsement of the city of Worcester for these organizations. So should a person have some negative interaction with any of these organizations, could that come back to haunt us as a city?
Yeah, wow. Really thinking of all the hypotheticals tonight.
If we are renting to those organizations, then who can we say no to in the future? If there is some other organization that comes along that is something that none of us
Like
are happy
a
with,
Muslim or
especially,
something.
in our community, and they say, hey, we're a religious group or we're a nonprofit group, we want to rent just like they're renting, can we say no to them in the future?
Oh, I almost got a George Russell loop coming up.
And also, Mr. Chairman, you know, we all as elected officials and candidates, we attend many religious
I'd like to use
organizations.
Burncoat High School every Sunday
I remember
for
going to one
my
facility
Mr.
one
Dildo
time when someone
meeting.
invited me to a church function, and there were 3 separate churches in one building. So there are a lot of landlords throughout the city who generate some tax revenue and their expenses by renting to some of these churches that are startup organizations. Also liability, also security. We're always concerned about security in the schools. What kind of security is being provided on the weekend when the facilities are being used as a religious facility? What kind of security, is there for going on while people are there? And even if things might be left there, God forbid. So, I mean, I was just really
Russell speaks at about a
surprised that this activity was going
101
on.
BPM.
I hope there's a reason for it that I don't understand on first glance that could be explained to me. But at this point, I really don't understand it. And I'd like a report from the administration in cooperation with the school department about what this is, this whole program is, and, and have all those questions that I laid out. I'm not trying to, say one negative thing or positive thing about any group or any persons. I'm just concerned from the city standpoint of being the shepherds or the trustees of the city government, what the city's got to lose about this. So, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the manager.
Okay, those in favor, opposed, so. Council Corio?
Thank you. I just wanted to, if my colleague doesn't mind me adding a few more questions onto that, his list, I think that was very detailed. But I'd like to know, too, through the chair, who makes this decision? Is this a committee that makes the decision? Is it the superintendent that makes the decision? And it's concerning to me because, like my colleague said, is, how can we say no to maybe a religious group that may be detrimental or may not be
Which
aligned
one?
with any of our values?
Just say the
You
church
know,
state.
How can we say no
I was
to
gonna say,
them
right?
when we can say yes to all these other institutions? And that's bothers me on that. So I'd like the detailed report too, but I'd like to know.
I'd
who
like you to
is
put your eyes
actually
back inside your
making
head,
this
Donna.
decision, and what criteria is it? Okay, so it's a religious organization. We
Yep,
know that
I
that's a
agree.
very broad topic and a broad, a group of people. Now, what determines what group would classify the group that has the money?
See, I'm
that
more
can pay
suspicious
for
of
it,
this guy
or does
being
it
a
have to have
realtor
certain
and
values,
a
or does it
minister
have to have certain members?
than meeting in a high
This
school.
is really a little bit of a loose cannon here. So, I mean, I look forward to this report, and I'll sign on to this. I agree with my colleague there that there's a lot of questions to be answered. Thank you.
4 hours.
Are you serious?
Thank you.
Mayor Petty.
This has been going on for decades, just to let you know. This is nothing new, okay? The only time we didn't rent out the schools was during COVID. They need the auditoriums. A lot of people might not be a religious institution, it could be another institution that rents the schools out. The schools use it for revenue, probably for the particular school. I'm just not clear if it goes into a apartment split, because they changed it a little bit, but the principal pretty much runs it, and the money goes to that school, and they're not losing money, I can guarantee you on that. But like Councilor Russell said, it's not one way or the other, let's just get a report and see where it goes. But I want to make it clear too, this is nothing new.
I said it was cool
Those
years
years,
ago.
You have to sign a contract, and probably most of the questions will be answered in that contract that they have to sign, and the rules and regulations, what they have to pay for. So, so I'm looking forward to the report anyways. Thank you.
Yeah, you're looking forward to the report. That's great. That's fucking awesome.
Maybe we can read the whole report at a meeting in the future.
I didn't see any.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, you know, I've been aware of this practice as well. We certainly don't want to discriminate against any particular group. And I certainly support the school side trying to, you know, increase revenue in support of educators and students as any way they can. My only
Brian, you should
question
see if we
is
can rent out high schools as a comedy club.
I was thinking that same thing, Brendan.
Somebody in Cambridge, somebody rented a community center for years as a comedy club.
But in terms of liability, where's the liability?
Who has the
fall
best
if
auditorium?
There's an issue. Does it fall on the
South?
school side?
Or Tech
or
probably
does it
now.
fall on the city side through the chair?
But South's got a cool one too.
The new Doherty Auditorium is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
How great would that show that Sean's running next
Through the
week
chair to the
work in an
counselor, I have to
auditorium?
see the contracts that are being
Hilarious.
signed, because I don't believe I've approved any. But, so it depends on the language, but we are ultimately the property owner. If there was a lawsuit, it would be, you know, the city, including the Worcester schools.
And does that apply also for, you know, anything during the school day as well, through the chair, at a particular school?
Through the chair, correct.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to make a motion that we get a report back on what strategies that school side is doing with respect to facility maintenance and assessment. Given the fact that there's a potential legalities that could fall on the city side in conjunction with the schools, I just think it's good to be appraised so we know what those are. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I'll get a report back. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the city manager consider discontinue the practice of the Department of Public Works. and
Oh
Parks
man,
and
I got a
Local
hot
Development
one. I got a hot one.
building
How do I
posted
play this
temporary
back
yellow,
over?
No parking signs in neighborhoods where
How do I
street
do that?
sweeping will occur multiple
Share
days in advance.
Can you share an audio
Such
file?
Sweeping, further
No, it's not
signage
there
continue
yet.
to be used.
Oh.
The city manager provide a rough date of when the street sweeping will occur. Council Russell.
As it reads.
Now, here's one that I've known for a long time.
God damn it, Russell.
This has been going on off and on for years.
Fuck.
And it's just that.
Oh, maybe this'll work. Hold on.
Probably should just send it to the administration because it seems to go through cycles where they just put the signs up too far in advance and they tow too many cars because when a sign's
So
up
you guys
for
can
a
hear
week
this.
and people don't have any place to park, they don't have a driveway, they go to the three-decker neighborhoods. There's just so much tolerance they can have.
Barely.
When the sign's up for multiple days. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? It's just whoever it is.
That's too advanced of a.
That's a start.
About trying to do it as possible, or putting.
George's days are numbered, so he's just using all the time he can to just
Council.
bang out all his hobby horses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to speak on this quickly because I've received a number of concerns over the last couple of days in regards to, so I'd like to sign on this. I appreciate the counselor in putting this on the agenda. And I can tell you, irate residents, folks who are struggling to get off the toilet, quite frankly, in order to respond and move their vehicle. And when they come out, there's no ticket yet, but they got 2 tow trucks on the street, very short street, 2 tow trucks on the street. The mechanism is under the car, and then there's a verbal back and forth. Neighbors have reported throughout the various districts to me that this is extremely concerning. They've likened the city's process to that of ambulance chasers, where what they report to me is that there's tow trucks and city vehicles staged, you know, on other streets, and they come all at once. There's no sort of response, and I don't know what the process is.
That's not my
But I know what the
experience.
process could be. And what it could be is folks getting out of their cars and talking to people, particularly in the middle of the day, you know, and we have folks, elderly folks. I talked to a gentleman on the 3rd floor. It's very difficult for him to get down the stairs. He got down the stairs, ticket, and already up on the tow truck, and then he literally couldn't get there fast enough.
They don't
we
tow
have
it.
to figure that out, and I don't know if it's
Yeah,
an
they
hour
usually
thing,
just move
but,
it.
we don't want to be ambulance chasers, as Wade's been described to me, and we have to do something a little bit different in order to meet the needs of keeping the streets clear and clean, while we're really trying to work with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Link is on to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the manager, request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks review and address a series of potholes along Gordon Memorial Drive. Council Hyde.
As it reads.
Thank God it's
Opposed,
hell.
so ordered. Request that the city manager request the Public Works and Parks resume allowing the opportunity for landlords for a fee to drop off items left behind by tenants at the bulk waste disposal center. Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the members of the public had spoken earlier that they remembered a time when DPW will actually come around and pick up items. I don't remember that time, but I don't doubt that
This
did
guy did his
happen.
homework.
But I think that's not realistic these days. But what is?
You
was
can,
the
you can
process
schedule
that I
it.
understood existed until fairly recently.
Yeah, I was
where
gonna
you
say.
could call up and make an appointment, and for a fee, you could drop off items like mattresses, TVs, couches, so on and so forth. Oftentimes, very often, this was utilized by both tenants and landlords, particularly the tenant leaving something behind and the landlord understanding that the only way it was going to get out of there was to make the appointment and pay to have it removed. Recently, for some reason, it's changed. And unless you're the tenant, you can no longer make that appointment. And it seems to me, on a night which we're talking about trash and trying to make Worcester a cleaner
that's
city,
what we were
that
talking about
change
tonight.
is so very illogical. I mean, I've talked to code and I've talked to quality of life, and they verified for me what I think we all understand is that a large amount of the mattresses and TVs and couches in multifamily properties are left behind by the tenants. They're not picking up the phone and making an appointment. They're not paying money to have it removed. They're not in possession of a pickup truck to even take it necessarily to DPW, but who usually are the landlords if they don't have a dumpster.
Yeah, well,
they're
that's
gonna
your
make
fucking job.
those
I was
arrangements.
gonna say, too bad, so
And
sad.
that's
That's a
good. It's
fucking
good for everybody.
money-making
It's good for the city.
opportunity.
Keeps the streets cleaner, it's good for the landlord to have a place to put the property, and it's good for the tenants not to run into the altercation with the landlord of why'd you leave this behind, I'm gonna keep your security deposit, so on and so forth. Why that changed, I have no idea. I did have a copy, I looked at a few moments ago, of a message that somebody sent me from 311 saying that unless the tenant makes the arrangements, landlords can no longer drop off these items. So I'm simply asking, even if the cost has to go up, or even if there's a limitation
How the
of
fuck does
many
that make
times
sense?
you
Who
can do
checks
it
the
in a given
ownership of a
year,
couch
the
when you're
process
bringing
needs
it to the
return,
skip?
So that Worcester can continue to try to work on being a cleaner city. Thank you.
Fucking dumbass.
Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, is that, through the manager, is that accurate? That, are they
No, I made it up.
stopping? No, I mean,
Sure feels like it.
Be clear, is that a new policy, that we're not allowing property owners that are Worcester residents to drop off a TV or something like that, that somebody dropped off at their property, or a tenant left behind? Is that accurate?
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, to the chair, to the councilor, I'm not 100% sure if that's accurate or not. I know that there was some changes related to
Call him a
landlords.
liar. That'd be great.
He called himself a liar.
The previous commissioner had made some changes to that. And we had communicated some of those changes to this council body. I don't know if this is one of those. I need to verify if it was or not.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I would just say one simple thing. We need to make it as easy as possible to keep the city clean. It's that simple. And if it's something like that, how hard is that? If they're Worcester residents and they own a property and somebody drops whatever in their yard, I mean, I got a complaint from a resident maybe a month ago where someone dropped a full-size rug, like a room-size rug, in the street in front of the property. He was complaining that
Upgrade.
the city truck drove
Property.
by and just saw it and didn't pick it up. And he was complaining to me. Well, I called the quality of life team. Somebody went over there, and you know what they gave him? A $400 ticket. So it's, you know, we need to make it as easy as possible.
They gave the
Keep
carpet a
city clean.
$400
People
ticket?
wanna
Yeah.
Make an effort, whether they're a property owner or an individual property owner, a tenant, whoever, to keep this city clean. What's so hard? We got the facility, let's just use it.
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, so I want to make some correction on what, it is a confirmation, but it's for commercial properties and not, commercial properties. So again, there's landlords that have single, you know, maybe a 3-decker, you're not a commercial, but it's a commercial property, landlords that are not allowed to do that.
So if it's over, if it's under 3 units that they own, then it's okay for them to go. Maybe you could just make whatever it is public and just
Correct.
advertise it.
I don't think there's a threshold. We were just clarifying that it was just commercial. I don't think there's a threshold to determine what commercial constitute, but I'll be happy to come back with a better clarification.
Probably to
one
prevent them
person
from
owns a
throwing out things that
2-family,
people actually own.
and somebody else owns a 4-family or 3 families, they're not allowed? I mean, it's really, just please look at it.
I do want to reiterate that we can make things much easier and available for residents, but it's a bigger cost to the city, right? If we want to take on that cost.
The
we can,
landlords in the room are
but it's
really
gonna
taking
raise
this one
taxes
personal.
for the city, because it's a bigger cost that we have to associate to the city to be able to provide these services. That's why some of these require a payment, violation, consequences for different things that are happening in the city, and we try to have different programs that offer different access. But again, as part of the Zero Waste Master Plan, we are going to take an effort to enhance this drop-off center, because I've been hearing loud and clear over the past 2 years during my time here that we need to improve it. Not only during my time, I actually heard it.
You're right.
when
We need to give a
Augustus was
blood
city
sample
manager,
every time we need a new
as well,
package of trash
the
bags.
improvements of the residential drop-off center. So we're gonna make some improvements there, but I do acknowledge the fact that that right now, this year, I need to come back with some clarification on it.
And Mr. Chairman, through you, the manager, I've been hearing it too. I've been hearing it for 14 years. I've been hearing it from people on Granite Street who have had residents go to that drop-off center and get sent away for some reason, and they people throw it off their car onto properties on Granite Street. So let's work together to make it right.
Council Bergman?
Yeah, I don't want to stand up a second time. I just want to.
You just did,
The
dickhead.
manager needs to, in all fairness, the manager needs to come back. It's probably the first time he's hearing about this, but I will say, in response to Councilor Russell's concern, I have 2 emails I'll be happy to share with city manager, with my colleagues, with Councilor Russell. One from 311 saying if it's 6 or more units, we absolutely don't accept it. That I understand. And then the second one was regarding a 3-family, I believe, and it said unless you're the tenant, you can no longer make an appointment. The landlord cannot make an appointment, only the tenant can make an appointment, which is what prompted me to bring this forward, because, again, without reiterating, that to me makes no sense. Now, I understand there's a cost, and I'm not suggesting that residential homeowner supplement the commercial property owner, somebody that owns multifamilies, but you can always raise the cost, and maybe there could be a scale based on the number of units you have, so that we don't have to touch the taxpayers that aren't affected by this. But Council Russell's point, it should be much easier, because the end goal for all of us is to have a cleaner city. And I would think that a property owner would much rather pay an increase in the cost to drop it off at DPW than either have to rent a dumpster or try to make other arrangements. So I think if we all work together, we can figure this out, but it does need to be figured out.
Yes, under the manager, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
That was brutal.
Manager requests the police chief provide increased enforcement of the truck ban weight reduction on Mount Ave. Further request, the city manager requests Commissioner of Transportation Mobility work with the GPS mapping companies such as Google Maps to reroute trucks away from Mount Ave. Council Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I brought a few things about Mount Ave before the council, and basically what's happening is you have a really narrow residential road where people park on both sides. This used to be a dead end. It was opened up into Ames Road, and now you have a number of trucks, buses. They're going to the Polar. There's a Polar facility, Porter and Chester. There's the Worcester Public School gas station. So even though there's a sign on Ararat Street that says no vehicles over 2,000 pounds, this street is getting torn up by trucks and buses constantly. There's huge divots in the road where when the trucks and buses hit it, it is really loud, it's disruptive to the neighbors. And so basically, I understand that the GPS mapping companies they'll route trucks down this road. If there is any way to reach out to Google, Waves, whatever, get them to stop doing this, and additionally, have some increased enforcement and better signage, because it really isn't fair. And I would also, if I could just add one more amendment to it, speak to the Worcester Public Schools and see if there's a way to get them to stop sending their buses down this road. You can easily go right out to Pullman Street, get on the highway by Market 32. There's other ways to do it. It's just really, really disruptive to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the manager to provide the council with a report outlining administration's processes used when conducting departmental staffing analysis to define informed decision-making pertaining to departmental funding and reorganization strategies that are applied administratively. Such report should include A, what format and rubrics were used, and B, what departmental efficacy regarding service provisions of city services are measured. Such report should be organized by department. Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, this is an important order, and it's, as I spoke to the manager about this, it's about his favorite word, efficiencies. And, you know, we have some challenges in some of our departments. You know, I've been calling for staffing analysis of various departments for quite some time, and we've never really gotten it back. We have a challenge with respect to an increase in the unsheltered population by the naked eyes assessment and by reports from HHS and other departments. And we, you know, our staffing, you would think would increase proportionally with the need to respond. We know we're not going to police our way out of, we are not going to police our way out of these challenges as relates to the unsheltered, from folks who don't have access to housing, from folks who are navigating substance misuse challenges and the systemic delays and the mental health system and its shortcomings, Mr. Chairman. But I think what I'm really looking for is, you know, even DTM, we've asked a lot of DTM over this past year as relates to vulnerable road user safety, folks who are using vehicle safety, motorist safety, and the like. Inspectional services, we want them to do a lot of work. And there's only so much in the pot. And so the manager does this already. I want to be very clear. The manager does this sort of analysis already. Because it's his responsibility and his charge to make sure that we are operating the best we can with the limited resources and funding that we have, Mr. Chairman. You know, and one of the issues that came before this council was the vacancy rate, and I think it was DPW, from what I recall. And, you know, in my conversations with the city manager, because I was a little perturbed by, you know, the fact that I'd learned it on the floor, is that this isn't necessarily a deviation. This is sort of kind of what the challenges the manager has been dealing with and previous managers have been dealing with. So through the chair to the administration, you just quickly speak to that particular department and the vacancy factor that, you know, came out during the snowplow thing and how that's looked over the years and the challenges that you have there.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, I know that during the discussions of snow operations, we talked about the vacancy, and we had about 90 positions vacant in DPW that we're actually addressing. We had a nice a job fair that we had hundreds of people show up, over 100 people show up, and then many of folks that follow through with applications, and so they're being interviewed right now, hopefully increasing that. But there was I think a misunderstanding in terms of the number of positions, and because when you look at 90, and we were talking about snow, people assume that all 90 were snow operators. That's not true. 90 vacancies, over 50 of them are related to water and sewer. And then the others, the other half, or about half of the others are sprinkled within every other division within the departments. So not that the division of operations specifically was down 90 people. So, and again, this is a historic trend that's happened in DPW over the years. Most specifically, in my knowledge, the last 5, if not 7 years, we've seen a historic trend of high numbers of vacancies in DPW, something that we're trying to address and trying to bring people in. That's why we did a significant number of work with our unions in elevating 2 pay grades, our unions. We did a significant amount of work with the mechanics to elevating them as well. And we're gonna continue doing a little bit more of that in the upcoming budget. But again, this is all part of the efforts to try to understand the needs of the department and what can we do as a city to support our staff and elevate some of these efforts in the departments.
And I just want to reiterate, I think this is stuff that's already occurring to one degree or another. I think the important piece is that transparency to the council that can go to committee and folks can have a clear understanding of what the challenges are, how that staffing impacts the efficacy of that particular department. And also part of this is reorganization. It may not be, simply, looking at, increased staffing in some departments. Perhaps there's reorganization. But I really, as someone who filed the initial orders to get social workers into HHS and then expand to additional licensed clinicians there to respond to the unsheltered, last 2 budget cycles, I've been looking to increase further the clinical response to our unsheltered, to the folks who are suffering from mental health and substance abuse misuse and other sorts of realities. And, it's in that vein that I asked for this, and I look forward to the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Manager, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 13A, 13C, motion to accept and adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Holy
13B, that's 2N. Motion to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 14A to 14C, motion to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Oh, could I put it on the
To be
sample
ordained,
pad?
15A to 15B.
Mr. Chairman, can we pull out 15C?
Okay, we'll pull out 15C, so A, B, and D. Roll call.
Never thought about that before.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Yen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 15C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to comment on this. I had asked, and I'm going to reiterate, I'd like the audit back that I requested regarding school zones and school zone signage for the reasons I've discussed 2 or 3 different times on this council floor. I want to say thank you to DTM and the city administration for establishing these school zones and indicating and notifying the public via this ordinance and the related publishing that moving forward it'll be unlawful to operate a motor vehicle more than 24 hours per hour during times and days posted within a designated school zone. However, it goes back to the signage. And, this came from some folks. Well, DTM was doing the work, granted, but over the last couple of years, folks on Burncoat Street were talking about this issue that I had filed, and it was related to, again, the signage in different corridors of the city, not having it versus other corridors that do have it, and in some of those places where it's in the sort of inner core of the city where there's a lot of traffic, there's no signage. And we appreciate the signage that's over like by Vernon Street, where there's the speed limit, digital speed limit that comes up and all of that. I know that's expensive, but we really need to make sure these young folks are safe as they're walking through the city. Think about the Chandler Street School over there, next to the King Center. Those sorts of places are a challenge. And I really want to see the snapshot that I requested so that this body can be informed as it relates to the signage. That's our responsibility. It was also an audit that I'm waiting on from the auditor pertaining to the same issue, the sign creation process, and how we're doing with that. And I think there was the earlier thing related to the intersections of a couple of the departments might be also somewhat related to that. But I just want to commend folks for that, and I just want to file a motion asking for an update on the audit pertaining to school zone signage. Thank you.
I think a vote on 15C, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Florio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King? Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Aida?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. That the City Council of the City of Worcester does hereby support requiring our private colleges and universities to invest 0.5% of their endowment annually into the Community Impact Fund to be administered locally to help finance needed housing, economic, and community development projects.
Motion to file, Mr. Chairman.
I made the motion.
I just made it.
Council Russell both of you made the motion to file.
The fight.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. And motion to adjourn. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Wow. What a stupid time.
Just you and me, huh, Brian?
Everybody else died from being bored. Well,
We should probably die too then.
yeah, I mean, I wanted to watch that video, but I don't know where Bill or Travis went, so
What video?
the one that Bill made.
They made us a video?
Yeah. But they disappeared.
Hmm.
They've passed. They've passed on from this life.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I think Travis is coming back.
Can we put their carcasses in trash bags?
As long as they don't weigh more than 6 watermelons.
I'm like 17 watermelons.
Ah, dog. Can't go in the trash bag. Sorry.
Yeah, that fucking shit was brutal.
In the
This
shutter it is.
not worth it. I am so sick of this. This is awful. Sorry, I'm raging. It's
Yeah,
a
they're
huge waste of
dorks.
fucking time. Humongous waste of fucking time. Just to hear Christian King. He's just fucking campaigning. Like, I understand you have things that you care about, Christian, but you don't need to do.
Does that make you feel better, Travis?
Yeah.
June's Easter picture for me.
Nice, sweetheart.
Look how happy she looks.
Aw.
A happy dog. Right?
Aw.
Oh, Bill's back from the dead too. At least his
Oh,
voice.
you're back. Yeah, your
My
camera's
voice is
gone.
back. My camera's gone. I don't feel like figuring it out.
Do we?
Video?
How long is this video, Bill?
Can you narrate the video for us?
The first two minutes would be great.
Let's
it goes
do
on for 12, but my animations are for 2 minutes.
Let's watch it.
I gotta watch it.
The world premiere
World
of
premiere.
the animation to Bill's song. What's the song called, Bill?
Whatever is in all caps in the YouTube video. I can't remember.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, Twilight of the Land of the Free.
Screen. Where'd I go? What?
Oh, can I do it?
Down on the bottom. Whoop.
I got it.
All right.
Here it is. Oh, come on.
Oh boy.
My brain's not working. Show on stream. There we go. Here we go.
Okay. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. 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 Thank you. You wrap up. You wrap up. You wrap up. Thank you. You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in October 2020.
Thank you.
Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up. You wrap up.
Tax work-off
Thank you.
program. Senior tax work-off program.
You wrap up.
I didn't see any of you in
You
October
wrap up. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program.
I think that's
Yes, Mr. Chairman, tax work-off program.
What are you talking about? This is not TikTok. This is much better.
That's just his default text.
You wrap
Yeah.
Love it.
Oh God.
You wrap
change, baby.
All right.
You wrap
That was the best.
That's it. Yeah.
Thanks everybody for tuning in, for sticking it out tonight. 4:44. What a night. I don't know. Fuck it. Subscribe to Worcester Sucks and I Love It. BillShaner.substack.com, WorcesterSucks.email. Follow us at Wootenanny Comedy. We got some shows coming up Thursday night, May Day, free show at Boland's. Jason Cordova is the headliner. He's fantastic. So come on down and hang out with us after you spit on your boss earlier that day. Next Tuesday, we're having a Seanclave. Sean Connolly is running for Pope once again. And we get a show at Ralph's to see if he's worthy, really. I think is what it's going to come down to. So come on down, some surprises, some great guests, and again, all free, suggested donation. But yeah, come on down, come hang out at Ralph's on Tuesday night. It's gonna be a blast. Maybe we just fucking skip the city council meeting next week and you guys come hang out.
I would love that.
That sounds good.
That might be. I think that's what we got to do.
I think I need a break from these people really bad.
Yeah. So let's all take a week off because there's nothing pressing on the agenda next week, I don't think. And if there's something really important, we'll watch it later in the week. We'll on the stream with everybody, so we can talk about it. But in 2 times speed. But come on down to Ralph's on Tuesday night, and we got some great stuff coming up later. So follow us and follow at WCT3000 for all of your updates on all of our comings and goings. And if you're not in the Discord yet, then shoot us a DM if you want to get in there. It's basically talk shit about people who are dropping out of the race. It's pretty fun. It's a good time. So Trav, you got anything coming up?
We don't normally promote national television, but this Friday I have design work that's being featured on Shark Tank. Our client Jackie Pierogi.
Yeah.
So as soon as I sign off, I gotta go back to dealing with Shark Tank prep.
Nice.
So sick, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty
Fuck
fucking
yeah.
cool.
So watch that on
ABC.
ABC. All right, cool. I had no idea. I wouldn't have guessed that.
I only know because they've told me what I can say and what I can't.
Hell yeah. Check that out. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. And if you come down to our house, we'll see you next Tuesday. Goodbye.
Love you all. Bye.
We love you. Bye.